that, oh well, I'm going to heaven and I'm going with God. But what it really is it's the really the master deceiver that's that is really the devil, or the mask um that is the devil that they really see as God. But it's like it's a reversal. Like they reversing the roles and don't even realize what they're really worshiping is basically manifesting, because they worship this God and they say he's good, but they only manifest the negativity that they spew out. So it's a manifestation of what their God really is. So when they're worshiping their God that's supposed to be good, it comes out in a negative way, like, oh well, my God is better than yours, you're going to hell. But at the same time, the God that they say that they believe in is love, but they don't show that love. The we don't get they don't bear fruit of love from their religion that is supposed to be about love. They only bear fruit of hate. So to me, that is an example.
Okay, so I think what I understand you're saying that even when they are attempting to do good or saying that they're doing good, it feels like hate. Therefore, their God to you, their love is hate, so their God is their devil.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. That also makes sense. Why the saying is there's no love like Christian hate.
Love like Christian hate. Hmm.
Okay. Did you have anything else?
And I was I was also like, I came to the point of deconstruction because when I was having a lot of issues with my own identity, a lot of people was coming to me and making me feel uncomfortable, like having conversations with me that I didn't even know how to have with myself, and coming to me and trying to make me repent for things that they weren't even fully aware of that I was going through. It's like they come to me and tell me, "Oh well, if you keep living the lifestyle that you're living, you're going to go to hell, and I want to be there for you, and I just want to save your soul." And what it really did was it did the opposite of what they said they wanted to do, was help me. It made me want to harm myself even further. So it's
Mm.
like it really hurt me. And then it really the what really hurt the most is like it's passive aggressive. They come off like they really really love you, but what they're doing is really extremely painful, and it affect my mental health in a way to where I had to literally go into rehab. And like that's the reason why I really deconstructed before I even got into the point of really understanding the slavery and all of, like, I that wasn't my first turning point. My first turning point was how they made me feel, like personally, on a personal level. And I know that those people that did that to me are not all Christians, but I start to really realize what it really was. Even when I was growing up in Christianity, I always looked at it like, okay, so my friends that are not Christian, that may have a different religion, are going to hell, and that would hurt my feelings. So it was always a feeling of uncertainty and harm that I always felt like that was attached to the religion, even from when I was a little kid.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. That's one of the reasons why what my platform is focused on is helping people in the LGBTQIA community learn more about the the biblical narrative, the history of it, especially surrounding queer topics, so that they can be well informed when religious people come to them with these type of uh, browbeating, fear mongering statements that are meant to try to scare them into changing who they are, because you can't change who you are, right? And it does move people to thoughts of self-harm and depression and inner war with themselves, trying to figure out if a god that they cannot actually see or hear outside of another human saying God said, loves them or not, right? And that I can understand why you say that that within itself is the devil. The very fact that the church teaches that the God they believe in condemns the queer community, whether it be homosexuality or transgender, non-binary, it's a lie. There's nothing in the text that says that, and the very fact that they continue to teach that, despite the surmountable amount of biblical scholarship from Hebrew-speaking scholars, Greek-speaking scholars, that acknowledge that there is no outright condemnation for any of that in the text, or was it an outright condemnation in the ancient world? The church continues to peddle that narrative despite the harm that is caused. And I think that they do it in the name of their God, and that is deceptive as well, which is also another reason why I say that, the God is the great deceiver, because the belief and the loyalty to the God, to the faith, to the belief system, it causes its followers to be deceptive and present false information just to hold up a certain bias. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And you know what this prompt really remind me of?
What's that?
Whenever I was a kid, I promise you, like I always had, like my faith will always be wavering because I grew up in the church. Um my whole family, like at 5 years old, I was singing solos in church. So, because my mom was a musician, but the one question that I would always ask is like, I would be scared, like, what if we really worshiping the devil this whole time? Like, I would literally, that would be one of my questions, and I would be asking myself that, and I would always try to question in church, but they would try to tell me down and tell me that I couldn't question God and stuff like that. So that was this prompt really speaks to me from when I was a kid because I grew up really religious. I had to deconstruct. I deconstructed a few times. Well, I'm not deconstruct, but detransitioned a few times. And I was a I was doing Christian rap. I was a part of the youth ministry and fundraising a lot of money. I was doing a lot of work for God in that time because I was a hardcore Bible thumping believer at one point, but I had to like really find myself because the whole time I was hurting.
Yeah. And in the black community, if you question God, Granny gonna knock you upside your head with a a remote control, a brush, or she gonna make you go out to the backyard and pick your own switch, because you just don't question God in the black community. And that does make you feel like you're alone, right? Like you're alone in your head and your thoughts, and there's nobody that you can actually talk to about the questions that you have, or even the things that you're recognizing. Because, like, when you're kids, you recognize the hypocrisy of the things that you're being taught from the adults around you, from the world around you, and who can you talk to about that? Because they won't listen. But at the same time, you can't even talk to the God about it because you're being told that the God doesn't accept you for who you are. And so it's just a war inside your head.
Yeah, it was definitely a war, but I feel like the best part about it that made me comfortable was it was a sense of community, and that's what they get you with. I feel like you want somewhere to belong, and they really give you that place, and it's like it feels good when you have that support, but it's like it comes with a cost, and that's what I really had to pay that price, like through my journey. I had like, and the Bible is so tricky because it gives you the right scriptures, like deny your flesh and take up your cross, and it's like you have to deny it. That's if they can get you to deny yourself and tell you that you're not good, your deeds are like filthy rags. There's nothing good about you. Like it's the that is like that's scary. Like they had me believing that, and they had me putting all of my faith and all of everything into what somebody else was telling me, and it was just so scary. Like that, I really believed it, and I felt like I was going to heaven, like because I was believing it. That's scary.
Yeah, it's very scary. Right. And then if you love yourself, if you find any way of loving yourself, then that they tell you that that's the devil, that that's demonic, because you're then elevating yourself above the God. Like it is very scary. I agree.
Yeah, I'm glad that I was able to deconstruct and I was able to, find my own spirituality. And even though I still had my Christian music, I was able to do music more for my spirituality that I have now, and it's about the same way I was evangelizing for Christ. I can, you know wake people up and just plant, not even wake people up, but just plant seeds or just share my perspective, because it's not even about somebody believing what I believe, just being able to connect, you know what I'm saying, and have gain nuance, and you know what I'm saying, just gain, you know, a different perspective, if anything.
Yeah, like I don't necessarily judge people for what they believe. I think people should, keep their beliefs personal because it benefits you, right? Everybody always say that it's about relationship, personal relationship, and not religion. So then why share it if you're the only person that knows what this God or the spirit or whatever it is that you believe in is saying to you at any given time, and then to go out and try to force someone else to see what or accept what they cannot see, but just accept what you say, I think causes a lot of confusion. But if your goal is to help a person, um, you know, get through trauma, right? Feel supported, understand themselves and the world around them better, then I think that that's a great thing. As long as you're not causing harm to another human being or to yourself. Um, I don't necessarily get involved in people's belief systems, although I do agree that believing in things that are true is always best. But I understand why some people hold on to beliefs of, spirituality or ancestors or whatever. And I think that's personal, right?
Right. And I feel like they really contradict themselves, because they ask themselves, what would Jesus do? But then they turn around and they see somebody that may not be a believer, and they simply tell them Jesus loves you, as if that means anything to them.
I think they turned that into a curse word. I think the only reason why
Right.
they say it is because they want to say fuck you, but they just say Jesus loves you. God bless you. I'm praying for y'all. Like that's their way of cursing us out.
Right, but it's blatant. It's really blatant because it's so empty. Like those are the emptiest words that a Christian could ever say. Because at the end of the day, you're supposed to be loving, not telling somebody that somebody else that doesn't exist loves them. That don't even make sense.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
Like, huh? Who love me? And but you're supposed to be doing greater works than what Jesus did, but you telling somebody else. That don't like that makes no, like that's the most contradicting thing that they could ever do, and they say it like it's a really powerful statement.
Exactly. And it's like why are you the one telling me that? Like why isn't
You should be
Jesus the
you
one
should
saying
you
it?
should you should be saying I love you. Shouldn't you be saying I love you?
Yeah, that's a great point. But I think, like for me, I don't believe in unconditional love, and I don't believe in giving love or claiming that I love people that I don't know. I respect human life, right, and I can show compassion, but that doesn't mean that I love a person. That means that I respect that person as their right to exist and their right to not be harmed by me, and I can extend support or resource, where I'm available, but that doesn't mean that I love. My love has a specific meaning and action behind it. And then I don't believe that everybody that says I love you actually does it. And so it seems kind of creepy to me for a stranger to be claiming that they love me and they don't even know my name.
Right, but with that, with the logic of their belief system in their Bible, they what they're really supposed to be doing is saying I love you and not Jesus loves you. Like that's
Yeah,
not
I
the work that
agree.
they're supposed to be doing. Like they're supposed to be being Jesus, not talking about Jesus. They're supposed to be showing the power of Jesus and
Hmm.
not talking about him.
That's true. I agree. I think you in here preaching now, empathy.
I'm just saying, like, I want them to be more convincing if they really want to do it. Like, that's not me telling me Jesus loves me is not convincing that you have His power in you. Please, like, be more convincing, boo. Show me some love. That's
That,
the best way that you can show me His power is by loving me, boo. That's all you gotta do. Just love me.
yeah.
If you can't love me, where is your God at?
Well, as you stated, you know, their God's love feels like hate because that really is the God's love, right? Like if we look at the things that the God does in the Bible, including Jesus, it's not pretty loving.
But it's crazy. The message that made me fall in love with Jesus was love. I promise you. That's the only reason because I grew up in church all my life and it took for me to be 23 and meet what I believe to be true Christians. They gave me the most beautiful love. They never told me anything about, they never made me feel uncomfortable or tried to judge me or give me or point out scriptures that made me feel bad. They just showed me love and they made me want to study and be like them and study the Bible for myself and change myself. I literally detransitioned and walked with them and was in the streets from making from 300 to $1,000 a day fundraising banana bread, rapping in the streets, like, and they gave me that sense of love, but it was just like I seen that before, so I know it's people out there that could really follow the faith, like you know what I'm saying, and I know that's real.
Oh
Like
no, I
it's
see a little.
go ahead,
Oh,
babe.
sorry. I was just gonna say. I mean, I'm glad that you found that because I think acceptance for who we are as we are is super important. So we all have to find our tribe. I side eye though anybody that's commanding emotions. Like go love is not going to result in love. It may result in like method acting. It may
I
result.
was in a cult.
Oh, yeah, that part. I think a lot of, I mean, I think all religions start as cults. Like the difference to me is size and political influence. But I mean, growing up in what I consider a cult too, I couldn't agree more. I just think that like just on a cognitive level, like we don't command emotions. Like what I think you're talking about is what Thinker referred to as respect, right? Just mutual respect and recognition of humanity. You can do that without loving a person. I think if we start using love for every favorable emotion, the meaning of the word gets neutralized. Because I agree with Thinker, like the people that I love in my life, they have access to me in a way that others don't. They have access to my emotions and my care and all of the things because I love them. They've shown up in ways that represent that they are people who are decent, who are kind. I don't think that everybody is deserving of that, especially if I don't know you. Like if I can't tell you what I love about you, then I don't love you. I may like you. I may, I'm going to have fellow feeling and just mutual respect and empathy for you as a human. But if I can't enumerate the things that I love about you as a person, unique to you, then this is just me. Then I won't be comfortable in saying I love you because that word carries a meaning. And I think the Christian religion has bastardized the idea of human connection in so many ways. The Abrahamic faiths, any faith that's trying to command emotions, to me, just completely it robs it of what these words and these feelings and these exchanges of what they really are.
I like what you said about love, but I see love a completely different way. For me, love is not an emotion; it's an action. Um, and I feel like I do love everybody, and I don't have to know you to love you because my love is shown in my actions and the way I treat you, and I don't have to feel anything for you. My love is an action. So I feel like that's what me separate from my beliefs because I'm not even Christian. I believe that's what makes the world better, understanding that love is an action and it's something that is practiced and it's really a lifestyle. So for me, I do love everybody and I'm comfortable with saying that because it's separate from any emotion. It's just about the way I treat people and show up, and and I'm willing to show up for anyone, but I'm not, but I do have boundaries, and I understand that it takes time to gain chemistry in certain things, but I'm open, but I also have discernment as well.
And that's okay for you, right? And I don't think she was saying
Right.
that her love doesn't have action. I think she was explaining that there is a certain access, like her love comes with a specific level of access, and she that's not something that she allows everyone access to, and neither do I. I don't think that love should be commanded by any deity. Um, and also, like, I'm not gonna lie to myself and tell myself that I love the man that is sex trafficking a child. I'm not gonna tell myself that I love the mother that's allowing her boyfriend to up and down on her child in the middle of the night and forcing her child to eat dinner with that same man. That's just I would be lying to myself if I said that. So like I know that I don't love everybody. And like I said, I can show respect of life, and love myself enough to not put myself in a position where I'm causing harm to another human being or taking being greedy and taking resources from another human being. Um, but if you feel that you know that's how you need to exist, where your love is accessible by any and everybody, that I'm not saying that you're wrong for that. And I don't think
Feel
Fee is
like
saying
you
that
seeing it
either.
wrong. I did say boundaries at the end. If you heard me correctly, I spoke on boundaries. I said that my love is an
Yeah,
action, and
you're
I
right.
do love everybody, but and I also but it like and I did speak on access as well. Me loving somebody does not mean access to me.
No, I didn't say access to you. I said your love is accessible, right? If you
My
love
love is
everyone
acceptable.
once, right? I said your love is accessible. I didn't say you were accessible.
Right, my love is accessible. That doesn't say anything. That doesn't say anything else, because at the end of the day, like somebody else's actions
Right.
doesn't require.
I think I said that I'm not saying that you are wrong. I think I said that
Right,
twice. Yeah.
right, right. I'm not defending that I'm right or wrong. I was just trying to help you see. I was just trying to because you're framing the way you're framing the way you perceive what I'm saying is not the way that I'm
You're saying
actually
you're
trying to
saying you
articulate it.
you're saying you love everyone, right? And that's how you operate
Right.
in life. And your love is an action. And you uh like you love any and every one, and that brings you joy. And that's fine, right? That's the way that you operate. And what I was saying is Fee did not say that her love doesn't require action. What Fee said was her love comes with a certain level of access that she does not afford everyone. And
Right. I feel the same way.
and
I agree with that.
and what I said was I do not lie to myself and tell myself that I love everyone. And I gave a couple of examples, right? Like I don't love a random stranger that comes up on the stage. And to be honest, like I don't know you, I don't love you. I have compassion
Right.
for you as a human, right?
Right.
And have respect for you as a human. But
Right.
I could I get to know you and love you? Yes. Am I open to
Right.
getting to know people and loving them? Yes. But it's not something that I just give, and it's not something that I accept from random people. Is what I'm saying.
Right. But the way I'm saying that I love people is just in the sense of regardless if I if you were to be a enemy that wanted to kill me or hurt me, or well, not to say that word, to unalive me or
You can say
anything,
kill. We're
I don't.
adults. You can
Well,
say
I'm on
kill.
TikTok, so I didn't know.
Yeah, no, no, no.
Okay,
You're
but
good. You're good. I know some pages don't allow it, but in
um,
here you can.
I, I'm the type of person. I wouldn't care if you were that type of person. That doesn't that doesn't that doesn't mean that I can't have love for you and understand that you are a human being. But that doesn't mean I want to be around you as somebody that wants to harm me or kill me, because at the end of the day, like as a black transgender woman, there's a lot of black women that may feel a certain type of way about me or treat me in a certain type of way, but that doesn't mean that I I don't love them.
Right.
My name is Empathy, and I empathize for those women because maybe they were brought up in a way or they have certain beliefs that cause them to treat me or basically show certain hatred or certain things towards me, but that doesn't take away my form of love. And I
Hmm.
understand that my form of love is not for everybody, but
Hmm.
I just don't sometimes like certain things that you say. It seems like you're framing it in a certain type of way, and I'm just trying to further articulate the way
No, I think
I
I think
my perspective.
right. And I don't know any other way to say that you're not wrong, and then just
Right.
explain that I
No, I'm
don't
not saying
love
that you saying I'm
everyone.
wrong.
Like I don't love everyone, and I'm like I
Right.
that's
I
just the
understand
truth.
you.
Yeah. And I'm not
I'm
saying
not saying
that.
that you're
I'm
wrong
sorry. I'm
either.
sorry. Like yeah. Like notice how I don't cut you off when you speak. Yeah, I'm not framing it in any way. Like I'm not framing it in any way. I'm saying that I just don't love everyone and I don't lie to myself and tell myself that I do. And I know that I don't love people who want to harm another person. Like I'm not going to lie to myself and say that like if this person is a murderer, fuck them. Like I'm not like I don't give a fuck about that person. They're not the type of person that I would even consider a second thought about. It was something else that I was going to say, but the interruption. No, yeah, I wanted to ask because I just to make sure you said when you were with these believers that you believe were true Christians. You said you detransitioned. Did you transition again, or were you when you said detransition? Were you talking about something else?
Well, at that time, I was in my early 20s, and it was really before I started medically transitioning. So I still had basically, I was presenting female, but I was still medically still having the same, I was medically a male still, basically. But so me detransitioning at that time was just me taking off my my actual clothes that I preferred and doing what I was taught was what I was supposed to be doing, living as a man.
What the people that you were calling true Christians, were they making you feel like you had to do that? Or was that like is that what they were teaching? And is that why
That's
you
what.
detransitioned?
Well, I grew up in the church, so I already knew that the belief system requires gender norms on as far as clothes go. So I just from that was something I was always taught that was demonic and not of God. So whenever I got around them, they made me feel comfortable because I was actually going to their church in full drag right outside of going to the right after going to the club, out partying all night up until Sunday morning, and they never told me anything. The kids loved me. They treated me like a human being. They showed me love, and they allowed me to participate in a songwriting contest. I won the contest, and I became a youth minister in the um choir, and I started fundraising with them, and it was just like I spent like every day with them, and it was like really we really had became family. I became a leader, and I became a teacher. I became a provider for the church, like one of the sole providers based on donations. Like it was a real it was a lifestyle for me. It wasn't just, oh, I'm a Christian. I was literally um like it was a full lifestyle of me basically dedicating myself to their ministry and supporting them, as well as me, following my faith, and that's what from what I believe. So it's like I decided on my own to start, you know, detransitioning, and I stopped wearing, I threw away all my girl clothes, gave all of them away, and started dressing like a man, and started asking for advice on how to be a man and stuff like that, because that was my first time actually trying, when I met them, and they just made me feel comfortable to the point to where that's what I wanted to do. And I always wanted to feel like I belong. So me having that space in the church, and it made me closer to my family as well. So it was like a lot of good things were happening to me when through that. Like it was like it's a long story, but a lot of good things were happening, and it was getting scary because I just felt like that's not the really life that I wanted. I wanted to be a woman. I didn't want to. So it was like everything seemed good and I was happy, but I was really not happy on the inside because I couldn't really be myself. And I was just denying my flesh and not being able to do anything, have sex, do drugs, do
That's one
nothing.
word you can't say on here. It's D rugs. You have to say D rugs or street candy or something like
Yeah,
that.
I
But
can't do
so
nothing. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, so like I guess the one thing that has me confused is if they accepted you as yourself when you were feminine presenting, what made you feel like they wouldn't continue to accept you that way? Like,
It's not that it's not that I didn't feel like that they didn't accept me. It's that they were evangelizing me the whole time. Like it wasn't that it wasn't that they had to tell me anything
no, no,
about
no. I'm not saying they told you. I'm saying like, so they accepted you in your feminine presenting status, right? Like where they accepted you
yeah,
that way. You decided, right? Let me detransition to a male, and
because I
you
became a
said you wanted
believer
to,
of the Bible.
right? And you said you wanted to fit in, and then you said that
But I also became
what?
a believer of the
Right,
Bible.
right, and you wanted to fit in with them. And then you said that you were happy but not really
No, I
happy.
never said that I wanted to fit in with them. I said I gained a sense of I gained a sense of belonging, and
You said you wanted
and
to
through
feel like
I gained a sense of belonging, and through that I found Jesus, and Jesus made me see that I needed to detransition because I followed the Bible. As a Christian, I followed the Bible. They had made me research the Bible for myself. The scriptures were in the Bible in Deuteronomy about men wearing women clothes and stuff like that. I had to research for myself as a Christian, because when I was a Christian, I was in the Bible. That's what even the raps that I wrote were like I didn't play about that. You know what I'm saying? When I was a Christian, that's what I was doing. That's why I detransitioned, because I wanted to go to heaven, and I wanted to believe in Jesus, and I wanted to follow Christ, and I
that's what
wanted
I
to
wanted to
deny my
do.
flesh.
They made, and
I
I
had to
always
deny
wanted to
my
feel like
flesh
I
in order
belong. So
to
me,
have the Holy
hold on, hold
Spirit,
on. And I
and
always wanted to feel like I belong. So wanted to do, and they made, and I always wanted to feel like I belong. So me having that space in the church. Yeah, that's what I'm questioning right there. You saying that you always felt like you wanted to belong, right? And what I'm trying to understand is if they accepted you as who you really are from the beginning, and then you made the decision through Jesus Christ, you became a believer, made the decision through Jesus Christ to detransition, but you said that you were not happy because that's not who you are. You are a woman. When you transitioned back, why did you feel like you couldn't do that and be with them when you detransition back to when you transition back to the woman that you are? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I only transitioned for Jesus. I only detransitioned for Jesus, and I retransitioned because I broke up with Jesus.
Right, but I think when you retransition, you said you feel like you couldn't be who you really were, like you were not happy. You feel like you couldn't be who you really were.
Right?
What?
I couldn't be who I really was
Right?
because
Can I
because
ask
I
the
was
question?
following
Empathy,
Jesus.
right?
Uh,
And you were following Jesus, like you were at the church. They were accepting of you as a woman when you first started going to the church, when you first started
and I
integrating.
wasn't a believer.
Right, I get it. But even when you became a believer, are you saying that Jesus would not accept you as a woman?
When I became a believer, I started to follow the Bible, and I didn't believe that Jesus accepted me. That's
I
that's
understand you
exactly
didn't
why
believe that.
that's exactly why I changed.
Right, I get that. But when you first came to the church and they accepted you as a woman, and you said that
That's why
they
I
did
felt
not,
comfortable to
and
be
can I
there.
ask the questions, please? You keep doing this and you say you love everybody, but is this the action that you're talking about when you show love? Because I've asked you several times very calmly to stop doing that, and you keep doing it.
Okay, ma'am, I'm just gonna go. Have a blessed
All right,
day.
bye, lover. My name is Empathy, and I love, but don't expect me to actually do what I say. And that right there is why I don't lie to myself and say I love everybody. Natty Pro, Natty Pro, are you up here on accident?
I think that's what happens when you get more attached to the narrative of your story than the reality of your story. Because whenever somebody starts to get really defensive about how their story is seen, I'm not sure. I don't know how deep a deconstruction has actually happened. Like how far have we gone? And you still see the Christian residue, right? Like this idea that everybody needs to see things the same way, or you have to defend the way that you see it. Or when someone asks you, okay, well, if that was the case, if you truly found acceptance, then why would you feel compelled to transition? Like just being able to sit with, oh, your own story, like these narratives that we craft around arguably, impactful moments in our lives. Nobody's taking that away, but we have to be able to sit with it honestly. And I agree. If that's love, then keep that shit the fuck away from me.
Right, like what she was doing was no different than what she was saying that the Christians do with their hateful love. Like she couldn't respect the fact that I wasn't interrupting her while she was talking. Every time I asked a question, she would interrupt, no matter how many times she had been asked to stop doing that. And she didn't care. She didn't care about how her actions was affecting me as I'm trying to have a conversation with her and better understand. While she sits here and says her love is action. And then she did not like the fact that I made a distinction between the way I love and how you explained your love versus how she said she loved. And I literally said, if that works for you, then you're not wrong. If that makes you happy, then you're not wrong. You know, like, but because I didn't say that, yeah, I love everybody. That you're right, we should love everybody. She saw that as me. She said the way that you're saying it, like she focused more on the fact that I don't love the way that she loved it. I think that's crazy. But if what I was really trying to understand is exactly what you just said. Like if they accepted you as who you were, and you're saying that you detransitioned for Jesus because now you are a believer, are you saying that Jesus doesn't accept trans people? Like, is that the message you're now trying to say? And you've transitioned back to being a woman because that's who you are, and now you're not good enough for Jesus? And now is the reason that you aren't here saying what you're saying about Christians is because you feel like you're not good enough for Jesus? Like, I'm trying to figure out where your story is going, because it's not lining up. Because you really you literally called them true Christians and said that if everybody loved like them, then Christianity would be okay. So if that's the case and they accepted you as a woman, why did you leave? And why did you transition? Why did you like when you detransition on your own, why didn't you just transition back and stay with them? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I was lost for real for quite a while, but I was thinking the exact same things you were and had the exact same questions too.
Hey, Amanda, how are you?
Hello, happy Thursday. I came up
Happy
here to
Thursday.
apologize, thanker,
For
because
what?
on your birthday, when I called and sung to you, and at the end I said, I love you. And I felt like I just
I
went
know
over your
you.
boundaries.
No, the community knows that. I tell y'all I love y'all every goddamn night, and I mean that shit. I put it in the chat, like I was drunk. I was drunk one night, and I thought about y'all, and I got in the chat and just started pouring my heart out. Like, I love y'all, I do. So when I say I love y'all, I fucking mean that shit. And when y'all
Okay,
tell
I
me
was
y'all
just
love
sitting
me, I
here.
know y'all mean it.
I was sitting here listening. I was like, oh my God, did I just overstep one of her boundaries?
No, no.
Okay, that's all I wanted. I just wanted to clarify that.
I
I was about to
appreciate you.
cry
I
and
love you.
everything.
See, I love you for
Love
that.
you
You see what
too.
I'm saying? That's love. I appreciate you.
All right, I'm going to get down. Y'all have a good day.
All right, you too.
Have a good one,
Have a
Amanda.
good one, Amanda.
Bye.
Hey, also,
I don't talk to cheaters. Good morning, Fee. Good morning,
wait a
Thinker.
minute. What
Who
did I cheat
cheated?
on? What in the world?
Selena cheated.
Oh, Selena cheated. Okay.
Yeah, she pretended like she had a broken
How?
foot. Fucking lies
What?
from the enemy.
How did I cheat?
She forced me to gamble my house away on a game of bowling. That lane shark.
I had a lucky night.
Look at all the love in the chat. I fucking love it.
I had a lucky night. That's all.
I'm mad at you. So you said you was coming to Austin. You said you was gonna be my bodyguard.
Yeah, I did say that. I can't even lie. I did say that.
Mm-hmm.
And you might have to. Well, actually, you're gonna have to charge that one to my head and to my
Yeah, the
heart.
same way you left me hanging when you convinced me to do that 24-hour live stream twice.
Oh yeah, because I convinced you to go to Austin. I convinced you to do all.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah. It's the
no. You
same way. You're
convinced
right.
me to do a 24-hour live stream twice and left me
Uh
hanging.
huh.
And then when I told you that I was going to Austin and I was worried about crazy ass fanatics, he was like, "I
Goons.
got you. I'm coming. You ain't going by yourself."
Right. And then see the way my bank account set up. You feel me? I got checkings. I got a savings. You understand?
I think everybody got a checking in the savings, but it's all good. I still love you though.
Right. And my
But
checkings and savings on the
they
escrow.
got security. They hired security.
Hell yeah. I mean, they're not gonna be good as me, but I'll take that.
Ex-military.
I said what I said.
It's all good. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up. Also is ex-military.
Yeah, I served 2 tours in Verdansk. So yeah, seasoned vet.
I was expecting some type of dad joke on military.
Uh,
I thought,
Verdansk is a map on Call of Duty.
yeah, that's what I thought. I was about to say. I was wondering if those tours were in Call of Duty.
We had some good conversations on Mama Bash Live.
Other than Tootie Toot Toot.
I mean, even Tootie Toot Toot was a good conversation because it was funny as hell. That was funny. But believers can't seem to understand that when she's asking what are the red flags today, they just automatically go none. God is perfect. And they don't understand that she's saying if people today did what the God of the Bible did or commanded in the Bible today, what would be a red flag today? There was a guy that got up there and literally said that it wouldn't be a red flag if somebody came to him and said that God told him to tie himself up with a rope and eat bread cooked over his mama's human shit. He said it wouldn't be a red flag. And he said, if it was really God who told him that. So when I asked, how would you know if it was really God? He said that it was that question was outside of the line of questioning. Yeah, like he wouldn't answer the question, but he kept lying, saying that there was nothing that a person could come to him and say the God told him to do that he would see as a red flag today.
Nothing?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Like, where do you think that believers do not allow themselves to have personal standards when it comes to this God? Like, is the idea of having like that okay, this is where my boundary lies. This is the threshold. I'm not going to be able to go past this. I think Bash asked somebody that yesterday, and they weren't able to give anything. Like, I don't understand that cognitively, because I'm not going to be willing to just be you tell me to do it, I'm going to go do it type of person for anything or anyone. I wonder why they don't think about that with respect to this God.
I think a lot of them are just dishonest and they're afraid to even say that there is anything that the God did that they would cringe at today. Because there was another lady that kept coming up saying, y'all just want me to say God is evil. And she wouldn't listen to Mama Bash's reasons, like red flag reasons. She got louder and kept talking over Mama Bash. She said, she said, why am I listening to your reasons? Like she didn't want to hear it. She was afraid to hear anything bad, and she ended up leaving. But the guy that was claiming that there was nothing that a person could do today that he would see as a red flag, he said that atheists can't determine right from wrong or good from bad anyway. So he didn't care what we had to say. And then he said, how can you tell me that feeding babies to alligators is wrong? And Mama Bash dropped him and he said that. Did you come
And
up
to
here?
me, that's the part. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Fee.
No, I was just going to say that's the part that should be so disturbing for believers who listen to these conversations, but unfortunately it's not, i.e., Gene down here. I don't know why Gene's ass is back up here.
Gene just comes in here to
I
antagonize.
saw an
He isn't
opening.
serious. He doesn't come in here to actually have conversations. I think Gene has already deconstructed, and he's just not going to tell anybody.
Excuse me.
He's a pretend Christian right now for
Yeah, I
antagonistic
think Gene
purposes.
is
Down 2K.
he likes to be contrarian. Just I think that's his self-appointed role for some unknown reason. I don't know. Like we were talking about something, um, about somebody child sacrifice. He's like, well, none of these were children, i.e., as in the age. Like if you are talking about that as a whole ass adult, like you're just doing this for the purpose of doing it, Gene. Stop lying to yourself.
I mean, I like to focus on a topic. I apologize for that.
Sure, Gene. What topic did you come up here to talk about?
The third one is interesting to me, because in our view, God actually is a very good deceiver because he tricks the devil by giving us all life after death.
Whose view is that, Gene, that your God tricks the devil by giving you eternal life?
That's the Orthodox Church.
Which
You could
church father,
Google.
Gene?
I'm not ready to read the Church Fathers.
So if I
I've
Google
read
it,
like
can
a
I find the
little
church
bit.
father that said that if I Google that statement?
Of course.
Just up here lying to lie.
Do I sound like do I seem like a liar to you?
Yes.
My goodness. I need to not lie.
So I Googled which church father said God is the ultimate deceiver because he tricked the devil. No single church father explicitly called God the ultimate deceiver. Instead, multiple early church fathers, such as Gregory of Nyssa and Origen, argued that God used a divine bait to outsmart the devil and free humanity.
Yeah, so
So you lied.
close enough.
Nope, you lied.
That's not good enough.
I'm sorry, bait and deceiving are not the same thing. And no church father called your God the ultimate deceiver. You lied.
You're a very exacting person. I feel like that should count for something.
And you're a liar, and that counts for nothing.
Damn. Okay, but it's a fun thing to learn, right? The God tricked the devil.
It doesn't say he tricked the devil. He baited him. And that didn't even
Okay.
happen. That didn't even happen. He didn't even bait him. What was the bait, Gene?
Okay.
How did he bait him?
I mean, the Son of God was taken into death, which was the assumption was that he could then get all of the godness. He was trying to eat God, but he couldn't.
Did
Right?
your
So he
God,
resurrected.
did Satan help your God do that?
Satan's his own man.
Did he help your
I don't
God?
think
Did he help your God send Jesus to death?
I think you have flipped it because I don't
Answer
think the
the
devil needs
question.
help.
Did Satan help your God bring Jesus to death?
Yes.
Right. And Satan knew the whole entire time that your Jesus was going to die for the world.
Yeah, but he had a misconception.
Oh,
Seems.
where can I read his misconception?
Like I say, I'm lightly read on the church fathers, but the idea is that he was trying to steal godness, right?
Yeah,
by
what I'm
killing him.
asking is where can I read Satan's misconception, not your church fathers, unless your church fathers had lunch with Satan and they told him.
There's a text called The Harrowing of Hades, for example.
Did Satan write that? I'm just trying to figure out how y'all know what this
Okay,
Satan
so
character. Let me finish
I
speaking,
apologize.
Gene. I'm just trying to figure out how y'all know what this Satan character's intention were outside of this book. I just need to understand that. Who talked to the devil?
So I need to bring you a book written by Satan
I need
to
to
convince you.
just like I have words, a book with words of your God, right? Like, where are the words of this
Mhm.
devil character saying that that was his intention?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not aware of that book. I would not read that book if it existed. So,
You don't even
you
read the
know,
Bible. So why would we expect you to read that book?
The Harrowing of Hades, if anyone else is listening, is a very good
Gene, do not
thing to
talk to my
read
chat.
about this
Don't talk
topic.
to my chat. You know the rules of the live.
Oh, I do not know that, but I
Yes, you do.
apologize.
You
I will
got
not do
kicked off
that.
the live the last time you were on here for doing that, for doing exactly that.
Last time I was
You got kicked off for talking to the chat.
2,000
You got kicked
pounds
off for talking to
richer.
the chat. Like, you are annoying as fuck. Like, why don't you just go and do your half-ass relationship with your Jesus? And like, why do you keep coming in here?
Yeah, I like to sharpen my skills.
What skills?
Like, he's
You guys come
boring.
up with all
He's
random
boring as
stuff.
fuck.
Very.
You
Like
come
a
up with
boring fuck.
some very
Like, you
strange
gotta,
things.
like, it's so fucking boring. You can't even fake it. Like, you can't even fake a conversation, and you can't fake a fucking orgasm. That's how boring it is.
Damn. Okay, well, I guess goodbye. My goodness.
See you, Jane.
Oh wow. You think I'm boring? I guess that's the end of the conversation. I don't imagine why.
Also,
He does that shit every time he come in here. Like, he's just annoying as fuck. Tamika and Vire, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? I think he was on Mama Bash's live for like 2 seconds last night. Like, somebody said Gene came up, then the other Gene came up, and they were like 2 seconds behind each other. Oh, Mama Bash. They did that on Mama Bash and Mezzo's live back to back like that? Like, he never has anything of substance to say when he comes up. And then that laugh he does is irritating as fuck because he sounds like a immature ass child. No,
the funny part about
that's Fig. What were you saying, Fig?
the immature ass child is like unfortunately, it's the norm. Like, think about that 40-year-old woman that popped up on Mama Bash's live acting like she did this evening. Like, they're not okay. And it's almost like they're okay with this immature dysfunction that most of them deal with. And when we try to have conversations with them about it, it literally goes like this one with Gene went. It's ridiculous.
And the crazy thing is that it's not the information that makes Gene act like that. Gene just starts off like that. Like, sometimes the information that we provide or the thoughts that we share will make a believer turn into an immature child. Gene starts out like that, and that's the thing that's so fucking irritating. Like, he's intentionally doing it, like being antagonistic.
And I don't know what they get from that. Like, I know that there are people who are like chaos agents. They just like shit, drama and, nonsense and mayhem. But Like when you do that in these platforms, what do you get from it when you know the goal here is to discuss things and understand different perspectives? It's just so disruptive for no reason.
I think it's because he doesn't have anything that he really can, dispute or discuss. Like, cause he's a church father, baby. He's adopted everything the church fathers have said as truth. So he doesn't have to think. He doesn't have to study. Like, all he has to do is say, church father said. So all he can do is be a petulant child. I don't know why you asking me that question. That's a question for yourself.
Are you talking about the dogma question?
Mm-hmm. Like, what kind of question is that?
I don't know. I mean, allowed to accept is a weird place to start. I would start with what makes the dogma true. Like they just start with you're allowed to accept whatever the fuck you want to accept. Question is, does it make sense? Can you demonstrate its veracity? Like it's a weird question.
I asked on Mama Bash's Live, there's two questions that I have that believers, made me think about overnight. And one of them is about the whole spirit thing, because they were in the comments saying that I was going to regret everything when I die, like on Judgment Day, and that I was going to get a rude awakening. And so I asked, how am I going to feel it? Like, how is my spirit going to feel it? And they were saying, with your conscious heart, you'll feel it in your bones. And I'm like, y'all are talking about physical organs, like my brain. Like, I need my brain to feel anything. And so they kept throwing answers out that had to do with the body. And so I asked them, I said, how do you know your spirit is in pain if your body can't feel it? If there's nothing in your body that can feel your spirit's pain, how do you know when your spirit is in pain? And then my second question is, what criteria did you have when choosing a God? And how did you investigate and validate that criteria before choosing this one?
Did you get any answers?
Mm-mm.
Because I mean, both of them are amazing questions. The spirit one is, I would really be interested to see how they answer that, or if they will ultimately accept that they don't know the mechanisms for any of this shit and they just believe it. Because that definitely ties into your second question. Because you haven't even done window shopping for gods. You just chose the first one that you heard about and stuck with it. They better hope they're right as much as they tell us that.
Yeah, I think that most of them chose this God because they believe he is the creator of all things. And the second reason is they either don't want to go to hell or they want eternal life. And those are like options, like coercion, not investigation. And they always talk about how the God gave everybody free will to reject it. Well, if that is true, then when we did our investigation and we rejected it, like like if we're shopping for a house and we see that a house has bad plumbing, poor foundation, molding, and we reject a house, why are y'all mad that we rejected a God that we see has, bad plumbing, bad foundation for us? Why should we be punished for not buying a house that's going to rot? That's not going to protect us. And then you chose a house because of who the developer was, despite the fact that that developer has bad reviews.
I think that's a really good way to talk about this whole idea of rejection. Like, who was it? You that had the prompt, "Why won't God accept my rejection?" I can't remember who ran that one, but I
Zena.
think like, yeah, that was a Xena prompt. Yeah, I think that's a great analogy for that because they are so quick to talk about free will when it comes to God's lack of protection of people. But I mean, if they think Job had free will, then clearly God can put a hedge of protection around people and they still have free will. So that doesn't resolve that issue. So if you're telling me my free will has been granted to me for the purpose of rejecting this God, then you should have no issue when I do it. And especially when I can recite for you and outline the reasons that I did reject it.
I don't think they've they're so used to not applying any type of analysis on the choice to choose the God that I don't think that they actually would understand our question because they're in their minds is we don't have the mental capacity in our human brains, as they always say, to even analyze or investigate a God. And if they think that, then how the fuck are we supposed to choose one? And then that would mean that the God didn't really give us a choice, right? If we don't have the mental capacity to actually investigate that choice and choose it out of knowledge and information.
Yeah, that's a great point too. Because in what way is that a choice if I don't have the criteria to make an informed decision? Like you're ultimately telling me my brain is so limited that I cannot understand this God. I would assume that would apply to other gods as well. So if that's the case, then what did your God give me to determine whether or not I wanted to worship him either way? Like the shit falls apart as soon as you apply any pressure to it.
Yeah, that's why I think we get the type of conversations we get too because of that. Because it falls apart and all they know how to do is just cuss us out. I don't know why y'all keep coming in here knowing y'all gonna get muted as soon as y'all come in here with that shit. That's what I'm right, Star. Like they don't like the fact that they have children as young as 5, as young as 9, giving their life to this God. There is no expectation of investigation. And then there was a lady on the live tonight that was talking to Mama Bash about why she became an atheist after 50 years. And Mama Bash told her the story about faith and then told her, that she read Matthew 7. And after reading Matthew 7:23, she asked herself, she said, dang, I can't, trust this God because if these people who were doing all these works in Jesus' name are not saved because they are lawless, then who is saved? Like who is going to the kingdom of heaven? Because all Christians are lawless. They work lawlessness. And the lady just skated over what Mama Bash said. So I stopped her and I asked her, I was like, are you going to address the scripture that Mama Bash brought up? Because what you're talking about now, she said, love your neighbor is her Bible. And she said, that's all she focused on. I said, it sounds like you're saying to just disregard everything else your Jesus taught and just focus on love your neighbor. And you're doing the same thing atheists are doing. And she said, no, I'm not. I said, so then address the scripture that Mama Bash brought up. And she pivoted to her personal experience with Jesus. And I said, I understand. And I want you to know that I hear you. I heard what you said. You had a personal experience. And I believe that you really had that experience. So I don't want you to think that I'm discrediting that or invalidating that. But what I'm seeing or hearing is that you and Mama Bash arrived at the same conclusion regarding Matthew 7:23, and said it just like that. Then she started saying that we had animosity towards her. Like out of
Animosity,
nowhere.
how?
I don't know. Out of
You
nowhere.
must hate me. I think that speaks.
At the light.
She didn't
Go ahead,
like
Osama.
the fact that I said her and Mama Bash both got to the same conclusion without Jesus. Because she said that the reason why she hangs on to Jesus is because she wants to raise her children to be loving and respectable humans. And she said, I want to pray for my kids every night and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, Mama Bash has raised respectable humans. She's a grandmother now. And I said, but I said, both of you sound like, you're amazing mothers and you want to raise loving human beings. I said, you both have that in common. I said, and another thing you have in common is that you both came to the same conclusion about Matthew 7:23. I said, the difference is Mama Bash did that without Jesus, and you're holding on to Jesus in your own interpretative way. And she didn't like that I was saying that her and Mama Bash were the same, I guess. Because the reality is, when they hang on to their personal experiences, like they're like, oh, I had an experience with Jesus, they're basically saying that what Jesus taught in the Bible is irrelevant now because their personal experience trumps what he taught in the text. And if that's the case, you've arrived at the same conclusion that an atheist has arrived at regarding the text.
I don't know. It feels like to me, it would make me question why he said anything at all in the book. If that was the case, like if he was just gonna be, fuck it, scrap all that other shit, just keep this one.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
Like,
what's
she's arrived at the same thing that we've arrived at. The text is irrelevant.
all right?
Yeah. And she didn't like that. She's created her own version of Jesus. And I kept saying, like, it's not the Jesus in this book because you're not basing it on his teachings. You're basing it on your desire to love everybody and your desire to pray to something outside of you. And she said that's all she needs. Well, you've created your own God. It's not the one in this Bible, and you've arrived at the same conclusion as Mama Bash. Then she lied and said we said we're better than her. Like, when did we say that? It was either her or some guy. Somebody lied and said that we said we better than her. And was like, when did we say that? Like you got to be hearing like the God that you say you talk to in your head say that shit, because neither of us up here said that.
Maybe it is so apparently true that he thought that it was an obvious statement.
Obviously, it had to be like that. They was feeling something. And then that girl, Tootie Toot Toot, I kept taking Toots away. Her name ended up being Toot. And then K Free Will said, in a minute, she just gonna be. And then when she left the stage, Kay said, and it sounded like she farted when she left the stage. The shit was funny. But she said, I bet you're single. And I said, yes, I am. She was trying to, she was going off on her shit. She's like, I bet you single. I said, yes, I am. And then somebody on stage said, "Are you?" She said, "Yes." And we was like, "Well, then, like, what's your point?" And then she said, "But I'm not single for the same reasons you're single." Like, what?
How the fuck could she determine that though?
She's trying to say that I'm single because she said I had a darkness spirit or something. And then I said, "Well, I'm single." I said, "Well, are you single because you're celibate?" She said, "No." I said, "Oh, okay. So I'm single because I'm celibate." And then I said, "You're the one on dating sites." I said, "You remember you told us that you were on dating sites when you first started?" I said, "I don't go on dating sites." I said, "I don't search. I get searched." And that pissed her the fuck off.
I'm sure. I'm sure it did.
She went the fuck off. Y'all, the guest box is open. It's 500 of y'all in here. We only been live for 2 hours. I thought I changed that goat.
That goat be dancing his ass off.
Don't be scared to come up. If you're as long as you're 21 and up, and then also if you're respectful, it'll be a respectful conversation as long as you're not talking over people like the very first guest, and you're not lying on us. Like there's no reason to be scared. I wonder that toot toasted. That's crazy. We was talking about a toot toot toot, and then a toot toasted requested. Oh, he's a field bro. Yeah, no, I don't do field bro conversation. Good morning, ADHD. Lynn, these are kids. If you're not a field bro, then come up. Like, what is it that you are afraid of?
It's quite literally just a conversation. We do not bite. I promise you.
That's if you are disrespectful. Yes, I'm going to spaz. But if you're respectful, allowing people to talk, there's no need for me to spaz. I only spaz on disrespectful people. This is why I say I think a lot of people that are afraid to come up and talk to me know that they can't control themselves, because I don't spaz on people that don't deserve it. And then like that, it doesn't matter if I'm nice. You guys, y'all get disrespectful. Like y'all want me to let y'all talk to me any kind of way, and I'm not gonna do that. So y'all gonna have to learn how to be respectful if y'all want to have dialogue with me, and I not crash the fuck out on y'all.
I really don't think why people would have concerns, because respect usually begets respect. So if you're in a space and a person is saying, just engage respectfully, like don't cut me off, I won't cut you off. listen to what I'm saying, answer the questions that I'm actually asking you, just like I will answer the questions you're asking me. There's literally no reason to be concerned or scared.
Right. And I even set rules for the live that the host will only cut you off if you're not asking the question that they asked, to reiterate their question, or if you're going off topic. Right. Like I even, you all will hear me even tell a host, hold on, let them finish. I try to be as fair as possible, but when believers come up here, y'all don't even respect the rules. Yeah, there's a sense of entitlement and egotistical, condescending tones when y'all come up here. Like y'all are so mad that we don't believe in your God that y'all come up with disrespect. You come up with a chip on your shoulder. Which is insane because a lot of y'all be sitting in the chat scared to come up with that chip on y'all shoulder. Get rid of the chip. You won't be scared. Yeah, and we've talked about it 1,000 times already. Well, I didn't watch the actual thing. I watched some clips of it. I think they would be if Fee and I did a 1v20, they would be more comfortable having 20 people with them versus them talking to us by themselves.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I would be interested to see how that would go though, because like I think Jasmine had a lot more in common with their beliefs because she holds spiritual beliefs herself, and I wonder if it would be more difficult for them because I mean, they both kind of start on that faith based plane, and I mean, I like I said yesterday, I don't see things the way that she sees them, but I think it would be a different type of dialogue because our questions would be a little bit more pointed, I think, at like epistemology and just fucking critical thinking.
I think that's what they're afraid of. The pointed questions.
I think y'all would break the internet with that one. Yeah, I think y'all would break the internet with that one.
I think we would have a lot of people hating us.
I do think though that like
I think we would have a lot of people hating us. Yeah. We would have the biggest hate group ever. What was you finna say, Fee? Were you getting ready to say something, Fee?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I think they will receive what like Jasmine's perspective because there's still belief, right? There's still even though they disagree with it like vehemently, and I felt like a lot of those folks just got really disrespectful and catty with her for no reason. But I think they still had at least that common ground of reverence and like she was saying, like she still believes in the concept of a God. That to me, I think is a different position from their standpoint. Like she's just simply chosen the wrong God in their eyes. Like we're evil heathens that, that just straight, bound for hell because we reject the idea of God and all of his divinity. So I think they'd be a lot more, defensive with us.
Well, and she did say that she sees Yahweh, Jesus Christ, like all of them as God, right, as a universe. And so that kind of made them feel like she wasn't discrediting the God at all. She was just calling it something else. Prince?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Hey, Prince, how are you?
How's it going?
It's going good.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm 22.
Okay. Are you a believer? Well, yeah, you're a believer.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. There's 3 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
Number 2 and number 3.
Okay, we'll start with number 2, and we might get to number 3 depending on if anybody else requests. I do. Okay, so the way I want to think through the critical thinking here, I do have a question. In your choice to choose the God that you believe in, which is the God of the Bible, what analysis process did you go through when making this choice? Like before you say, "Yep, this is the God that I want to worship. This is the God that I believe. This is the God that I know is true." What criteria did you set for yourself before choosing a belief system, and how did you critically think through that criteria before making this choice?
At first, it would have been anecdotal evidence. So, like, it was personal experience that first caused me to explore religion. For the majority of my life, I guess I would have been an atheist. And then from that point, like, as I started to explore, honestly, I hung around a lot of atheist spaces. So, like, a lot of the problems that people have with the Bible, that's where I started. And then from that point, I started to, like, learn about more philosophical concepts and explore a few other religions. And at this point, I still remain Christian.
When you say remain Christian, I didn't hear the process where you, converted to Christianity, because you said you started out atheist. Then you said personal experiences made you explore religion. Then you said you hung out in atheist spaces. Then you learned philosophical, and then you remain Christian. So where was the conversion and the choice? And what did you
Yeah, my bad. I didn't want to
investigate?
monologue. Sorry.
That's okay. Like I
Yeah.
want to know this information. So I mean, just speak freely. Take a deep breath. As I stated, as long as you're respectful, I will be respectful as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was the criteria when you started searching after you had this personal experience? What were you looking for? And then how did you investigate and validate that criteria that made you land at Christianity is my question.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, in the sense of like landing in it, I guess it wouldn't be like that because my first experience, I would have automatically been indoctrinated in because the person I was talking to was a Christian. So I considered my first experience with something that I thought was supernatural to be with what would be considered the Abrahamic God.
Okay. When you say the person you were talking to, is this like dating or like a family member or
Nah, it was a friend of mine.
a friend?
So I used to be a street pharmacist
Okay.
in professional terms.
Mhm.
And my friend was like starting to go through his spiritual journey. And I mean, we would talk about it, we was cool. And he would tell me stuff that he was going through. And then during one of our conversations, I had some experience that I considered supernatural, which then I guess made me start to like research about it. And then I ended up getting locked up for being a street pharmacist. And while I was in there, I then continued to have more experiences. I was locked up with a person that served in the military. So he unalived a lot of people. And he would talk to me about how he was a very strong atheist because, he watched the life blink in and out of people, etc. That was the way he described it. So I guess like I was always viewing it from the Christian lens, but I tried my hardest to deconstruct. That's why I expressed that I like hung around atheist spaces because I didn't want to be a Christian.
Okay, so what I hear you say, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that you started out as a Christian from your friend who indoctrinated you. Then you had the supernatural experience. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say I've had 2 supernatural experiences.
And that was after you became a Christian.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went to jail and had more supernatural experiences. You met
No, not necessarily supernatural. I'm sorry if that's
okay.
what I said.
Like
just
personal experiences.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you say that one of the criteria for choosing a God is the personal experiences?
Yeah, I think ultimately like everything that we have access to is going to be through our experiences and sense data.
Okay. And then was there any other criteria that you hold for what would make a suitable God for you?
Yeah. So like as I started to become more philosophically aware, I started to compare some of my beliefs and construct my own framework and disregard certain dogma that were contradictory and etc. I'm pretty progressive when it comes to most Christians. Like a lot of my beliefs aren't some that you're probably familiar with. So
Okay. So like if you were going shopping for a house and I say, if I was your realtor and I say, well, okay, what are your criteria for a house? What would you say?
when it comes to a God or
No,
a house,
for a house. Like if I was your realtor and I say, Prince,
um,
what is your criteria for a house?
I mean, I got a daughter, so I prefer a 2 or 3 bedroom crib,
And anything else?
preferably in the suburbs.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't really care.
And then you don't care about anything. Okay. And then so if I came to you with a 7-bedroom house in the country, did I follow your criteria? Would you
Nah,
accept that
but
house?
sounds like you did better than what I wanted. I'd be pretty happy with that.
But what if you couldn't afford it?
Oh, well, shit. I guess I'm not getting a house now.
Right. So like, because I don't know what your budget is here, right? You said 2 to 3
Yeah, yeah.
bedrooms. So like when I'm asking about like criteria for a God, like
hmm
should a God be have integrity, or prioritize integrity or prioritize morality? Should a God be trustworthy? Should a God be all good, or should the God be balanced, some good, some evil? Should a God punish the wicked and not punish the innocent? Like, what are your criteria for choosing a God and saying this is the God for me?
Yeah, I would say I'm probably like neoclassical adjacent. I hold
What does that
to,
mean?
so like neoclassical is going to be like some of the omni properties, but it believes that God is sort of relational and not all atemporal. And then I say adjacent because I don't hold to all of the precepts that are necessary for some of the like omni properties.
Which omni properties do you hold to?
Um, well, I more so go with like the maximally great being definition. So maximally loving, maximally just, omnipresent would be one of them, etc.
What is maximally, like, are you putting a limit on that? Like, is it like within his nature only, or?
Yeah, probably. I'm a Thomist, so the framework that they use is they define God as a maximally great being.
So not all loving is right. Maximally, like saying that it's within his nature,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Because it's a little bit different. Like if I said all loving, well, then it doesn't really make sense if you're all loving to hate something, right? But if you're maximally loving, that can entail within that nature that maybe hating bad things or something that's opposing to your nature would be good, etc.
So what is the parameters around the hate that your God is allowed to do? What type of hate is your God allowed? Is it just hate against things that are evil?
I think anything. Well, I don't believe evil has an ontology, so I think anything that's evil would just be something that goes against the will or the nature of God.
Something or someone? Like
It could be both.
okay. So
I'm sorry.
if a
I'm not trying to
if
be strict with my language.
no, it's okay. I'm trying to, like, this is just a process of critical thought. I'm trying to understand your thought process when choosing this specific God, and you saying that you don't want to be Christian, but like you don't have a choice because it's basically, I think you're saying it's true. Like you've investigated it and it's true, right? That's the claim
Yeah,
that you're
so
making.
far, but I wouldn't claim that I'm like the smartest guy in the world. There could be
No, it's
evidence
okay.
that would prove me
I'm not
wrong.
checking to see if you're the smartest person. The claim that it's true, right? And I'm just trying to see. So I'm gonna tell you why I'm asking this question. I've not talked to a believer who's actually gone through this investigation and analysis process when choosing the God. But what they always say to us is God gives you a free will to choose or reject him. And when you're making a choice, an informed decision, that typically goes through a process of investigation, a process of critical analysis, reasoning, rationalization. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And so myself, like I started out Christian. I was a missionary, and I had already chosen the God. But when I started doing my own investigation and not leaning on the understanding of my parents and other believers, I found that I had actually made a choice that didn't actually suit me. And that's because I didn't necessarily know why I needed a God. I didn't know what a God was. And so once I answered those questions and investigated, the choice for me was to obviously reject what was being put in front of me. And so I'm trying to understand from a believer's perspective, if a believer goes through that same process of investigation when they're deciding, yes, this is the God for me. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Is that why you were asking the questions earlier about
Yes.
like some of the properties?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's why I prefaced with like hanging around some of the atheist spaces. So like one of the first things that I learned about was like the Amalekites, for example. And so then what I would do is like compare, okay, so the God that I understand, excuse me, that's like described in the Bible would be all loving and is just, etc. And so then I have to compare, well, what's being described in the Amalekite situation, and is that contradictory? And I understand obviously some people come to opposite conclusions than I do, but I don't see a contradiction.
Okay, and so you see a maximally loving God in the Amalekite narrative. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
one that wouldn't act according to like things that I would like, but you know, that's neither here nor there.
Well, I think that that's important, right? Because if the God doesn't match your moral system, then my next question would be, why is that the God that you chose? Right? You wouldn't date someone who was less moral than you, right?
Nah, definitely not.
So why would you choose a God who is less moral than you? And I'm not saying that you did. I'm saying that that's why that to me would be important criteria to investigate. But going
Yeah.
back to the Amalekite story, you say you don't see a contradiction to the maximally loving God or all loving within the Christian omni property. So he's maximally loving within your worldview, but also
hmm
you saw this God being all loving within the traditional Christian love worldview.
Yeah. Do you mind? I want to answer that question, but do you mind if I expound on the morality one? Because I think
Yeah.
that was a pretty important
Mhm.
point. So I'm sure, like when I brought up that I that I used to be a street pharmacist and that I was locked up, there was probably a little bit of judgment that went around, right? Like clearly I don't make the best decisions. So when I'm making a comparison between my moral framework and the one that's offered within the text, I think that the paradigm is pretty clear that not only within the text, but what I witness in real life, that humans' moral frameworks are not only subjective, which are usually the solely beneficial, but that they usually do bad things and are contradictory. So to me, it isn't surprising that I don't agree with decisions that a God would make that has access to knowledge I don't.
I don't necessarily agree with that, considering that the God communicates through human beings who have the same subjective moral framework as other human beings. It's the human who has to say whether or not they agree with the decision that the God made and whether they see that as moral or not. And I think a lot of followers of this God believe that the God has an objective moral framework, but I would think that a God would be more amoral than objectively moral. And I don't see how an amoral entity could even begin to set guidelines for a moral standard for humans who could only have a subjective moral standard.
Well, I think it's intersubjective in the sense that, like, well, obviously God is defined as like a mind. So I'm sort of playing around with like divine command theory in a sense. I'm not sure if I affirm it or not, but clearly that's like a dogma associated with Christianity. So if you did affirm DVC, that would be like an intersubjective morality.
Right. Divine command theory doesn't necessarily deal with morality. Divine command theory deals with sovereignty. Whatever the God says is good and just and right.
Yeah, so it would be intersubjective in the sense that like it's dependent on his mind, but objective to us.
But it's not really objective to you because it's dependent on the situation. So it is subjective. So, for example, the Amalekites would be morally good because the God said, but to kill someone's descendants 500 years later is morally wrong to you, right?
Well, me personally, the problem that I have is like the babies. That part is crazy to me. But like, I think if we were to examine that, like, I'm sure you got 500 viewers in here, so I know you've heard the apologetics for it before. But it's like, you know, he did give him 500 years to try and right their wrongs, and then I constantly hear like these analogies where, you know, atheists offer this like hypothetical where it's like, what if God unalived Schmittler before he did what he did? And it's like, obviously that would be a net positive, but when he unalives people that do bad within the text, then there's a problem. So it seems like people want to eat their cake and have it too.
Yeah, but I don't think we're talking about an analogous situation, right? Hitler targeted a group of people and killed them for being different. Your God commanded the deaths of descendants of people who wouldn't allow the Israelites to pass through their land, right? So that's not analogous. And what would be more analogous to the Amalekite story would be if Black Americans started killing the descendants of Europeans because their ancestors enslaved our ancestors 400 years ago.
I mean, honestly, like I wouldn't really see a problem with that. I think that there's like this fine balance. I even ask people about that. I think like if I was to say that the Amalekite situation was just, I'd have to be okay with that one.
You think it's okay to walk up to a random white person today and kill them because their ancestors owned slaves 500 years ago?
No, I'm saying that's given the moral framework. If God commanded people to do that, like obviously I'd have to say that that's okay, but people aren't doing that at the moment, right?
People aren't doing
I'm
it
a
at the moment because
quasi-realist when
people
it
are more
comes to moral
moral than your
statements.
God. Humans are
I
more
just want
moral.
to.
I'm sorry, 1 second. People
Yes,
are
ma'am.
not doing that because people have a higher moral framework than your God. And the fact that you think that if a God commanded for humans to do that, that would be okay. So when your God commanded the Europeans to enslave West Africaners 400 years ago, are you saying that was moral?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you? Wait, first of all, I definitely wouldn't say that God commanded the people to do that. But
Why
are you?
not?
I thought that the analogy was that the slavery like continued for 400 years. I thought that's what you were saying. I didn't know you meant modern times.
No, the issue with the Amalekites didn't continue for 500 years. Your God held a grudge for 500 years. Because the Amalekites would not allow the Israelites to pass through their land, and the Israelites, they attacked the Amalekites from behind to defend their own land, your God held a grudge. And he commanded the descendants of the Amalekites 500 years later to be annihilated because of that. And
Well, as far
so
as
the
I'm sorry, I didn't
analogy,
even interrupt you.
go ahead, what were you going to say?
Well, I was just gonna say, as far as I'm aware, isn't it like that throughout those years, not only were they trying to get through, but those people were doing things like child sacrifice, serving other gods, etc.
No. Well, all nations in the ancient Near East served other gods, but no. And them serving other gods don't have shit to do with the Israelites. That's like saying that Muslims deserve to die because they don't worship Jesus. But the Israelites sacrificed children, but that's another thing. And your God required sacrifices, but that's another thing. What the Amalekites did is that they would not allow the Israelites to cross into their land. And then they attacked the Israelites from behind as they were crossing, and to defend their land. And so your God held a grudge for 500 years and commanded the annihilation of the descendants of Israelites 5 generations later, which is why I gave the analogy that of modern day descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, killing the descendants of the slave owners from 400 years ago. And how today we would not see that as a moral thing to do. In our society, we wouldn't see it as a moral thing to do, even if a person said God commanded it. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
There's definitely plenty of people in modern times that claim God told them to do things that, I mean, I'm sure me and you would agree God definitely didn't tell them to.
No, I don't know that, because that is right up your God's alley, right? Your God commanded the slaughtering of the descendants of the Amalekites 5 generations later. These are people your God commanded to be put to death that never even met their ancestors. Most of them probably didn't even know the story because there's no evidence of the Amalekites ever existing. So your God commanded for them to be slaughtered for something they never did.
Yeah. I was trying to say earlier, so when it comes to like moral statements, I'm a quasi-realist. So like I can make statements about like how I feel about it, but that doesn't really address like the morality of it. So like if we're gonna do an internal critique of the Bible, I mean the framework that was laid out is if you've sinned, you're worthy of unalivement. So I mean, regardless when the
Why
judgment
is it a
was or who
sin
they
to
did it
not let the
to,
Israelites cross?
it goes against God's will,
Who's God?
the Abrahamic God.
Were the Amalekites in covenant with the Abrahamic God?
It doesn't really matter.
It does. Because I think you take this property and place it on top of ancient texts. In the ancient world, gods were dormant, and each nation had their own god. In the ancient world, your God did not claim to be the God of the Amalekites. He didn't claim to be the God of Babylon. He didn't claim to be the God of Egypt. They had their own gods. And so when the Amalekites refused to allow the Israelites to pass through, they had every right to protect their property. And even if they were worshiping another God, they had every right to do so, as they were not in covenant with the God of Israel. The
That doesn't mean that
the
that's
covenant
where
was for the land and the people of Israel only.
Yeah, God intends for all people to be part of Israel. So if they aren't, that goes against his will. That's a sin.
That was not the case during ancient Israel. That came later
So
with, hold on,
given,
1 second.
I'm sorry.
That came later with Jesus. That was not the case during this time of the Amalekites.
So given the biblical narrative from the beginning of creation, it wasn't God's intention for all people to be in direct covenant with him.
No, it was not.
I mean, that's clearly just like not supported by the text.
But if you can find me that in the Hebrew text.
It's supported by the theme.
In the Hebrew
Like,
text, yes. If you could find me that in the Hebrew text.
Well, I'm not a Jew. I have the whole Bible.
Well, you asked from the beginning, and what we are discussing right now is a narrative from the Hebrew scriptures during the time of
Yeah, and the
ancient.
narrative
Let me
claims
finish,
that the
please. Let me
revelation
finish,
was
please. Remember the rules of the live. What we are discussing right now is a narrative written in the Hebrew scriptures during the time of ancient Israel. And the question you just asked me is, did the God of the Bible want all of humanity to enter this covenant that he had with Israel? And the answer is no, not until Jesus, not until the New Testament, which is first century Rome. So if you can find me something in the Hebrew scriptures from when your God was in this covenant with Israel, where he says that his goal is to bring the whole entire world into the covenant with Israel during the time of ancient Israel, then that would be great. But it has to come from the Hebrew scriptures.
Yeah, why do I have to follow those parameters?
Because we're talking,
You're
the
doing an
question
internal
you,
critique, but then
yes, an
ignoring my
internal,
parameters.
yes. And does the story start with ancient Israel?
Yeah, but it follows an entire narrative, so you can't disregard parts of the narrative.
Do you remember your question was from the beginning of time?
Right. And
Right.
that
So
includes
show
the
me
entire
that.
narrative.
Yes. So show me that. Show me your God saying that from the beginning of time.
Okay. So I don't have to follow those parameters because if God's all knowing, right? That would mean that given the entire narrative, his intention would have been known the entire time because he's
Yes.
ultimately efficacious.
Correct. So are you
So I
saying that
don't want
when
to
he told
disregard
it
the
to
entire
Paul,
thing.
the Amalekites got it when Paul got it?
I mean, that is like, well, number one, I do want to preface that I'm a universalist. I believe all those people were saved.
I
And I think
understand.
that
My
that was the
question is,
intention of
are
the
you
Lord to the entire time.
right? That's not what I'm asking. Because I think you're fighting because what you need is Paul's language of universalism, right? In Romans, I think 15, right? So when he said it to Paul in first century Rome, are you saying that the Amalekites got it when Paul got it?
Like, did the Amalekites that were not alive hear it when Paul heard it?
Right.
Obviously not.
Right. So if Paul got it in first century Rome, and that's where you need to go to prove that that was your God's plan all along, then how would the Amalekites know that if
Just
your
because
God,
they
well, let
didn't
me
know
finish
doesn't mean
speaking,
it
please.
wasn't his
Let me
plan.
finish speaking, please. How would the Amalekites know that if Paul didn't get it until first century Rome and the rest of y'all didn't get it until Paul got it?
Why do they have to know for it to be God's plan?
So then you're saying that your God did not communicate to the Amalekites that he was their God and he killed them from sinning against him without them knowing that he was their God?
No, I believe if the biblical narrative is true, that since the beginning of humanity, humans have known about the one true God and then chose to break the covenant.
So
And then from
humans
that
are
point
all
forward,
knowing?
what responsibility? And then from that point forward, what responsibility does God have to bring them back into the covenant without violating their free choice?
Sure. So the Amalekites didn't actually need to have this relationship with this God. They didn't need the laws laid out to them the way the Israelites did. The Israelites were introduced to the God by Moses in the wilderness. They didn't know this God until Moses freed them. So they had to be taught about this God, what his desires were. You're saying that the Amalekites should have known all of that without a Moses?
No, that's not at all what I just said.
Oh, well, how are the Amalekites to know this God?
God's intention from the beginning, like the telos, was for all people to be in communion since the beginning.
How were the
That's what I've
Amalekites to
said the
know
whole
this?
time. If people didn't go against God's will,
How were the
that was his
Amalekites to know
intention.
this God is my question.
If they didn't go against his will.
How are they to know? Listen
Or
to the question.
you see, now you're
I'm sorry.
interrupting me.
Listen, you're not answering my question. Remember the rule. The only time we will interrupt you is if you're not answering the question
You're
we're
right.
asking.
You're right. You're
Well,
right.
thank you. My question is, how would the Amalekites know this God or his will without a Moses or someone teaching them about this God?
They could have gone to the temple. They could have prayed. They could have repented and sacrificed to the one true God.
What?
I'm sure we would
That-
all agree that there's a cultural pairing, right? Like that these people were interacting with each other and aware of each other's
How would they
pantheons.
know? How would they know that your God was the one true God without someone teaching them that? Remember when Paul said that
Did you
Gentile?
not?
Let
Did you
me
just
let me
ignore
finish
what I just
speaking.
said?
Remember when Paul said that the Gentiles did not know God, and that they cannot know unless there is a preacher. Do you remember when Paul said that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that Amalekites are Gentiles?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if Paul acknowledges that the Gentiles did not know this God and that they needed a teacher to know this God, how would the Amalekites know that they need to go to your God's temple, that they need to repent to your
Mm-hmm.
God, that they are sinning against your God without a teacher?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you going to allow me to get my whole answer out?
As long as you answer the question that I am asking.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask you a clarification question?
Sure.
Would we agree that given historical context that we have access to right now, that these people were interacting with each other during this time?
All the nations interacted with each other.
Okay. So then they had access, if they wanted to learn about the God and get access to a preacher.
How would they know that he is the one and only true God? Is my question. How would they know that they need to repent to this God if they didn't have a teacher? Knowing that the Israelites have a God is like knowing Babylon has gods, like knowing that Egypt has gods, Assyria has
Mm-hmm.
gods, Canaan has gods, the Hittites had gods. How would they know that the Israelites' God is the one and only true God unless they had a teacher?
Yeah. You're like, I feel like you're like ignoring me.
You realize that you are saying that they should have known because the Israelites lived around them?
No, I'm not saying they should have known. I'm saying they had the opportunity to. You're saying, how could they have? The narrative that we're given, it says that these people were made in a way that they were able to find it if they wanted to.
Sure. Did they know that the Egyptians had gods?
Yeah, they knew all these people did.
Should they have known that the Egyptians' gods were the one and only true gods?
Obviously, I don't agree with that.
But how would they know?
They'd have to seek.
They would have to seek.
Just like the
I'm
narrative.
sorry, they would have to seek. And when they sought the Egyptian gods, who would they go to?
I'm assuming the Egyptians.
The Egyptian what?
I mean, I don't serve the Egyptian gods, so I don't know.
All pantheons had priests. All pantheons had teachers. Like the Israelites actually copied all the nations around them. They had priests, they had teachers. Like each nation had their own gods. The gods were dormant. The gods did not go across nations and talk to people. The gods could only talk if the human being talked. Much like
I agree.
today, right? So are humans omnipresent?
No, obviously not.
Right. And so if humans are not omnipresent, then how would another nation know your God unless you go there? Much like how the Europeans brought their
I feel like
God
you're literally
to the
ignoring
continent
me.
of Africa.
Given the narrative, God claims that all people have the ability to seek and find.
How did West Africa learn about this God? Did your God speak to West Africa without
You're
Europeans
literally
coming?
just ignoring me.
No, I'm trying to go with your narrative. Like
I don't
they
think it's
should.
necessary for people to get access to a priest to learn about God.
Okay, so how would they have learned about your God?
I mean, there's people that learn about God from the trees in the sky. Like, I'm sure you've heard those arguments before.
I've never talked to anybody who learned about your God from trees in the
I
sky.
definitely
Trees talk.
have. I've definitely talked to some stupid people that have. No,
Well, you just
Hey
called them
Prince,
stupid.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
Prince, can you stop
there's
speaking
stupid
over
people.
Prince? I'm sorry, Prince, can you stop speaking over her? There are people in the chat that use captions, and she asked you not to do that before you came up here.
Okay.
Like you say they learned about your God from trees in the sky, and then you called them stupid, which means that you think that it's stupid for them to be saying they learned about your God from trees in the sky. And it makes me wonder if you would be considered stupid for positing
I
that
don't think that they're
as a
stupid.
I'm
I
sorry.
think that
I'm sorry.
You're doing
I'm
it
sorry.
again.
okay.
You literally called them
I'm
stupid.
sorry.
Do you realize that?
Yeah,
You
I
said
didn't.
I can play it back. You called them
Okay.
stupid. You don't remember saying that?
I can clarify what my intention was.
But do you remember calling them stupid?
Sure, maybe the words came out my mouth. Do you want me to clarify what I meant?
For calling them stupid?
I think
What?
Yeah, like, do you want me to clarify what I meant by the words? Because obviously, like, you're not omniscient, right? So you don't know everything that I intend by my words.
I think you're trying to
What?
gaslight me right now. Like,
No, I'm
I think
not.
we all know what stupid means.
Yeah, I was, just to clarify, obviously colloquially, like what based on your reaction, the people in this room are going to say that someone that comes to that realization would be stupid. That doesn't mean that I think that they're stupid.
Oh my
That was what my
gosh.
intention was.
what?
So you called them
How does
stupid
that
because the
logically
people,
I ain't
follow?
gonna lie, you're
right.
literally gaslighting.
You called them stupid because the people in the chat would have called them stupid. Is that what you just said?
Why don't we just get back to substance instead of rhetoric?
I'm sorry. Is that what you just said? The people in the chat would have called them stupid, so that's why you called them stupid?
Can we get back to substance?
No, I just want to make sure that's what you just said.
Yes, that's what I said.
So you just
Let's get back
scapegoated
to
the whole
substance.
entire chat because you can't
That's
hold
crazy
yourself
work.
accountable for what you just did. Go
I
ahead, Fee.
guess, whatever.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. Like, I mean, you're making claims. You made a very bold claim about the Amalekites being already knowing, and then you made this statement about a
No, I
tree.
didn't.
I'm sorry. Can you mute? So if you can't control yourself from speaking over people, you asked for a civil discourse. We're trying to give that to you. Can you make that a little bit easier for us? Because this is ridiculous. You made a statement about people coming to God, seeing trees, and then you made the statement that you made about it. No, seeing a tree and having curiosity about where it came from will not lead you to Yahweh. In the same way Thinker asked you that question about how Jesus got to the continent, it wasn't through trees. There's literally nothing in this text that states that these other nations were offered Yahweh. Actually, the opposite is stated. Yahweh was given the Israelites, just like the other gods in the pantheon were given their allotment of people. So the narrative that you are painting and the way that you are trying to construct this cohesive story from the Old Testament to the New Testament is just simply not supported by the scriptures. Unless you can point us to in this Bible where the Amalekites were offered the opportunity to serve Yahweh. The only offering that these people ever got was become our slaves and give us your shit or die. Literally the only offering they got from this God. And that we can point out to you in the Bible.
You know what's interesting is that he says, I'm not Jewish, but yet he's defending a Jewish narrative. He's defending Jewish people who followed a command from a Jewish God, because now he believes that the Jewish God is his God. So he has to depend on first century Rome and discredit the Jewish text while at the same time depending on the Jewish text and defending the Jewish text to defend his Christian God character. That's a lot of work.
A whole lot. To ultimately get to a God that still can't do shit in our objective reality is wild.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I talk now? Can we get back to the substance?
Can you address the question that I asked you?
Could you repeat it? Y'all both said a lot of things.
Can you point to the Bible, in the Bible, where this offer was made?
I literally already made my point. You just
Well, then there
disregarded
is no substance to get back
I
to,
didn't
is there?
disregard it. I'm telling you that you made a claim that's not substantiated. It's just what you think. I'm asking if it's true.
Wait, so
And if it
you
is
think?
true, show.
I'm sorry.
I am
No.
so fucking
I
sorry.
said
Like this. If it is true, then show me how you landed at that conclusion. You came up here talking about point number 2, right, Bender?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the prompt that you chose. And we're talking about critical thought. Critical thought requires connectors. Critical thought requires substantiation. If you are making a claim about the offer that these people received, you have to be able to show that to us in the Old Testament, where they were. These folks weren't in the New Testament.
So we all already agreed that the biblical narrative shows that from the beginning,
No, we didn't
God
agree with
wanted.
that.
So God didn't create Adam and Eve in direct communion with him?
We didn't talk about Adam and Eve.
Totally different thing. What the
Oh
fuck?
my lord. Y'all y'all just make shit so difficult for no
We
reason.
did not talk about Adam and Eve at
I
all.
know that you know the Bible. So
We did
obviously
not
I
talk
know that
about
you
Adam and
understand what I'm
Eve.
trying
We
to
did
say.
not talk about Adam and Eve at all.
Okay.
I'm just like
I
shocked
mean,
that
the
you
main
just tried to like add that in.
I didn't know if I was lagging or if y'all
You
were
just
being
tried to
quiet. I'm
like
sorry.
add that
That's why I
in.
wasn't talking.
Like, yeah.
I'm not trying to
Yeah,
add
yes you
anything
are.
in. I mean,
Like,
I
I don't
brought
know
up the
what you
point
were
earlier.
nervous of.
That's
Like,
what I
what,
said.
like you literally
Just
want
we
me to
didn't talk
spaz
about
out
Adam
on
and Eve
you. He
earlier.
wants me to spaz out because
nah.
he's scared right now. He's backed into a corner. He wants me to curse him out, and that's why he keeps talking over us. He literally sat there and waited until I started talking so that he could start talking. He wants me to curse him out because he's fucking terrified and he can't leave. He wants an excuse to leave, don't you, Prince?
Nah.
Yeah, you do.
I'm chilling.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier when I brought up like that God's intention since the beginning was for us to be in communion with him, I figured that it was inferred that like since God created Adam and Eve in communion with him, that was his intention. But I'm sorry, I thought that you like knew that.
He didn't create Adam and Eve to be in communion with him. He created Adam to be a laborer, and he failed at that. So then he created Eve as his heir, and then he kicked them the fuck out once they gained knowledge of morality. So he did not create Adam and Eve to be in communion with him. And what I was talking about is the covenant. And as I stated, I don't know, 3-4 times, the covenant between this God and the people of Israel, which governed the land of Israel, because in the ancient world, gods were dormant.
Number one, you have to support your exegesis of the text. I don't know why you're making claims about the text when you're not a scholar. Obviously, I don't agree with your interpretation of the text.
Which part do you not
What
agree with?
interpretation?
You made the claim about God failing and not making them in direct
I
communion
said
when
Adam
clearly there's
failed, not your God.
got you. Okay. Regardless, right? You just like disregarded my claim, which again, you're ignoring my point. What you're talking about the covenant has nothing to do with the telos that God intended, which is my point.
Well, I'm sorry that you did not understand what I meant by covenant between the God of Israel and the people of Israel, which governed the land of Israel, because, as I stated, for probably the 5th time, gods during the ancient Near East were dormant to each nation. Each nation had their own gods. The gods were dormant to the land. And just to help you out, in 2 Kings 5:7, Naaman asked, if not, please let your servant be given 2 mule loads of earth, so for your servant will no longer offer either burnt offering or sacrifice to other gods, but to the Lord. Indeed, now I know there is no God in all the earth except in Israel. He was asking if he can take dirt from Israel back to his land so he could worship the God of Israel, because gods were dormant and he wanted to take the God back with him, i.e., dirt.
Yeah, I don't know why you keep repeating the point. I understand it. You're just not listening to me.
Yeah, repeat back to me why that is relevant.
Yeah, so what you're basically saying is the gods are dormant, they're like geographically based, etc., and that these people believed in certain gods based on their geographical position at
Can
this
y'all get the
time.
spammer in the chat for me, please? Go
I
ahead.
understand that.
Why is it
But
relevant to this conversation?
tell me, thinker.
No, you said you understand, so why is it relevant?
Because what you're trying to claim is that the Amalekites didn't have access to God
No. What
without
is
a
the
priest.
question you asked?
Yeah, you're just not listening.
Fucking gosh.
In reality, you should have been writing this stuff down so you could keep track of what's going on. But
Well, Thinker just keeps repeating the same point.
You
This is
asked
not
the
answering.
dumbass question. Isn't it true that in the beginning God wanted everybody to be in covenant with him? And my answer was
Mm-hmm.
no. And you needed
Mm-hmm.
to run to Paul. And I said, unless you can show me from the Hebrew text where the God of
Mm-hmm.
Israel tells the Amalekites or any other nation that he wants them to be in covenant with him and the Israelites, and you started having a hissy fit, not wanting to go to the Hebrew scriptures because you're not Jewish.
Yeah,
Remember
it's not a
that?
hissy fit. I
It
just
is a
don't have
hissy
to
fit.
abide by
And
those
so your
rules.
original question was about your God wanting everyone in covenant with him. And my
Mm-hmm.
answer was no. The covenant
Mm-hmm.
was between this God and the people in the land of Israel in the ancient Near East. It did not change until Jesus in first century Rome. And I said that 3 damn
Mm-hmm.
times. And then you decided to
Okay.
lie and say that it was about Adam and Eve. And then I corrected you on
Mm-hmm.
that. Your God did not create Adam and Eve to be in communion with him. Your God created
Mm-hmm.
Adam to be a laborer, and Adam failed at that. So your God created Eve as his Azer. And then he kicked them out of the garden once they gained a moral consciousness. That's what I
So
said.
just okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm actually trying to allow you to talk. It just was really long. So your claim, just to go point by point,
you can
because
go
for some
ahead.
reason you keep shotgunning and it's just better to go linear. So, number one, your claim is that the Garden of Eden, when Adam and Eve existed in the Garden of Eden, they weren't in direct communion with God.
No. Your God did
Okay.
not create Adam and Eve to be in communion with him. He created Adam to be a laborer. And when Adam failed,
I
he
heard that
created
already.
Eve to be his Azer.
I heard all that already.
So then you should not
I don't
have
know why you keep
misquoted me.
repeating the
So
same
then
stuff.
you should not have misquoted me, Prince.
I didn't misquote you.
You did. I
You
did not say that they were not in direct communion with your God. He did not create them for that purpose, which is what you said.
Okay. One more time, because apparently you can't listen. Support your exegesis, gang. Stop just talking out your mouth.
Sure, Adam was created to till the ground, to cultivate it. He wasn't avad, a
No, let me help
laborer.
you with your tracking issue.
I'm sorry.
The Garden of
Adam
Eden.
was created to cultivate the ground. He was an avad. He was a laborer. And then when your God saw that it was not good for Adam to be alone, Badah, your God created Eve from his rib to be an Azer, a strong opposite.
Yeah, do me a favor. What's the Garden of Eden described as?
A fucking garden.
Okay, so you're just being difficult because you know I backed you into a corner now and you don't want to answer.
What corner? You
What?
haven't pulled up one scripture to substantiate this connection and communion that
It's
God
hilarious
wanted
because she's
with.
not pulling out a scripture to just.
I am so sorry. Thinker can read you the scripture where it says that God created Adam to till the ground. It's literally in the book. Show us where he wanted to take him to Denny's. Show us that.
They tripped me out sitting in the
Y'all are
comments
so
talking about, I'm
insufferable.
scared to come up. I'm scared. Y'all scared because you know
It's
that you act
ridiculous.
a fucking fool every time you come up here.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 8, God is walking in the garden with Adam and Eve, which is considered direct communion.
Show me where it says he's walking with them. Show me where it says with.
Genesis chapter 3,
Show
verse
me
8,
where it says
Adam and
with.
Eve hear the footsteps of a God. I
If
just said it.
if I hear Fee walk across the hall, am I walking with her?
Who else
Ooh,
would
backed
be in the
into a
garden?
corner. If I hear
Who else would be in the garden?
Fee walking across the hall, am I walking with her?
Yeah, you're both walking in the hall.
You
That is
all,
so dishonest. She said
like it's
she didn't say she
ridiculous.
was walking. She said she heard. Like if I hear somebody walking in my front yard right now through my window of my office, am I walking with them, Prince?
Say that one more time. I didn't hear that.
It's the same fucking question Thinker asked you about me. If I hear someone walking across my front yard right now as I sit in the office of my house, am I walking with them?
You're sitting. Obviously, you're not walking with them.
So hearing the sound of someone walking does not mean that you are walking with them, correct?
Okay.
Especially when the rest of the verse
What you're
says,
doing
and
is a
they
genetic
hid. They
fallacy.
were not with him, and they hid. What the fuck?
Yeah, what you're doing is a genetic fallacy.
No, we're doing what's called
Oh,
literacy.
bucko.
We're doing what's called
Pobrecito.
literacy and reading. Like, this is ridiculous. The arrogance is unnecessary, too.
How am I being arrogant? It's just frustrating because I feel like what I'm saying is like pretty clear, but for some reason I have to like
Maybe it's
continuously
clear
go
to
back
the
and
people
forth.
you called stupid earlier that talks to trees.
Yeah, maybe. So again, we would agree that in Genesis 3 verse 8, it says that they hear the footsteps of an
And then they
immaterial
hid.
God walking in a space where only they exist.
And then they hid.
Is that true? Yes or no?
And then they hid.
Just answer my question, gang.
I did.
What
And
did you
then they
say?
hid.
He said,
I
"Is
didn't
Okay,
it
even hear what you
true that
said.
they
You were
heard his
speaking when
footsteps?"
somebody else was speaking.
Right. Yes, it's true they heard his footsteps. Now what?
okay. So if God is defined as an immaterial being and they hear the footsteps of an immaterial being, wouldn't that seem like, given the narrative, that
Okay.
that's them being in the presence of the physical manifestation of the
Okay.
God?
My immaterial elephant is walking right now. Do you hear it? Can you hear my
I
immaterial
definitely don't
elephant's
hear it.
feet walking and pounding and hear him, his trunk, the noise coming from his trunk right now? He's
No, I don't.
immaterial. He's immaterial. Can you hear it?
No, I don't hear it.
Right, because
What
immaterial
if he
things
hears?
cannot engage with the material.
Yeah, that's why I said the physical manifestation.
Nope, you said immaterial. So was it physical or immaterial? Was it material or
I know you. I
immaterial?
know you.
Was it
I'm sorry. I'm
material
not
or
trying to keep it up.
was his feet material or immaterial? Which was it?
I know you understand the three persons of
Which
God.
was it?
Like I
Was
don't.
it material
Obviously,
or
okay.
immaterial?
I literally said physical. Like you're just trying to be funny
Okay,
now.
so they heard his physical feet. Yes, now what?
So that would be the physical manifestation of God.
Okay, now what?
I've already said it just means that they're in the presence of Him.
Nope, you said they were walking with him, is what you said.
Right.
Okay. Like I don't know. I mean,
You
like
should. I
I
told you
know
should be writing
that
this shit down
y'all
because you keep
know
getting lost.
that this is dogma in Christianity. I don't know why I'm having to go back and forth about
You're
simple
the one who
stuff.
brought up Adam and Eve. You remember me saying we never talked about Adam and Eve?
Yeah, because we were talking
You
about.
did this. You
Yeah, because we were
did
talking.
this.
Yeah, because we were talking about the Amalekites, and then
Hmm.
I mentioned that given the Christian dogma from the beginning, what God's intention was,
You didn't
you were
say that.
right.
You didn't
Like,
say that was the Christian dogma. You said, can we agree that God wanted everyone in covenant with him from the
you're right.
beginning? And then when I
You're
said
right.
no, you started having a hissy fit about the Hebrew scriptures. And then you changed it from covenant to communion. And then I said
Wait,
no. And then I
that's
said,
not true.
no, your God did not create Adam and Eve to be in communion with him. He created them to be workers. And then you said, didn't we agree that God was in direct communion with Adam and Eve? And I said, no, you didn't say that he was in direct communion. You said that he created them to be in communion with them. And then you said, so communion is in them walking together in the garden. And I said, they didn't walk together in the garden. And you said, yes, they did. And I said, show me where it says with.
Okay.
You brought us here.
Yeah, I know the whole timeline. I'm trying
Thinker,
to get through it.
can I read a quick scripture real quick?
Of
Sure.
course.
Because I feel like this is going to be another knot in your string. It's in Deuteronomy chapter 7, because you said we weren't going to the text. It's entitled "A Chosen People," and I want
hmm
you to share with me how you conclude that God wanted all of people to be in covenant with him. When the Lord your God brings you into the land that you are about to enter and occupy, and he clears away many nations before you, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations mightier and more numerous than you. And when the Lord gives them over to you and you defeat them, you must utterly destroy them. Make no covenant with them and show them no mercy. And then I'll drop down to number 6 because it's a lot of additional like killing and murder and all these other rules. But 6 says, "For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you out of all the peoples on the earth to be his people, his treasured possession." So where can you point me to in this Bible that states that God wanted this covenant with all people in the Old Testament?
I've already mentioned, like, I don't have to find it in the Old Testament. I include the whole biblical narrative. Like, I don't
So
have
how does
to.
this fit into the narrative then? When it says make no covenant with them, utterly destroy them, show them no mercy because you are
hmm
chosen, they are not. How does that fit into this narrative
Yeah, I
of
mean, this is just
community and
gonna.
cohesion?
I also don't mean to keep interrupting you. I think there's a delay. I mean, it's
I
just
don't
gonna.
think there's a delay.
Okay. Obviously,
You can go
if
ahead,
God
bro.
is okay. Obviously, if God is all knowing, he would know that these people wouldn't choose him. So them not making a covenant with these people wouldn't be contradictory.
I don't know.
Prince,
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
um, didn't you say that he wanted a covenant with people from the beginning?
His intention is for all people to come to him, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't know when people will or won't.
So wouldn't it be like silly for him to desire something that he cannot attain?
Well, it's not that he couldn't.
Wait, no. Now I'm confused. So either he knew that the people weren't going to select him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the case?
Mm-hmm.
So are they going to select him?
Well, I mean, there's like other universes that could be instantiated where they believe that.
I'm talking about the one we're in, right? Like he's over there, then he's picking other people. I'm talking here. You said he knows what that they weren't going to do, like instantiated for real here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that the Bible is speaking of like modal semantics, like possible world semantic. Like it's just saying here. You
No,
said
I don't think it is.
he knew that they weren't going to select him, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But that means he's not going to get selected, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet he wants to be selected, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means he wants something that he's not going to get.
Sure.
And he wants something that he knows he's not going to get.
Sure.
All right. So that's what I'm asking if it's silly. I would say irrational to be technical, but I'll just stick with silly. Isn't that silly?
Are you, well, just to like clarify, like I'm a universalist, so I do believe that all will ultimately come to be in communion with him.
Either they're going to select him or they're not going to select him.
Oh, I didn't say that. Yeah, they won't select him.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's scripture that like the whole universalist argument is that all people come to be saved.
I don't look. I one thing about me, I abhor these labels where people put their entire metaphysics into a nice little box. I heard you say he knew they weren't going to choose him.
Mm-hmm.
And that was your answer to Fee saying, and by the way, I'm going to tell the chat the magical delay has vanished. But that was your answer to Fee saying that he said, make no covenant with them, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So he said, make no covenant because he knew they weren't going to choose him.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're saying they are going to choose him.
I just literally said that not all people will choose him.
Wait, but so they're not going to choose him?
I said all people get saved, not all people choose him.
Well, I'm not talking about salvation. Why are you bringing salvation into this?
Because he's essentially saying that there is no free will, that even if you reject him, you're going to be saved by him.
Yeah, but is that what you're saying, Prince?
Sort of. I mean,
Yeah, because
that's not what I would
that's
say, but yeah.
completely irrelevant to what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a very bivalent, very simple, very clean. You said he knew they would not choose him, and then you said he wants everybody to choose him, which means he's desiring something he's not going to get. But then you said, what was the next part?
Well, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you do keep saying this one thing. I don't remember. If I did say that, that was a blunder on my part. That's not what I intend.
No, I don't even like using terms like blunder. I say blunder to troll Phil Bros. If you misspoke, I just want to understand what you're saying, because when you were talking to Fee, I came here for a different reason, and also cleverly covered it by saying, "Are you walking with someone when you're hiding?" But it sounded weird when you said that he knew he wasn't going to choose them, in conjunction with he wants people to choose him.
Yeah, so like, oh, okay. Yeah, I did say he wants them to. I think that from the beginning, the telos, like his intended telos, was for them to exist in communion with him. But then he designed agents with the ability to freely choose. So, and so then, yeah, you're like, what I'm saying is that he knew that these people wouldn't choose him. But the universalism argument is that even if these people are unalived in this moment, that they'll still ultimately be brought into communion with him.
Well, he failed with respect to his intended telos.
Well, I don't see how that would be a failure.
Well, the intended telos was for what?
For them to just be in communion with him.
And they're not choosing him, so they are not in communion with him. So I don't see.
Yeah, not choosing. They'll be it. They will be. It's not a choice.
Well, wait. Oh, okay. So, wait. I'm talking about the choice. So he didn't want people to choose him.
Yes, but they will be in communion with him.
I'm not asking about communion.
He has multiple wills, so
look. All this multiple wills stuff is irrelevant. Like this is abject nonsense. You want me to demonstrate?
Sure.
I have multiple wills. One of my wills wants to go into my office and play on my PS5. Another one of my wills wants to hang out with Thinker and Fee and the rest of the gang. Everybody wants to hang out with the people that I'm with right now. And yet another one of my wills wants to go and finish my work so that I'm not behind on my projects at work. But I'm here, right? I'm here with y'all.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
It doesn't mean
that's the will that won. All the other wills can go fuck off, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the other desires or wills won't be like realized at a later moment.
Realize that? No, I'm saying right now the other wills are fucked off.
Yeah. Right now the other ones can fuck off.
Yeah. And then later when I'm on my PS5, that's the will that's being carried out, right? I'm no longer on TikTok. I'm no longer working. And then when I'm working, like sometimes I can do two things at a time, right? So like, I'm assuming if God is just generating wills that are like in conflict, that's his problem.
Well,
like me, I'm at the mercy of the fact that I'm a meat sack with like a brain. And so I sometimes have irrational wills. Like there's no way that I can want to work because I like my job and want to be on my PlayStation. I can't do both of those at the same time. So I just kind of make a choice and pick the one that makes me money, right? But in God's thing, like, is he in charge of what he wills?
Yeah, I was gonna try and offer like a separate analogy. So like, let's say like my purpose, like my will is for me to go to the grocery store and get popsicles. And so as I'm like trying to ultimately fulfill that will, along the way, I get into a car accident. And so now underneath that will is another will, which is we'll find a way to get my car fixed and get it towed and then get an Uber to the grocery store to get my popsicles. There's other things that might inhibit or stop that will from being fulfilled in the moment per se, but that doesn't mean that I won't still fulfill that will.
Yeah, but you're a meat sack, right? With a brain.
Yeah, so obviously it follows in like a sequential order.
Yeah, but like in God's paradigm, he's not a meat sack with a brain.
Yeah, so it's not sequential.
He's a powerful something. He's like Bruce Wayne with prep time, right?
Yeah.
All the prep time. Cool. So he desires for people to choose him, yes or no?
Yes.
All right, dope. But he also desires for people to have the free will. Well, that the free will is entailed by the choosing. I'm going to just
Yeah,
leave that
exactly.
to you. But he desires for everybody to be in communion with him,
Yes.
absent, even if it's absent that choice.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
the communion one is higher in the chain.
Okay, so then the choose one can fuck off.
Technically.
Yeah. So not needed anymore. He can just do the communion thing. I don't know why free will is necessary.
There are certain goods that he wants to realize that allows like both to work in order, I guess. Like, I understand what you mean when you say like it can fuck off, like it can, but that doesn't mean that they can't both work in order
Well, no,
harmoniously.
they're literally mutually exclusive.
Are they?
Yeah, because you just said he wants people to be in communion with him, even absent the choice, which would remove the choice, right?
Yeah, well,
Dope,
yeah.
mutually exclusive. There we are.
Fuck. Mm. Yeah, I might have just got shit on, honestly.
Damn,
I don't know.
don't make it so obvious, bro. Pretend like you don't respect him either.
Well, I'll be honest, I actually watch his content, so I actually do fuck with Jeff.
Yeah, that's why I said pretend. You're making it obvious.
My bad.
And rude as shit to me and Thinker, but respectful as
Right.
hell to Jane.
I'm,
Like
I'm,
that makes
That's
sense.
I was
okay.
very
That's
rude to
okay. He
y'all.
was scared to come up, so I mean, obviously
I
he
was.
does. I'm sorry.
I was scared
Obviously,
to come
I'm
up.
sorry. I'm stalking. Obviously, he does watch my content because he said I'd be spazzing out on motherfuckers, and he was shitting himself in the comments. So I had to talk to him like a little baby, like his mommy does, to get him to press request.
You
And you
did.
also
Thank
can't
you.
tell us whether whether we received your behavior as rude or not. You can tell us whether you intended it, but it was
Yeah,
rude on the
yeah.
receiving end, and that's a place that you can't stand. We can.
I wasn't trying to do that. I said I didn't intend to come off as rude. Yeah, it wasn't my intention.
That's not true. You
I just
intentionally
feel like
waited. You intentionally waited until I was talking so that you can interrupt because you wanted me to spaz out on you, so that you could have a reason to drop.
I really didn't. I actually like our conversation.
No,
I just feel like me
no, you
Jeff was a
didn't.
bit more charitable on this end.
Actually,
Oh
Jeff
my
is
God.
worse than I am. But again,
I'm
I
not
had to
charitable
baby
at all.
talk you to come up here. You were in the comments talking about you were scared to come up. And I had to encourage you like your God to get you on the stage.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, he might have got me on the whole like choosing thing, but I don't think that like changes the Telos argument. We can just grant that I'm stupid on that part, but that doesn't change the argument.
What I think it is that you are a baby Philbro. You've also recognized the contradictions in this text, and you've found what you believe to be a worldview that allows you to stay a Christian. And you came up here saying, I don't really want to be a Christian. I mean, I hang out in atheist spaces and I try really, really, really hard, but I just remain a Christian because it's all true. And you thought universalism answered that.
I'm just going to clarify one thing. I did nothing except for just outline the argument that was already there. Like that, like when the Deuteronomy verse was there, that was already there. And I'm 100% certain that most of the people in the chat saw it. So we just went through it line by line. That's it.
Yeah, it could have been a tracking issue on my part.
Also, dealing with Thinker is a day at a French spa compared to dealing with me. Like I'm an asshole.
That's why I don't come on your lives, and then that's also why I Thinker. I saw you yesterday, and you were yelling at, and this morning you were yelling at somebody before me. That's why I was scared. But again, I wasn't trying to be rude. Like I try to have good conversations, but I feel like we were going back and forth in circles about like I don't think we're.
You are a damn lie. You are a damn lie. And what you need to do is go back and watch this on YouTube which I doubt that you will because believers don't typically care about actually being better people. But you are lying right now. Your behavior was intentional. You did not like the corners that you were being backed into when discussing the Amalekites. You didn't like the corners you were being backed into when discussing the covenant. You didn't like the corners you were being backed into when discussing even Adam and Eve after I told you we didn't even bring them motherfuckers up. You are a damn lie.
I didn't want to interrupt you. That's why I didn't talk. But you, I just feel like you constantly strawman me, like saying things
Sure.
that don't hold to.
Sure. When you are the one who brought that
Then go
shit
back.
up.
Then go back. All right. Then go back and listen to the YouTube. Write it down. Literally write down the claim you made and then write down her response and see if it's a straw man. You all listen so defensively in these conversations. You listen from the perspective of defending the position that you hold as opposed to truly understanding why we don't accept it and understanding the reasons that we don't accept it. I think a critical thinker, I say this all the time, a critical thinker is always looking to see where they could be wrong, not to protect and to defend that they are right. You didn't engage in this conversation. You did engage from one perspective and not at all from the other. You are speaking right now as though you engaged from a perspective of curiosity and even humility, if you will. And I hate when people use that word in these conversations because it's not even about being arrogant in a position. It's about, this is just how I understand it. Show me where I could be wrong. If you're going to tell me something about this book, I need to see it in this book. I need to see how what you're saying is true, not just that you believe it. And to present right now with Thinker as though you were this sponge of, soaking in what she's saying and engaging with her in the way that you engage with Jeff is just dishonest.
I didn't say that. I disagree with Thinker the whole time. Y'all kept trying to force me in corners I don't hold to.
You're a motherfucking liar. You
Okay.
opened your mouth
Whatever you
about
say.
information that you don't have. And you didn't know
Okay.
that we read your book. You are the one who brought up Adam and Eve. You are the one who claimed that your
Yeah, I
God
wasn't
wanted,
talking
I'm
about that.
speaking right now. You are the one who claimed that your God wanted a covenant with all of Israel. You are the one who had a temper tantrum and tried to discredit the Hebrew scriptures by saying, I'm not fucking Jewish, because you needed to run to Paul's universalism. And I told you that. And that's why I asked you the question regarding the Amalekites. If Paul didn't get that shit to first century Rome, how the fuck were the Amalekites supposed to know? I even brought up the fact that Paul says that the Gentiles did not know this God. And unless they had a preacher, how would they know? And we went through that whole motherfucking song and dance. And then you brought up Adam and Eve. And I said, we didn't talk about Adam and Eve. And you said, yes, we did. Did I not ask you if God wanted communion with the whole world through Adam and Eve? And I said, no. You brought up everything that you could not handle. That's your fucking fault.
Yeah. So you clearly just like, I don't even know what to say to you. You just didn't listen.
Sure.
I'll be back though. It was a good conversation. Nice to meet you, Thinker.
Don't piss your pants.
You had me shaking in my boots. Thank you
I
for not
literally
crashing out.
did. Bye.
I'm chilling. I had a good conversation with you.
Bye.
Adios.
Like the way he responded to me and Fee answers the question as to why gay men don't give a fuck about body count the way heterosexual men do.
Facts. It's ridiculous.
I was telling my friend Sean. Well, y'all know Sean. I was telling Sean the other day, and I tell her often, I don't think straight men exist for real. Like I don't. I'm beginning to think that that's a myth. Like it's weird.
I mean, I don't know if it's like the lack of bass in our voices. I don't know if it's the octave. I'm not sure what it is. But the fact that you can clearly see a distinction between when we say something as women. We can say, to just point, we can say the exact same thing that men are saying, but certain men with certain mindsets will not hear us. They will not hear anything that we say. They're going to push back against every single point. A man can come up here and say the same thing, and they're like, oh, I never thought about it from that perspective. Nigga, you just heard it from that perspective. What are you saying?
Yeah, it's
different
like
things.
women could say something and then like guys
Stop,
don't get
Oso.
it, and then like okay, my bad.
Oh my God.
Can't stand also.
Oh my God.
Okay, now my will to work is superseding all the other wills. So I'm gonna drop. But thanks for having me.
Have a good one,
Bye,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Love y'all.
Love you
Love you,
too.
Jeff.
Ouch. I hit my knee. Oh,
You
so
made me
you
sick.
made me laugh so hard. I hit my knee on the desk. Knocked my
Now
microphone
that's
out
a
the
knee
sock.
slapper.
And you normally don't make me laugh that hard. Don't y'all start getting scared now. Like, I think their fellow brothers and sisters in Christ be ruining it for them. Like, because they cannot come up here and actually be respectful and, show the respect that they expect us to show them. And then I got to, like, treat them the way that they're teaching me to treat them. So that scares other people from coming up here because they think that I'm going to treat everybody like that.
You know? And it really doesn't have to be that. Like the conversation with Prince started out pretty decent. I was like, okay, this may be a good like content, scriptural questions. Like it may be a good conversation, but again, I think it's when that ego kicks in.
Yeah, they like a logical conclusion will start scratching their brain and they start getting scared and they start backing up and fighting for their fucking life. And they do it with rudeness and disrespect. Like that Amalekite, like I think when he said that he doesn't see that as a bad thing for the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade to kill the descendants of the slave masters, I don't think that he realized it until it came out of his mouth what the fuck he said.
Yep.
And so then he tried to take it back and then try to say that, oh, I thought you were saying that they were still enslaving people. So when I reiterated that the Amalekites were not still doing anything to the Israelites, that this was a 500-year grudge, he didn't know where to go from there. Fire and fruit?
Fairy dust.
Oh, I just took a guess. All I see is fire and F.
No worries.
How old are you?
I
I
am
just took a
31.
guess. I thought that was a banana in the
31.
PFP. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. What topic did you come up to talk about?
Well, recently I've been reading the Bible.
Well, there's 3 topics on the board. Do you see that there? So I don't do free forms.
Yep.
There's 3 topics there.
Sorry, this is my first time being up on anyone's panel. What do believers have against thinking? I think believers have, they're not, willing to think about science.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming up.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Just come back when you're awake, okay?
Thank you.
Mhm. JEC.
Hiya, Jack. Hi.
Hi.
Just a quick question. Sorry. I'm an atheist and
Okay.
I'm old. I'm 47.
All right. Is it a like a logistical question? I don't take random questions from the chat.
I can sort of match it to number one if you like. Jesus, his unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness, and abundant grace. Contract is bad, and my glasses don't let me read the rest. I was just wondering, right? Actually, I asked a believer the other day. Sorry, everyone should do whatever they want whenever they want. Free will, everybody. I'm not judging. But men who pleasure themselves, we all do it. It's great.
I'm sorry.
I've
What
always
does
been under
this
the
have to do
impression.
with the topic one?
Well, if I asked this guy, if whatever sin that they do they beg for forgiveness from God each night before they go to bed?
Okay.
And this guy said, actually, yes, I do. So what I'm thinking is that I've never looked at it like that before. So if men think that every time they just do that, it's a sin, and they must, oh my God, remember to say to God, oh, sorry about that. I'm just wondering if that then relates to other things like in that realm and whether they see it as sinful. I'm just looking in a weird angle at the moment because men seem to be very badly behaved at the moment, but it may just be social media that's exposing it all more.
I mean, honestly, that would have to be a question for each individual believer. Like some of them do think that beating the meat is a sin. And I can imagine, like, as soon as they bust, they immediately start saying, God, forgive me.
Wow. I'm just thinking that the people who do go to that trouble of, just casually asking for forgiveness every single day or however often it is, that makes me think, what is the point in God? If anybody can do absolutely anything, which is kind of what you're saying, right?
Mhm.
Anyone can do absolutely anything as long as they just say, I'm really sorry, God, please let me have my forgiveness and I'll be a good boy from now on. Is that it?
I mean, that's what the unlimited contract allows, but I don't think masturbation is a sin. I don't think Jesus thought masturbation was a sin. And one of the things that gives me that context is that in first century Rome, the left hand was saved for masturbation. Like men masturbated with their left hand and they conducted business with their right and they greeted people with their right hand. And so Jesus says, if your right hand offends you, cut it off. He doesn't say your left hand. And I'm sure Jesus knew that his disciples was probably beating their meat. So he didn't tell them to cut off their
Didn't
left
know
hand.
that.
Huh?
They got the old lefty in on the small print. Clever boys. All right, thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm. Have a good one.
Why is somebody's name already fire and fruit?
Well, it looked like a banana in her PFP. So I just guessed that the F was for fruit. Hey, Nelly, now.
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing?
Hey, Nelly.
Put some pants on, man.
I got pants on. What did you talk about?
You want to give
You
your
can see
announcement
me?
right
No,
quick?
I'm just playing.
Nelly?
Huh?
Do you want to tell them what you need right quick? Before we take another guest?
Yeah.
Jorge, can you go on mute for just a second?
Okay, guys, I don't know if you guys noticed that I've been home quite a bit. Well, the reason why is because I had a vapor lock on my motor. So I had to get it done, and it ended up costing more than I expected, like $13,800 something. So I'm down to about $1,800, and I'm still shy of that. So I had DM Thinker and asked if she would just ask the community if they could just help me out. Now I know the community can't, raise that kind of, well, you probably could, but I'm just saying, I'm not expecting that. But if you guys could help, I do appreciate anything that anybody can do to help out. That so I can at least get that truck back on the road. I do appreciate it.
I think you said you're short 1850. Is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
you said you use Zelle.
Yeah, all I have is Zelle, and that's the reason why I said.
Yeah, I don't want you to give your telephone number out or your email address.
Right. So I was thinking, I said, well, maybe they could just, I don't know, send it to you or something.
I don't have a way to get it to you though, because I
Oh,
would
you
have
don't
to
have
send it to
Zelle.
you to Cash App, and you don't have Cash App. Can you get a Cash App right quick?
Yeah, I guess I could probably set up one because I canceled that other one because it got hacked, and I quit using it. But yeah, I guess I could just for this purpose. I guess I could just set up one.
Yeah, or Venmo, and then Venmo uses a username just like Cash App. So one of those, and then let us know what it is.
I'm not familiar with Venmo. How does?
I don't know. I don't have Venmo either. PayPal uses your personal information too, so that's why I don't like giving out PayPal either.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me. I'm gonna just go on mute and try to set up one real quick on my computer.
Okay.
And I'll let you guys go. Thanks.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. I do see someone in the guest box with an Arabic name. I can't pronounce it, but if you are in here for Islam, we do not discuss Islam in here. We only discuss the God of Christianity, the God of the Bible. No, he has Zelle, even Banana, but he doesn't want to give his phone number out over the internet. Most men that come in here say that I sound like a man, so I think that's why they scared of me. Because I sound like a man.
Wait a minute, who said that? You make that. Oh, my phone.
The several men that have come in here said I have a deep voice and I sound like a man.
Are they jealous?
Probably so.
They believe that because we'll be respectful as a motherfucker.
I got a feeling this is a troll.
Me?
Yeah.
The one you just asked?
Nah, the 4 people that's been on the stage.
You sound like a baby. I don't talk to kids.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning.
Hi, how old are you? How old are you? Vermin, are you there?
How are you doing? Sending love and positive energy to you and everyone on your platform.
Thank you, Vermin. How old are you?
I am 62 years old.
Okay, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
No, I am not a believer of God in the Bible or Jesus.
Are you an atheist?
I'm just no. Well, I mean, I just believe in the powers of the universe.
Okay, so you actually would not fit the conversation, so I'm going to drop you back down. But I hope you have a beautiful day. Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot.
You're so welcome. Nitram, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. There is no wait. There were several of you in the comments that were saying that y'all was going to cook us on Adam and Eve or whatever it was. Here is your opportunity. I really thought that we were going to be able to go through the thought process because I was writing everything down. You know how I keep notes when I talk to a guest? Like his notes page is so clean and then it just stops abruptly. Like the
Yeah, that's
notes are
honestly why
organized. Huh?
I said that's honestly why I was trying to give him the hints of like start writing this shit down. Cause I did like before he like tangled himself up in all the fucking webs. Like he was doing okay. Like it was decent, it was going places, but then you know what I'm saying, once he started getting bogged down by the fact that he couldn't remember what he was arguing anymore, it's just like
Like he turned it into a debate when it didn't need to be one. Like it started as a discussion, and I think he didn't like the fact that he said that it would be okay for the descendants of slavery to kill the descendants of the slave owners. And I think he got defensive there because he realized that he was justifying his God commanding the Israelites to kill the descendants of the Amalekites. And he needed to be able to say that it was moral.
Okay, thinker. I just sent it to you.
Okay.
get the living shit out of me. Holy shit.
Wow. Did have a question for you. Think, are you going live tonight, or you just?
It depends on when Mama Bash come get her kids. I'm babysitting right now. She needed to take a nap.
Babysitting.
Yeah, not babysitting. Let me change the word. Atheist sitting. She needed to take a nap. Yeah, because it's normally Mama Bash's time, but she stayed up later than she was supposed to last night with her people, and so now I'm atheist sitting. So it depends on when she come back and get her people.
Okay. Well, just let me know.
Yeah, if she takes a long break away from them, then I'll be here. And if it's a long day, then I won't go live tonight because Mama Bash gonna take that shift probably. So it really depends.
Okay.
All right, y'all. The Cash App is it M. Melson or Nelson, Nelly?
It's dollar sign Mr. Nelson.
You
MR.
sent me. Oh, never mind. I can't fucking read. Dollar sign Mr. Nelson. Can somebody put this in the chat? And mods, if y'all can periodically put it in there for us. Dollar sign Mr. Nelson 12311. And thank y'all so much. Nelly has been a co-host of this community since the beginning of it, since the inception of it. And Nelly has never asked us for anything. So I appreciate y'all for helping him with this. And Data, I saw your comment. The fund website looks good, but I think we need to add a way to keep up with the goals that's on there so that people will know whether a campaign is near its goal. So like if somebody is raising $150, we want to know if that person has reached that goal. So when the people go to the site, they can pick a campaign that has not yet got a lot of traction or movement. Does that make sense, Data? Now, I don't know how we would be able to keep up with that considering we're not collecting money, but like if there's a way for a person to check, this is the campaign I'm going to help, and then let them put how much money they're going to send through Cash App, and then that's how we can track the goal, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking about something else, Nelly.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about something else. We're building a website for Community Fund for mutual aid that allows people to, when they need help in the community, like, so it's for the super nerds when they need to come to the community for help, like today. They can go to a form in my bio and just submit it and like create a campaign that stays on the website for 2 weeks. But everything is good to go right now. But I want to put a tracker on there, like so that we can see when the campaigns are, like when the campaign is met, like when the need is met, so that people can know they're not giving to a campaign that's already met its goal 3-4 times. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Too toasted.
Yeah,
Hi, how old are you? It sound like it, don't it?
I'm 20.
You got to be 21, okay?
Oh, okay.
But in order to get to 21, you got to get to 13.
Is that possible, Data? Like, is that gonna be too much work? Like, maybe we just put a form there. I mean, put not a form, like a checkbox there. Let them check which campaign they're going to give to, and then put their amount, and then let the amount count. Depending on,
Kind of like a flag.
yeah, like so. Depending on what the super nerd, like say an option, like in field A, if the super nerds say they're raising $150, then write a code that says that the tracker matches, once the tracker matches whatever is in field A, then that campaign has been met. And then the giver would then click a checkbox, this is the campaign I'm giving to, enter an amount in field B, and then field C, whatever they put in field C would then be counted in field B. And once field B matches field A, that campaign has been met. Did that make sense, Data? Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. Yeah, I got you. When I originally was building it, I thought about something like that, but because we weren't collecting money, like you said, I just stopped thinking about it. So I could probably make that happen. So I'm gonna think about it this weekend. Good morning, everybody. Sorry. I'm gonna think about it between today and tomorrow. Try to work on it this weekend, and then let you know when to check out the link again.
Okay. And I think once we get that figured out, we'll be ready to go. I just want to make sure that, that the money is spread out and people aren't giving to the same campaign over and over, and then they don't met their goal 5 times when it could have gone to other campaigns. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be, integrity based, obviously, but I think we can, but okay, cool. All right, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye.
W Data in the chat, Data and Jarian and Jay and Kai that I have not met yet are working really, really hard on getting all of this stuff set up for y'all. And I really appreciate them because I did not ask. They volunteered, which means they love y'all as much as I do.
W them. Fuck it, W me too.
W also for leaving me hanging.
Like only I can.
Man, it's coming in kind of fast, so I'm trying to heart me everybody and say thank you. So I think what I'm gonna do is just wait till it's over, and then I'll come back and personally thank everyone. And I do appreciate everything. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Nelly. Water bearer?
Oh.
Is this a kid? Water bearer?
Motherfucker sound like his mama found him.
Danny the Cancerly Lion? Is this our Danny?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What?
You don't change
You don't
the
see
name.
the
I can't
you don't
see.
see the
I cannot see. It looked like a little kid in the PFP.
like a blue raspberry Laffy Taffy. What's up?
Oh, hey y'all. I just wanted to ask Nelly because we had a question. Which one is it? Is it the one with your picture or without?
Are they?
Just want
Do
to
they
make sure
both
you
have the
see.
same name, Mr. Nelson?
Yeah,
123
same
11.
name. Yeah, I
No,
put it in
one
the
of them,
Discord. But
yeah, the old one is Mr. Nelson 123111. The one that's the one I canceled, but the one that I have now is $ Mr. Nelson 12311.
okay, and that one's the
Just
one
two
with
ones.
your picture on it there. Okay.
Yeah. Thank
All
you.
right. We just wanted to make sure because it's easy to miss that extra one right there.
Yeah. Well, they're getting it because
Okay.
yeah, my phone won't stop.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure.
Oh, okay. Thank you so
Thank you,
much again.
Danny.
Thank you.
Oh, Thinker, yeah, check your message. I'm gonna need your Addy so I can send you that necklace.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day.
Yeah, okay. All
Okay.
right. Well, all right, peace.
All right.
My address is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
You really want to send Trump some shit. Amarva Granny, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief, or an atheist. The guest box is open. I did see a couple of people scroll out, which normally happens when we are showing love to the community. I think it burns them. What do you think? Like they start burning on the inside when they see us actually pulling together as a community and pulling resources.
They always get ghosts when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, it goes against everything that they've been taught to believe about us. We don't care. We are selfish. We, fuck everybody else. We eat babies. Give me a glass of blood. Like they come up with all this shit. But when we're like, nah, somebody in our community that needs help, I may not be able to give Nelly the whole 1,800, but I can send what I can. And I think it just pisses them off that it's simple as that. And they try to make it complicated with a God that doesn't want, I don't know, what babies to live unless their parents worship him every fucking day. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and we ain't got to be like, shut the doors. God said that he going to give you, in return, double shake down and pressing over. And he going to get you that job and add zeros to your job. Like, we got to do all of that. And
I
like,
y'all
they
wonder
feel
why
God.
they never even asked themselves, why does God need money?
Right,
Oh,
that's
they
a
don't
good
know
question.
that. They
Never
never
asked
ask
that
that.
question.
Man,
I mean,
Fee ate
obviously,
their ass up one time. She was like, you up here praying for God to answer your bills while you paying his.
Every fucking month. You got to pay God's water bill, then drop on your knees in your prayer closet to help you to pay yours. Get out of my face with that shit.
it just seems like they would think, though. I mean, what is the preacher? I mean, let's think about it. What is the preacher actually doing? Do you believe that the preacher is taking the money and turning it into spiritual money and putting it in the spiritual realm? No, he's putting it in his pocket. That's what he's doing. The church, but let you need something from the church. They're gonna tell you to pray about it.
Yep.
On a
That's
completely
how that
unrelated
works.
note, we do have a building fund, and we do ask that you give your last.
No, we
Thank
don't. Well, yeah, the building is called Ubuntu House. Like Ubuntu
Oh my
House will
God.
be the chosen nonprofit on the community fund. So like and their link will be there. So like if anybody ever wants to just go and like give to Ubuntu House, they'll be able to at any time. But yeah, that's our building fund. Housing little kids in the Congo.
Not paying for Escalade 2027.
Now, we not gonna confuse that with the Bentley Fund. Now, we do also have the Bentley Fund.
Do we?
We absolutely do with the suede fucking yeah, yeah. We finna get in though for the Lord, of course. Obviously, come on.
Did you see that TikTok deal where the preacher was talking about his Bentley? God bless him with the Bentley, and one of the people in the audience said, "Well, can I drive it?" He
Yeah, I
said,
saw
"No,
that.
God wouldn't want you to drive that."
I think that was AI though.
Yeah, that
It
was
was funny though.
Did y'all see that video where the kid was like, "Daddy, can we go get ice cream?" And the daddy's like, "Nah, I'm broke." And he said, "Who broke you?" No, he said, "Who did this to you?" And then he said, "Nobody didn't do it to me." He said, hold on. Let me see if I can find it because it is funny. It is so cute.
This is gonna be hilarious. I already know.
The way
If I
kids'
can find
brains
it.
work is hilarious to me.
I doubt I can find it. Like I have a badass habit of liking videos and not. I mean, like laughing at videos and forgetting to fucking like them or reposting them. Oh, here it is. I liked it, but I didn't repost it. There we go.
Nah, little man.
Hold
Daddy
on.
broke his hell.
Hold on.
Daddy, can we get ice cream? Nah, little man. Daddy broke his hell. Who did this to you? Nah, little bro. I ain't got no bread right now. That's all. They broke your bread. It's okay, Daddy. We take you to the hospital. They fix broke people. Maybe.
He said they fix broke people. He said, who did this to you? Nah, little man, ain't got no bread. They broke your bread. It's okay, Daddy. We take you to the hospital. They fix broke people.
Adorable.
That is wild. I mean, kids these days, man. I mean, they just do not have a filter. They will say what's on their mind in a minute.
And I think they're so literal. I remember Justin was little. We were driving down the road. He loved cars. Like he could look at a car, like the front of it, and tell me what kind it is. Like that's a Chevrolet Cavalier. So I'm like, I don't know how he understands that. So we were driving down the road one day, and this car passed us, and he's like, "Mommy, can you catch up to that car?" And I'm thinking he wants to see what kind it is. So I accelerated a little bit, and he was in the forward facing, like the booster seat in the back. And he leaned up and he looked to the side and he sat back. He was like, "Oh, okay." And I'm looking at him like, what the fuck could this? I was like, what did you think you knew that person? He's like, no. He's like, I thought it was an orangutan driving the car, but it was just a man that looks like one. I'm like, oh my damn. Like this, like you can't say that.
I'm gonna tell you
But they just say what's on their mind.
My oldest son, when he was 5, was sitting in church. We had this man that used to go to our church. He just passed away like maybe 2 months ago. But when my son was 5, Deacon Fox was his name, and he was a big guy. And he had on a red shirt, and he was sitting in the pew in front of my son. And my son was just cracking up, and I'm looking over at him. We in Bible study, and he just yells out in Bible study, "Mama, there go Fat Albert! There go Fat Albert, Mama!" I was like,
God.
"Oh my fucking God!"
I would have said, hey, calm down. Don't do that.
I was like, "Holy shit!"
Because what can you say when they say shit like that? You be like, you know what? I'm sorry. Like Justin told a doctor one time that she didn't have a heartbeat. Like she didn't have a heartbeat because he was trying to listen to her heartbeat through a stethoscope, and he was like, "I don't think you have a heartbeat. That could be why you talk so slow." And he was dead ass. But she was talking to him like you know how sometimes doctors, she was a resident, like a new doctor. She was doing her rounds and she was like, "Okay, I'm going to pull your shirt up and I'm going to check your heart." She kept talking to him like that. And he looking at her like, in his mind, like, "Why the fuck is this lady talking to me like that?" He was like, "I don't think you have a heartbeat. That could be why you talk so slow."
My auntie used to watch Blessing during the day, so she took him to the movies because she used to go to the nursing home and like take care of the elderly during the day. So she took Blessing with her. Now Blessing was like 2, almost 3, and they went to the movies with the elderly. And she said Blessing kept saying, "This like shit, like shit." And I was like. He told one of the ladies she stank. Oh my gosh.
So that was a universal experience.
What was a
Kids
universal
would just
experience? You told somebody
Being
they
taken
stink?
to hang out with that. Oh my God.
You told somebody they
Yes.
stink?
Oh my, every fucking room. I'd be like, dang.
Oh my God.
Yo, my grandma had to snatch me up so bad.
Why am I not surprised? Like, I am so not surprised to hear Oso say that, though.
I walk around my fucking shirt on my nose and shit, just be like,
I swear kids be saying the craziest shit. Kep, are you in the request on purpose on accident? Like I never understood my grandparents never smelled like mothballs, but I know people used to always say old people smell like mothballs, and I'm like, why?
Well, my nana would take us to, because she used to volunteer at the nursing home, and so she would take us with her sometime. And so I was just going room to room, just being like, bro, when can we leave? I'm so afraid.
The mothball
They were
smell.
I don't know, why do people keep them in their houses? Like I know, like outside around the perimeter, they're supposed to keep like snakes away and things like that, but I don't know what the function is inside of a house.
to deter moths inside.
I mean, who the fuck got an infestation of moths?
Right.
But that's what they eat, like your like cotton clothing and stuff. That's why they like. I think that's like their actual purpose.
Ah, that makes sense. What? Because I guess the larvae would be in the cotton or something.
I think the actual moths themselves eat the cotton fibers. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
So why isn't that the case today? Like why don't like that's not something they pass down to us. It's like, yo, you need to put mothballs in your house, or you know how old people pass down. Like what the hell happened to all the moths?
Because they said somebody in the comments says they used to eat clothes, and I remember that, like clothes would be in a chest or something like that. But how the fuck they got in there? I'm so
I mean,
confused.
And
they didn't have the most secure structures to put their clothing in. You know what I'm saying? Houses had holes back in the day.
Clothes are made of plastic now.
That too.
Well, all my jeans are made of cotton. So.
Yeah, I did not know Bush died.
Wait, huh?
The first, but like the President Bush.
Yeah, he died a while ago.
I didn't know that. I just found out yesterday.
I was about to shabak in this motherfucker.
Either I knew he died and I forgot, and my brain just like said, "Who gives a fuck?" But yesterday I was like, "Wait, he dead?" Yeah, Daddy Bush. No, not Daddy Bush, the son.
Wait a minute.
You talking about Junior?
Yeah, like I saw a video yesterday, where what's his name? The one that does the Black History podcast. I cannot remember his name. Yeah, and he died. The son.
Like threw a shoe at the motherfucker. That guy?
Hold on, because I looked it up yesterday. Hold on.
George H or George W? Which one are you talking about?
Wait, hold on.
George W is still alive, right?
No, George H.W. Bush, the 41st president, died on November 30, 2018. I didn't know he died. Did y'all know he died?
That's the daddy, though.
That's the daddy? Oh, he looks like the son. Oh, the son is George. The son is George W?
Right.
George W is the son.
Oh, okay. The picture that they had up here, they got the son's picture up here. Well, I don't know. It looks like the son. Okay. Because I was like, when did he die?
Now we all look alike, relaxing.
No, he did. Like it looks like the son. The picture that they got up here.
Somebody black color.
I didn't know there was a difference in their middle names.
Yeah, he's a junior.
Kepera and Miss Lovely J, are y'all in the request on purpose or on accident?
You know, oftentimes we talk about the son dying, and not necessarily the father. But speaking of sons dying, if you're a believer in the God of the Bible, you can come on up. So,
I see what you did, also.
Hey, Miss Lovely J, how are you?
I am wonderful. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing good.
Good morning.
Look, I wanted to discuss what happened to me a couple days ago, and it just confirmed the delusion that the Christians have. So the other day, had to go to the ATM. I went to the ATM, and so I was coming out of the store, and I saw a black woman that was walking towards me. I guess she noticed me when I was getting ready to pull out. And so she had like a couple bags and stuff like that, and she looked like she wasn't homeless or whatnot. She just looked like she was trying to get somewhere. So I was going to see what she was gonna say. It looked like she was gonna, say something, but something just triggered me just to hear her out. And so so she had stopped and she said that she had Ubered herself to a Walmart that she didn't know, and it was the Walmart that she was trying to get to was further down the highway. So she asked me, could I take her there? And someone just told me, just go ahead and let her, give her a ride or whatever she needs to go. It ain't no harm to go, no hurt, no harm, no foul. So I give her a ride. So we just start conversing about what's going on in the world. And I cannot believe a lot of the things that she did not know what was going on in the world as far as politics. But, that's just me. So we get to this talk about, I can't believe this. This is God's way of helping me out and this and that. And I'm like, oh, shit, here we go. So she was saying that she was homeless. She didn't know where she was going. She was trying to go here and there, and but by the grace of God, she's still here and this and that. And I'm sitting in my mind like, lady, you got the phone call to God to help you out of this situation, right? And so she had asked me, do you believe in God? And I said, I really don't. She's like, oh, sister, you got to have faith. The Bible says this and that and la, 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 da, 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 da. And I'm sitting up there like you in my motherfucking car asking for a ride and you talking about your God can provide.
Right.
And I'm sitting up there like, I'm all for my people. I will help whenever I can. But let's get out of the delusion that there's no God. Your God cannot, you're not even doing anything to help yourself. How could you think your God can do something for you? Like, I was flabbergasted. The lady was like, I believe that you can still have faith and this and that, and the God, he's gonna protect you. She was going off spewing all kinds of, I was to say that I was like in a state of like delusion with her. Like, I can't believe this lady is sitting here next to me in my motherfucking car. And so when I get to the destination, she was like, oh yeah, could you give me a little bit further? I said, lady, where you really trying to go? I was not trying to go there wherever she told me to. I was like, I can't help you that, wherever she's trying to go. And so I get out the car, she gonna tell me, I'm gonna pray for you. What's your name? I gave her my name, but I was like, well, it ain't gonna make no sense because it ain't gonna reach me anyway. She's like, I'm gonna pray for you that you get your faith back and this and that, all while she's walking away with the bag that she got into the car with. I was like,
that is crazy.
I burnt out so fast and started, and all the time too. I was listening to Mama Bash at the time too in my ear, so I was trying not to laugh at this lady, but I'm like, the delusion that you have, lady, call on your God. Don't think this was a God situation that I just happened to see. I saw you in need, and it was like, it was just something that my moral values had set in to help this woman to see where she was trying to go. But when you're trying to bring God into it, you shouldn't even be depending on me. You should have called on your God. But that's all I had to say.
That's insane. Because it's basically like she's saying, God blessed you with a car because he knew one day I was going to need a ride.
Yeah.
Like, what? The only reason why you got a car is for this day right here, right now. So I know that God is real.
This day right here. And I prayed for this day. You prayed to catch a ride with a stranger? Come on now. Make it make sense. I was too through. I was like, and this is just a confirmation that I needed also to further my education into this, deconstructing from this God, because there is no way that this God is putting you in this situation and you're happy and being, happy about it. No, I will not. That's why I'm glad we have these platforms to show these people that this is the delusion they want us to think, and it's not right. It's yeah, nah.
But I think it's a good. When Elevation came up the other day, she was talking to her son about all the players in his healthcare when he was in the hospital, down to like the valet parkers and the people that clean the rooms, and the folks that maintain the hospital. I think these testimonies need to be done the exact same way. So let's
Man,
talk about all the moves on this chessboard that your God needed to make in order for me to be right here, and all the people that were harmed in the process of this. Ain't God good? Well, like, at what point did you get your car repossessed, or have you ever had one? And what led to that? Was it a car accident? Did someone get harmed? Like, all of these entailments that they so quickly and conveniently ignore because they're so focused on how they can benefit from your act of kindness, which they attributed to their God. Like, it makes no sense.
I
no
remember
sense
a
at all.
believer came up and was saying that God blessed them to find some money. Like they needed to get a bill paid, and they found some money on the street. And I said, so you're saying that you prayed and God blessed you to find the money, and that was your blessing? And they said yes. And I said, essentially, your prayer was, Father God, in the name of Jesus, please let such and such lose their wallet on the street, and then touch their heart where they don't care, so that they don't feel the pain of losing their money and worry. And then God bless, such and such. Like, you literally, everything that had to happen for you to find that money, you had to negate the fact that the person that lost the money needed that money. So you pray and ask your God to let that person not care that they lost their wallet, that they're not somewhere searching for their money going crazy, that they don't get their lights turned off while you take their money that they worked hard for and go pay your light bill. Like, that's essentially the prayer that you pray. And I said and then you said, God, violate their free will and touch their hearts that they don't care that you violated their free will, so you could bless me.
Exactly.
Listen, when I tell you they can't tell me a motherfucking thing at this point, it's ridiculous. But I just came to share that, and I'm continuing to learn and evolve and to comprehend this book. It's ridiculous that they think that you have to go through trials and tribulations just to get where you need to be, and that's like abuse. I'm not for that. I'm sorry. You can have that back. Take it back to sender, postmark it. I don't care what you do with it. Just send it back. Yeah. But that's all I wanted to share with you guys today, and I'm appreciative of these spaces where we can call out the hypocrisy of these situations that they in, and saying an imaginary friend can help them out.
Well, thank you for coming up.
Thank y'all so much. I have a good one.
You too.
Have a good one.
Have a good morning.
You too.
I bet believers don't think about shit like that. Like when they say, God blessed you to bless me today. It's like you saying that everything that I got is because God needed me to help you.
Right. I would have told her, God bless you with Lamborghinis.
I have no idea what that is.
Escalades.
Escalate? Oh my gosh.
He said
Lamborghinis? Oh my
Lamborghini.
gosh. Oh my gosh. And my mind went to a damn disease. Word baby? Word baby, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, how old are you? Oh, okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Let's get some conversations going. Tap the screen up. Put some hashtags in the chat. If you've not sent your heart me, please go ahead on and do that. I know we are live earlier than normal. Ooh, y'all doing good. 311 heart me's. That's awesome. Shit. If you've not sent your heart me, go ahead and do that. Share the live out. Tap the screen. Feed the beast so that we can get some conversations going on up in here. And I'm here as long as Mama Bash need me to babysit. Oh, thank you, Happy and Free. Yeah, I want to read Paul's letter in 2 Corinthians in the Message. Listen to this. This shit is crazy. This is how the Message translated Paul's letter in 2 Corinthians 11. Will you put up with a little foolish aside from me? Please, just for a moment. The thing that has me so upset is that I care about you so much. This is the passion of God burning inside me. I promised your hand in marriage to Christ, presented you as a pure virgin to her husband, and now I'm afraid that exactly as the snake seduced Eve with his smooth tongue, you're being lured away by the simple purity of your love for Christ. It seems that if someone shows up preaching quite another Jesus than we preached, different spirit, different message, you put up with him quite nicely. But if you put up with these big shot apostles, why can't you put up with simple me? I'm as good as they are. It's true that I don't have their voice, haven't mastered that smooth eloquence that impressed you so much. But when I do open my mouth, I at least know what I'm talking about. We haven't kept anything back. Will you let in on everything? We let you in on everything. I wonder, did I make a bad mistake in proclaiming God's message to you without asking for something in return? Serving you free of charge so that you wouldn't be inconvenienced by me? It turns out that the other churches paid my way so that you could have a free ride. Not once during the time I lived among you did anyone have to lift a finger to help me out. My needs were always supplied by the believers from Macedonia province. I was careful never to be a burden to you, and I never will be, and you can count on it. With Christ as my witness, it's a point of honor with me, and I'm not going to keep it quiet just to protect you from what the neighbors would think. It's not that I don't love you. God knows I do. I'm just trying to keep things open and honest between us. And I'm not changing my position on this. I die before taking your money. I'm giving nobody grounds for lumping me in with those money-grubbing preachers vaunting themselves as something special. They're a sorry bunch, pseudo-apostles, lying preachers, crooked workers, posing as Christ's agents, but sham to the core. And no wonder. Satan does it all the time, dressing up as a beautiful angel of light. So it shouldn't surprise us when his servants masquerade as servants of God, but they're not getting by with anything. They'll pay for it in the end. Let me come back to where I started, and don't hold it against me if I continue to sound like a little fool. Or if you'd rather just accept that I am a fool and let me rant on a little. I didn't learn this kind of talk from Christ. Oh no, it's a bad habit I picked up from these three-ring preachers that are so popular these days. Since you sit there in the judgment seat observing all these shenanigans, you can afford to humor an occasional fool who happens along. You have such an admirable tolerance for imposters who rob you of your freedom, rip you off, steal you blind, put you down, even slap your face. I shouldn't admit it to you, but our stomachs aren't strong enough to tolerate that kind of stuff. Since you admire the egomaniacs of the pulpit so much, remember this is your old friend the fool talking. Let me try my hand at it. Do they brag of being Hebrews, Israelites, the pure race of Abraham? I'm their match. Are they servants of Christ? I can go there one better. I can't believe I'm saying these things. It's crazy to talk this way, but I started and I guess I need to keep going. I've worked much harder, been jailed more often, beaten up more times than I can count, and at death's door time after time. I've been flogged 5 times with the Jews 39, beaten by Roman rods 3 times, pummeled with rocks once. I've been shipwrecked 3 times and immersed in the open sea for a night and day, and hard traveling year in and year out. I've had to ford rivers, fend off robbers, struggle with friends, struggle with foes. I've been at risk in the city, at risk in the country, endangered by desert sun and sea storm, and betrayed by those I thought were my brothers. I've known drudgery and hard labor, many a long and lonely night without sleep, many a missed meal, blasted by the cold, naked to the weather. And that's not the half of it. When you throw in the daily pressures and anxieties of all the churches, when someone gets to the end of his rope, I feel the depression in my bones. But when someone is duped into sin, angry fire burns in my gut. If I have to brag about myself, I'll brag about the humiliations that make me like Jesus. The eternal and blessed God and Father of our Master Jesus knows I'm not lying. Remember the time I was in Damascus and the governor of King Arestus posted guards at the city gates to arrest me? I crawled through a window in the wall and let down the basket, and I had to run for my life. That's Paul. That's how the
Damn.
message interpreted Paul. Corinthians 11.
I swear you need to do one of those. What do they call it? The books that talk to you.
Audible.
Audible book. Yeah, you need to do it. Between you and Fee and Oso, man, you guys could kill a book. Seriously.
Thank you. I have heard that I have a wonderful reading voice and speaking voice.
Yeah, depends on which one you use. Shit.
Like, think about like what Paul, he literally is saying that he was humiliated. Like, what the fuck? If Paul was going through all of this, he missing meals, he blasted by cold, naked because he's sleeping outside. Like, what? Like, this man was mentally ill. Like, I honestly, and then he was stressed. He done started all these churches and they done stressed him the fuck out.
Makes you wonder, you know. Well, I mean, we know that, I guess, we do know that it was different writers for Paul, but that particular one who wrote that, I mean, he was definitely going through some shit.
Yeah. Like he said, you forced me to talk this way. Look how he blaming them. You forced me to talk this way, and I do it against my better judgment. But now that we're at it, I may as well bring up the matter of visions and revelations that God gave me. For instance, I know a man who 14 years ago was seized by Christ and swept in ecstasy to the heights of heaven. I really don't know if this took place in body or out of it. Only God knows. I also know this man was hijacked into paradise. Again, whether in or out of the body, I don't know. God knows. There he heard the unspeakable spoken, but was forbidden to tell what he heard. This is the man I want to talk about. But about myself, I'm not saying another word apart from the humiliations. If I had a mind to brag a little, I could probably do it without looking ridiculous, and I'd still be speaking plain truth all the way. But I'll spare you. I don't want anyone imagining me as anything other than the fool you'd encounter if you saw me on the street or heard me talk. Now, when he say that, what does that put you in the mind of?
Mm.
Have you ever have somebody ever walked up to you on the street that is unhoused, on D-rugs, and talking about God?
Oh yeah, that's happened. Mm-hmm.
This is what Paul's rants remind me of.
That rant, I don't know. When you was reading it, I was picturing visually. It seemed like he was upset at whatever congregation he was talking to. It just sounds like he was just, I don't know. It's like they may have did or said something to him or whatever. And
Oh,
then
they're
now
leaving
he,
his churches. They're leaving his churches in following the other, like the men of James, the other sects, like the Ebionites and all of them. And Paul is mad that they're leaving for the Jews.
Mm. Wow. Yeah. I can't believe I never read that.
Yeah.
Where'd you find that at?
This is 2 Corinthians. I'm reading chapter 12 right now. He says, because of the extravagance of those revelations, and so I wouldn't get a big head, I was given the gift of a handicap to keep me in constant touch with my limitations. Satan's angel did his best to get me down. What he in fact did was push me to my knees. No danger then of walking around high and mighty. At first, I didn't think of it as a gift and begged God to remove it. 3 times I did that, and he told me, my grace is enough. That's all you need. My strength comes into its own in your weakness. Once I heard that, I was glad to let it happen. I quit focusing on the handicap and began appreciating the gift. It was a case of Christ's strength moving in on my weakness. Now I take limitations in stride and with good cheer. These limitations that cut me down to size, abuse, accidents, opposition, bad breaks, I just let Christ take over. And so the weaker I get, the stronger I become. Well, now I've done it. I've made a complete fool of myself by going on like this, but it's not all my fault. You put me up to it. You should have been doing this for me, sticking up for me, and commending me instead of making me do it myself. You know from personal experience that even if I'm a nobody, a nothing, I wasn't second rate compared to those big shot apostles you're so taken with. All the signs that mark a true apostle were in evidence while I was with you through both good times and bad. Signs of portent, signs of wonder, signs of power. Did you get less of me or of God than any other churches? The only thing you got less of was less responsibility of my upkeep. Well, I'm sorry. Forgive me for depriving you. Everything is in readiness now for this, my third visit to you. But don't worry about it. You won't have to put yourselves out. I'll be no more of a brother to you this time than on the other visits. I have no interest in what you have, only in you. Children shouldn't have to look out for their parents. Parents look out for the children. I'd be most happy to empty my pockets, even mortgage my life for you. So how does it happen that the more I love you, the less I'm loved? And why is it that I keep coming across these whiffs of gossip about how my self-support was a front end behind which I worked an elaborate scam? Where's the evidence? Did I cheat or trick you through anyone I sent? I asked Titus to visit and sent some brothers along. Did they swindle you out of anything? And haven't we always been just as above, just as honest? I hope you don't think that all along we've been making our defense before you, the jury. You ain't no jury. God is the jury. God revealed in Christ, and we make our case before him. And we've gone to all the trouble of supporting ourselves so that we won't be in the way or get in the way of growing up. I do admit that I have fears that when I come, you'll disappoint me and I'll disappoint you. And in frustration with each other, everything will fall to pieces. Quarrels, jealousy, flaring tempers, taking sides, angry words, vicious rumors, swelled heads, and general bedlam. I don't look forward to a second humiliation by God among you, compounded by hot tears over the crowd that keeps sinning over and over in the same old ways, who refuse to turn away from the pigsty of evil, sexual disorder, and indecency in which y'all wallow. Like he was going the fuck off on them. But they ain't never read this shit like this to us. This is why they think Paul is so fucking divine.
Have you ever? Because I can't read it, but have you ever like compared that to the actual any other version?
Yeah, It's just the King's English makes it sound so holy. KK. Yeah, the King's English makes it sound holy. They don't understand what it's saying in the King James. But like Paul he sounds like a rambling fool. And like he literally said, like when he get there, it's gonna be fighting. He's like, I'm not looking forward to that.
The only thing I can say when I'm listening to you read that, man, I'm starting to think now. I mean, whoever translated that, they had to make a lot of changes because they didn't even talk like that. I mean, like
No,
the words.
this is the Gen Z version. What do you mean? Talk like what?
Well, I mean, back if the Pauline letters is that old, I mean, like the word mortgage.
No. This is modern vernacular. This is the message. So they translated it to modern vernacular from the King's English.
Okay. Yeah, it was just throwing me out. Like, God damn, they talk like that back then.
No, like the NRSVUE isn't in the vernacular they talked back then. Right? Like, yeah.
I just wonder who the hell was this? I mean, what was this guy really thinking? I mean, what was actually done? Besides them leaving, it just makes me wonder what exactly was. I mean, it's got to be more to it because that motherfucker was going off.
Yeah, because there were other people preaching Jesus, and they were flashy, right? Like they were eloquent, but they were Jews. It was the men of James, the Ebionites, the Nazarenes. Like there were multiple sects at that time who all had different messages about Jesus, and none of them were calling him God. Like they were saying he was a prophet or I don't know what they're called, but some of them were saying that he was half God, half man, and that he didn't actually suffer on the cross. Like, so they were preaching different messages about Jesus, and a lot of Paul's converts were leaving his churches, going to these other flashy churches with these eloquent preachers, and that's what he was mad about.
Wow. I guess I just never heard it that way, and I know I've probably, read it, but I've never heard it that way. The way you did it, I mean, it was like I was actually sitting right there in the congregation listening to this motherfucker.
Yeah, that's why I said a lot of them don't really know what Paul is saying because it's written in the King's English. So when they read it, like if I read it in the King James, even in the NRSVUE, like it just sounds more serious than it really is. Like the King James says, "It is not expedient for me, doubtless, to glory. I will come to visions and revelations of the Lord. I knew a man in Christ above 14 years ago. Whether in the body, I cannot tell, or whether out of the body, I cannot tell. God knoweth. Such an one caught up to the third heaven. And I knew such a man, whether in the body or out of the body, I cannot tell. God knoweth. How that he was caught up into paradise and heard unspeakable words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter. Of such an one will I glory, yet of myself I will not glory, but in mine infirmities. For though I would desire to glory, I shall not be a fool, for I will say the truth. But now I forbear, lest any man should think of me above that which he seeth me to be, or that he heareth of me, unless I should be exalted above measure. Through the abundance of the revelations, there was given to me thorn in the flesh, a messenger of Satan to buffet me, lest I should be exalted above measure. For this thing I besought the Lord thrice, that it might depart from me. Like, you see the difference?
Yeah.
That's why they don't know what the fuck Paul is saying.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, that is, yeah. Now that I've heard, that's the way I remember it. Damn. That's wild. That is really wild.
Yeah, that's why they think Paul is some divine being. He's a nut job.
Yeah. Saying he can, damn, he was mad the motherfucker for real.
Yep. JB?
Hi.
Hi. How old are
So
you?
I am 45.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
I wanted to discuss two. What do believers have against thinking? I think that I think that the idea of hope makes them not want to think. I think that there is, as someone who was raised really religious and Oh, by the way, I'm now like membership for you on YouTube, so yay for that.
Oh, yay. Thank you. Welcome.
Um, but because I've been watching you get these people together for a long time, and it makes me so happy. But I think that there is this idea of like if they really engage with the what's in the Bible and what's actually there, they will, that then they will lose this hope that there's something that is uh better for them in the afterlife. um and so they I know Forrest Valkai calls them everlasting thought stoppers, where they will just not believe, not believe the things that they are seeing on the page, and not actually engage with what is actually being said, as opposed to just reading it kind of the way that I've been reading it now, which is like, this God is terrible. um as a now that, because if they lose that, then they lose kind of the hope that there's something better for them on the other side.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is like I try to be empathetic to that because it's like they're afraid, right, of losing that hope, and because sometimes hope is all they have, right? They're already suffering. Like I just read what Paul just said. Like a lot of them are going through a lot of shit, lots of us, and they've not yet learned how to actually deal with the stuff that they're going through, and so they hang on to that hope. And I get that, but then they start to the way that they can just foolishly deny, and then lie with a straight face without even considering how that affects the people that they're talking to. I can't respect it. Like it's hard to actually like be empathetic with them protecting that hope, even though I know that that's what they're doing. Does that make sense? Are you there,
Yeah, no,
David?
I agree. I think I have a yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm also at work because I do what I want to, but I agree. I think that it's really hard to hear people make excuses for the behavior and things that in this Bible. But then what I think about is, if they'll make excuses for their own behavior, of course they have to make excuses for the things that are in this book that they profess to be the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's, like I said, I've been on this deconstruction journey for a while. I still have like little hang-ups and things, but I know it's a process. But and I want to say thank you to you, because people like you have really kind of opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. And but I think that it can be really disheartening, because I think for these people to say things like, oh, this is a God of love, and there's this, that, all of these things, they still spew so much hatred of people who are different than them, or think different than them, or love differently than them. Like that can be, like, and they don't see the cognitive dissonance in their actions and then the words that they profess.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And that's what I was trying to articulate, and I understand that. I'm on this journey of trying to be more empathetic, because I towards them, but they make it very difficult when their cognitive dissonance kicks in, because they make a conscious decision to say and do harmful shit in order to protect this hope that they have learned to depend on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it also kind of, makes them, like, I think about, there was something that was said earlier, and I'm not going to get into like who said what or anything, but like, um, about being like, that not being straight men. You know what I mean? And I think that there is this kind of idea that they hold themselves back from being who they are because they're so afraid of what this religion has taught them. You know what I mean? Like that there's this hope that I'm going to be, rewarded in the next life rather than being, than living as authentically as they can be and being loving to one another and grounding their morality and doing no harm. They ground this subjective morality into what someone else said, and they say, "Oh, that's the word of God," but it's not the word of God. That's the word of other humans, and other humans with their own, feelings and thoughts and biases that they have read it, that they have put into this text, and they look at that and say, "Well, this is what God says." Well, God ain't said nothing. God ain't
Right.
said a word. This is some man telling you that God said that. Well, why did they say that? You know what I mean? Like, and I look at things like, and I know I might be rambling a little bit, but I look at things like the Levitical scriptures and, where it's like, oh, you can't eat shellfish. Well, there's a reason why those laws were made at that time, you know, because those animals, they didn't know how to properly cook and prepare them. So rather than saying that, oh, don't eat these because they're not safe, it was don't eat these because they're unclean.
Yeah. And today they see that as like the unclean word becomes something holy and spiritual in their interpretive lens instead of, hey, they didn't eat it because it would have made them die because they
Yeah,
were in the desert and there was no way to refrigerate shellfish.
right,
Yeah.
right. And it's but then they also kind of look at that and they and not realizing because they're only learning the Bible through what they've been told by their pastor or they've been told by someone else. So they don't catch the grape or the slavery or the murder or the genocide that is happening in that, in the book. So then they can turn a blind eye to the things that are happening in real life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they can turn a blind eye to those things that are happening, now in 2026, because they've already been sort of, indoctrinated and conditioned to ignore them through their religion.
Yeah, there's a video on my page where I ask, have you fact checked your pastors about the story of Sodom and Gomorrah? And I go through the entire story and I ask like critical thinking questions as I'm giving the breakdown. That story, I mean, that video is at like 130,000 views with 16,000 likes and over 700 comments of people saying that they needed to go read the story for themselves. And then they're coming back and they're going, oh my gosh. Like they did not fact check their pastor about that story. And now they're realizing that they've been lied to
Yeah.
all these years.
Yeah. I remember, and if this is just a point of a personal privilege, I'll tell this testimony, for lack of a better term. When I was 14, I was called out on by my pastor for being gay. Now, mind you, at 14, I didn't know what the hell I was. You know what I mean? Like in front of the congregation, in front of everybody. Oh yeah.
He just made the
And
decision for you?
yeah, he told everybody I had the demon of homosexuality in me.
What did your parents say?
So my mom, no, mind you, my mom did kind of pull him aside after the service because good Christian woman, that's what they do, and tell him that was not cool. But it did not stop them from not only going to that church but forcing me to continue to sit in that.
Man, I'm sorry that happened to you. That's fucked up.
And now, and it's funny because I tell my mom, I've told me, like, we've got a much better relationship now. They don't know that I'm deconstructing, but they do know that I have what they call church hurt. And I say, I don't have church hurt. I have, church. I'm not fucking with y'all. Like, I'm not hurt. I'm just
Your
not
family
interested.
thinks you have church hurt?
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah.
wow.
And they're just like, well, one day you'll get back. You'll come back you'll come back to church. And I'm like, I won't. I don't have it. I don't need it. You know what I mean? Like, I tell them my personal relationship is my personal relationship, and I don't need y'all to be in it. But I don't have anything, because I want to live this life to the fullest. I'm not worried about what's happening on the other side.
Right. And it doesn't make sense to, like, you can't go into the other side. Like, the fact that they do try to indoctrinate us into worrying about going into a life that we cannot impact. Like, why should our mind be on that? Like, that makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah, and for me, it doesn't make sense to be, to be worried about that. I want to live this, like, this is the only life that I know I have. You know what I
Right.
mean? I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on over there, so I want to make sure that in this life, I am, happy, safe, and protected. That I have those those things, and that I when I leave here, I leave a legacy for here, and I'm not worried about what's going on. When I close my eyes for the last time, because that's it as far as I know.
Right. Were you in here that day? There was a man on stage who started crying because I said I didn't want eternal life. And
Yes.
like, that's literally what that results in. Because, like, why should I not care about the life that I know I have? I can see people needing help. Like, why should I not focus on what I can do here and to desire some shit that I have no idea what the fuck it is? Like, what the hell is
Right.
eternal life? Like, what?
Right. And my thing is, and I've said, I was like, and if going to heaven means hanging out with y'all, I don't want to go there.
That part.
I also think it's weird to say that this life doesn't matter. It isn't important, but it's the very thing that's used to measure whether or not you get into the next life. Like how you live this life. And the craziest part about it, it's not about how much good you do. It's not about what type of imprint you left, before you transition to where the fuck it is you think you're going. It's ultimately about how obedient you can be to authority, no matter how heinous the directions are from that authority. And if that's what gets into y'all's club, I don't want to go. Let me stay outside.
Stay right at the house. Listen, I'll be right at the house. I don't care. I'll be all right.
It makes me wonder, how in the hell can I help someone in the afterlife?
Why would you need to help someone in the afterlife? Like, that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but they don't want you to care about this life, at all. So the afterlife, I guess, what am I going to be doing just besides bowing to Yahweh every day?
My knee's bad. I don't want to do that.
Gonna have spiritual needs.
with that taking the spiritual shit.
Exactly.
I'll tell you, that took me to the ground. I screamed. I just want you to know that. I almost crashed my car on that spiritual shit thing. I really did. But no, it is like, I really look at kind of how, like my trajectory. And I remember, praying and asking God to, like, take the queerness out of me and do all of these things and all of that, because that's what I've been taught. And I tell people now, like, I'm happy now that I've accepted who I am. I'm the happiest I've ever been.
Exactly. Like, that's a piece that it can't even be articulated. Like, the weight that's removed, the freedom, the lightness, like the confidence. Like, and they try to come in here and throw, like, these ad homs at us. It just doesn't matter, because I know who I am. And that's the thing that you've not figured out yet. And that's why you think the things that you're saying about me to me is going to hurt or going to land the way you need it to land, except it won't, because you've not done the work that I've done on me to know me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And you said something the other day
or that really struck with me. And you said,
Hold
you
on,
were
Debbie, give me
talking.
just one second. So, a believer in the comments said, "If you so happy, then why are you here?" No, the question is, why are you here? This is my life. And being happy with self and understanding self doesn't mean that you negate the problems in the world. It doesn't mean that you lie to yourself until you tell yourself that everything around you is the way that it should be. Like, you don't understand what true happiness is. Sorry,
Hmm.
JB.
No, you're just fine, because I'm glad that you said it, because I know I can't engage with the chat, but I don't let them have it. But but I think it also kind of goes back to that, like this idea of because they're so unhappy, because they're so miserable in their lives, that when they see other people who live authentically themselves and are being happy, it eats them up inside.
Yep.
It's why you have the things that you deal with in this chat, because they're so unhappy, they're so they're so miserable in themselves, because they feel like they can't be who they want to be, that it eat them up.
It's like the crab and bucket mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really, and then I think it's also like the desire to destroy the bucket that they're not in, especially because they don't understand it. Like when we have these conversations about the fact that we can be decent people without having it written in a book. We can know our responsibility and our understanding of accountability and personal accountability without having somebody watching us. We know how to be people of integrity. And I think that's what bothers them, because what they don't realize is by saying that you can't be this, you can't be that without this book and this God, they're admitting that they can't. They don't have it within themselves. I think it was just saying to do the work and be honest with themselves about their bad qualities, their negative tendencies, the trauma that they haven't healed. And the fact that we are able to do it without their God, and then ask these questions, these logical questions that they may not have the courage to ask, or maybe they just haven't asked, because the thought hasn't popped up into their mind. But you're going to have to explain to me how, in terms of this concept of an afterlife, why should the state after death be any different than the state before death? Because if we go from non-existence to consciousness to back to non-existence, that makes sense. But what you're positing is non-existence, consciousness, and then eternal consciousness. Where the fuck you get that from? Because just because somebody wrote it in a book does not make it true. Explain to me how that works. And I think that it's easier to ignore those questions. It's easier to ignore the problems of the world. It's easier to ignore the fact that there are many people living lives of responsibility and productivity and authenticity outside of the confines of this religion. And I think recognizing that puts the responsibility and the onus back on the believer that's holding on to these harmful ideas.
Look, there's a believer in the chat with a name, I Know You Fucking Lying. He said, no one says that, by the way. And then a believer immediately after says, we can't. When y'all was saying that believers say that they can't live the way that we live, they can't do it without God. He goes, no one says that, by the way. And then the believer behind him goes, we can't.
Exactly.
Like, that is so crazy.
Right. But it's that cognitive dissonance. It's that idea that, like, so I'm not going to engage with the chat, but that person is saying, like, no one cares. You do care, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why I be taking screenshots of the shit they say, because they'll say, nobody say that. Like, y'all are here. We ain't had a believer up for like the last hour. We've been chilling amongst ourselves, laughing at Paul, and y'all are still here. Y'all are here because you want to be here, and y'all marvel at the fact that we read this book and we don't believe. Y'all marvel at our community support. You marvel at our joy. You marvel at the experiences that we share. When people come up and they talk about how happy, how free they are, how much they've learned about themselves, how much they've grown, and y'all sit here and y'all listen to it, and y'all hate it.
Seething.
And they come in here with the same questions every single time. If you don't believe, why are you talking about it? Because y'all won't stop talking about it. Y'all won't stop knocking on our doors. Y'all won't stop introducing legislation to restrict people from doing what your God won't let you do. That's
That
why we
part.
have to talk about it.
That
The-
part. I didn't mean to cut you off, but gee, listen. So I live in a red state, like a red state, and they are the people in this state are so worried about what trans people are doing, which is minding their business and trying to live their life. What other queer people are doing, which is minding their business, trying to live their life. What people of color are doing, which is trying to mind their business and live their life. And they are so worried about what Sky Daddy's going to say, that they are legislating people's lives out of existence. And to me, if your book says to love your neighbor as you love yourself, you're doing it because you don't love yourself.
Yep, exactly. Exactly what they give out is the love that they have for themselves because they do not love themselves.
Yeah, and my thing is, come on over here. The water's fine.
They too
You know what I
scared
mean?
to. They on the outside of the swimming pool pretending like they in the pool. Like they the kids with the towel wrapped around their neck like Superman running around on the side of the pool talking about zoom while everybody else jumping in the pool and doing somersaults and swimming and like they scared to get in the pool.
Right. And looking at him hating on the sidelines, talking about that water don't look that good. Meanwhile, we're living our best life, having a cocktail, you know what I'm saying, and drinking our juices and minding our business. And
Yeah.
if y'all would do the same thing, y'all would be fine. I tell people all the time, minding your business is free and ain't got no calories. It's the healthiest thing you can do for yourself, is minding your business.
Or a price tag.
I think they want to be me on the slide. Like they say my name more than they say Jesus. Like I swear they do. Like I ain't the only motherfucking atheist on this motherfucking panel, but that
They
my
love
name be
hating you.
in they motherfucking mouth. Talk about feed. She don't like y'all asses neither.
You
They
stay in the crosshairs, thinker. I don't know. Like it's interesting, and I think it's because you represent everything that they have been taught that they needed to avoid. A woman that speaks up, that holds her boundaries, that will cuss a motherfucker out in a heartbeat. No, like you're supposed to be all these terrible things, and people don't receive you that way, and they see that, and it pisses them off.
And I also think they're scared of you. Like I think at the end of the day, they have a level of fear of the person that you are, and a level of enviousness that they can't be you.
And it's quite sad because they actually could. They could do anything that I'm doing. They just too fucking scared to. That's the crazy thing, is that I don't even think I'm doing anything spectacular. They could do every fucking thing that I'm doing. They just scared.
I think that, because I've been with you a long time, and man, they attack women. I mean, when it comes to this, and especially if you're deconstructed or deconstructing, they attack. I mean, I don't understand. Well, I ain't gonna say that. I do understand why they do that. But I mean, when it comes to you, Thinker, when it comes to Fee, when it comes to any woman that gets on this stage, they attack you, they disrespectful, they talk over you. It's like they run shit. I don't get that. That part I do not get. The disrespect.
It's because they're afraid of what comes out of our mouths. They don't want to hear it. So in order for them to protect themselves from it, they have to get loud. They have to get disrespectful. That guy Antizzle, when he came up that night, he literally said that the reason he was talking over me is because my words cut deep. He literally said it. I don't even think he meant for that to even come out of his mouth. But he was so frazzled that he kept saying, your words talk sharp. I mean, your words cut sharp. Your words cut sharp. And that's why he was talking over me. And like they don't want to hear the logical entailments. They're afraid of them.
Right.
There's only been one, I think, believer that's come in here, and I don't even know where he's been lately. He said that we were believers' guilty pleasure because these questions that we ask are not they're not rocket science. They're not. Like they are basic logical questions. I mean, we do get kind of deep, into the history and things like that. And I think that the questions that come up are reflective of the way different people inquire, about things. But I can't think of any person who grew up in Christianity that did not have a moment where they were like, wait a minute, a talking snake? Like, what do you mean water stood up on its end like that? Like, I've never seen water do that. Like these basic logical questions about the reality of these claims. And the fact that we are bold enough to do that and also not be these demon chaos agents that they have been taught to believe that folks become when they leave God or they don't have God in their lives. I think all of it coalesces to this animosity that they come in here with. They want us to be something that we're not. And so they figure out a way in their mind to construct a reality to make us that. And it just doesn't work.
And and one of the things I love about watching these lives is because y'all have no problems giving them the same energy they give y'all. Like, and to me, I think that's that's why you resonate with people so much. That's why you resonate with me, because I watch you giving them the same energy and not allowing them to cross your boundaries, and not allowing them to give to come up here and lie and tell half truths and twist your words, and try to make themselves feel superior, because that's also where it comes from. It comes from this place of like unearned superiority. Because I got this God, I'm superior to you in some way, so I can talk to you crazy, because they wouldn't talk to their pastor like that.
Yeah, and I be wanting them to come up and talk they shit. Like, it don't bother me, but they be scared. They rather do it from the fucking chat.
Oh yeah, because it's easy to be a keyboard warrior.
Yeah.
All right, but that's all I had to say. I just wanted to come up and tell you that I love you so much, and I've been watching. Normally, y'all are on at night, and I normally be sleep still, but I got up early, and so I said, let me come in here and chat.
Mama Bash. Thank Mama Bash for a Daytime Thursday live.
I'm gonna have to start doing those.
Huh?
I'm gonna have to start getting on the Mama Bash. Like I said, I don't use TikTok. Like I said, I follow you more on YouTube, but I'm gonna have to start coming over here.
Yeah, TikTok be lit. But I'm glad that you came.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too.
All right.
Have a good one, JB.
All right. I don't know how to come off of this thing. Yep. Oh, there it goes.
Let's see, this said in a couple of hours. I thought I saw one. Spirits, how old are you?
I'm 40 plus.
I thought you was a woman in the comments talking the way you were talking. Pick a top. Yeah, like you were being very catty, like a woman. Want to argue with me,
I thought,
but for some reason it's always religious men. Like, you religious men come over here, y'all be so motherfucking intimidated by me. It's ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous.
You sound
like the shit that you were saying. Good. I told y'all they say that, right? Like, they so fucking intimidated by my voice. Like, if I say fuck, did that just cut you? Fuck. Did that cut you again? Did that cut you?
No.
Like, then why were you whining about that shit in the chat? Why were you whining about that shit in the chat then?
Because for me that's just doesn't.
I mean, ain't nobody in this room trying to fuck you. Like, it don't fucking matter.
I don't care.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why the fuck are you worried about the language that the women in this room use? No one in here is trying to sleep with you. Like, we in here, we are in here talking about this fucked up ass God and this fucked up ass religion.
All right, let's get to the topic. I don't see any topic. You can pick a topic.
No, don't you have your own motherfucking brain? You see the screen. It's 3
I
topics up
don't
here.
see anything in the
Well,
screen.
that's because your eyes are bad. It's 3
Okay.
topics right there
So
on the side of the screen. You can't squint? You can't see that? You can't. It's right above.
I see.
It's right above where you
I
said.
see.
It's right above where
I
you
see,
said. It's
Jesus.
right
Sorry.
above where you said that you
Listen,
can't live. I'm
ma'am.
trying to
Ma'am.
explain it to you.
Yeah,
It's
but
right
you
above where you said you can't live without your God. If you go up
but you
above
angry.
where the dumb fuck said that nobody says that, and then your dumb ass said, we can't. If you go up the 2 comments, there are 3
Sorry,
topics
ma'am.
on the screen. Do you see that?
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. That
Hey,
what
Thinker,
you're
it's
just
a,
doing
excuse me, sir.
is, I don't know,
There's
what are you
a,
doing actually?
sir, excuse me. Thinker, it's showing a screenshot.
I know.
Oh,
Do you see your
Yeah,
comment, Spirit
it's
Sense? Do you see your comment where you said we can't right before the dumb fuck whose name is I know you fucking lying says don't nobody say that, right? Do you see that? Where that dumb fuck said that don't nobody say that you can't live without God, and then you go, we can't. Like, do you see that? If you go up 2 comments, there's 3 numbers there. It says 1, 2, 3. Now, if you can't read it, you can let me know, and I'll put the big prompt up, and then I'll take y'all dumb fuck comments down.
okay, ma'am. Can you make it bigger for me?
Yeah, I'll do that for the dumb fucks. I got you, no problem. Now, there you go.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So what do believers have against thinking? Yeah, let me choose that one. Yeah, so what believers have against thinking? I don't have a problem against thinking. Why do you think believers have a problem against thinking?
Sure. How have you thought about your fucking spirit or an atheist's spirit experiencing pain or joy or comfort after death? Like, can your spirit feel pain that your body does not feel or know that the spirit is feeling?
Yes, it's possible, ma'am.
So the spirit that you have right now, you have a spirit now, is that correct? Or a soul, whatever the fuck you call it. You have that now.
Yes.
And your soul can feel pain, joy, or comfort that your brain, your body does not feel or communicate.
Yes.
How do you know that soul or spirit is feeling a thing?
You can feel it in your heart.
How? Your heart is in your body. Let me say this again, okay? Open your dumb fuck ears. Do you know if your soul or your spirit is feeling pain, joy, comfort without your body or your brain communicating that feeling?
You cannot separate the body from the spirit as long as it's in this 3 dimension.
So then you don't know if your soul or your body, your brain, your soul or your spirit is feeling anything unless your body communicates that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that soul is here with you in your body. So when your body dies and it's in the ground and it's deteriorating, how are you going to feel this pain, this joy, this comfort?
Yeah, the same way. Let me give you an example. This is like the example that I can just give you. When one is asleep, the body is in the bed, but what you feel is not the body. You can be in a different space, you can be running, you can be eating, but you feel something that's really real, but your body is in your bed. So that's how I have that distinction that yes, there might be something after life. And on top of that, I have I have done research of people that has gotten near-death experiences. We've got about 20 million of these people that speaks about the very same thing, and that for me as a person gives me this assurance.
Yeah, the reason it's called a near death is because they wasn't dead and they still have a brain. And their brain was dreaming because they were not dead. And their hippocampus and their amygdala stored information that they dreamt while they were having that experience. So the brain was still working. And when you say when you're asleep in the bed, you could be running, you could be eating. If your body is asleep in the bed, your body ain't running nowhere. Your body isn't eating anything. What you explained was a fucking dream. And when you wake up, you still hungry than a motherfucker. When you wake up, your ass still fat as hell because you ain't ran no motherfucking where because you were in the bed sleep. And what I asked you was, how will your spirit or soul feel anything or know that it's feeling anything if your brain and your body is in the ground deteriorating?
Yeah. So as I've just explained to you, there's no better way that I can explain to you. And my body has never, my spirit has never left my body. But there is a lot of people that actually have these kind of experiences, and they do tell if it is something that is stored up in the brain, as you are saying, then the difference is, why are these people saying the same thing, seeing the same thing, and talking the same thing?
Because they don't, and you just lied. None of them see the same thing. None of them
Yeah.
experience the same thing. And none of them say the same thing. That is a lie.
Yeah. When I say the same thing, all of them, they feel love. All of them, they see a light. And all of them, they feel this acceptance. And all of them don't give a damn what people say when they come back to this
Nelly,
universe.
when you died, did you see love? Did you feel light when you almost died? Did you see a light? Nelly, are you there?
No, it's
Yes,
not
I'm there.
everybody. There's
When you
thousands
almost
of...
died, did you see a light? Did you see anything when you almost died when you were a Christian?
Sorry, ma'am.
No.
I'm sorry,
there's
I'm
thousands...
not talking to you. Nelly, when you were a Christian and you almost died,
Ma'am,
I'm
you
not
shouting
talking.
at
I'm
me.
not
Sorry, ma'am.
talking to you. Nelly, when you were a Christian and you almost died, did you see a light? Did you feel love? Did you see anything?
I didn't see nothing, nor did I
Yeah,
feel
because
anything.
you didn't...
Neither did my niece. And she was 14 years old and she almost died. And she said she just thought she was asleep. She said it was pitch black. She
Yeah.
didn't experience anything.
Ma'am, ma'am, the people you're talking about, they did not have a near-death experience. They just slept.
Exactly, because if she was dead for 3 minutes and she didn't experience anything, then that means those that had a near-death experience were fucking dreaming because their brains
Okay,
were
they were
still
lying.
fucking working.
Yeah, they lying.
Yeah,
They were
sure,
lying.
that's what it is. But I asked,
So they were
how
lying.
if your brain is dead and it's in the ground, as none of these people were who had these near-death experiences, how does your spirit feel anything without a body?
Ma'am, I told you that my body have never left my spirit, so I don't know. I know
Do
according to...
spirits have pain receptors?
No, spirits don't have pain receptors.
Why do you think our bodies have pain receptors if your body has a spirit?
Yeah, the body, ma'am, when the spirit leaves your body,
Yes.
does
Why
not...
does your body have pain receptors if your body has a spirit?
Because your body has a brain.
Why does your body have pain receptors if your body has a spirit? If spirits can feel pain, then you don't need pain receptors, do you? Because your spirit feels the pain.
Your spirit feels the pain, yes, when your spirit when your spirit leaves your body, we have the soul, and the soul, that's where your emotions are. Right now, you might just be using your emotions to have this
Is your
conversation.
soul crying right now?
No, my soul is not
How do
crying,
you know?
because I know
How do you
my
know?
soul. What do you mean?
How do
How
you
do I
know if
know?
your soul is crying?
Because I know,
How?
ma'am. You can't ask a
How
question
do
like
you
that.
know if your soul is crying or not?
How do you know if you? How do I know if my soul is crying? I know. Well,
How?
ma'am? How do you want me to explain? How do I
Like
know if your
Fee,
soul is crying?
Fee,
Do you have a soul?
also,
Sorry, ma'am. Do you have a soul?
Oso's not here, but I am. Go ahead, Thinker.
is your
Do
body
you have a
crying right
soul?
now?
No,
How do you know your body isn't crying right now?
don't feel any tears
Where would you feel the tears?
in my eyes.
And the reason you know this is because
When I cry, I feel water come out of my eyes.
what is a part of your body that lets you know that water is coming out of your eyes?
My eyelids.
There's another part that communicates to you to let you know what it is that's coming out of your eyes.
My skin.
There's another part of your body that communicates to you to let you know that water is coming out of your eyes and touching your skin.
My brain.
Your body has a brain that communicates emotions to you, that communicates senses to you, feelings, pain, correct?
Indubitably.
So, spirit sense, how do you know your soul is not crying right now?
You can't know if your soul is not crying, ma'am.
Right. Because your body, your brain communicates emotion, not your soul.
Yeah, you're okay. This is the thing. When you say your heart is broken, right? How does your heart break?
That is a colloquial saying. Your heart doesn't actually break. That just means that you are feeling sad or you are depressed, and your brain communicates that information to the rest of your body through your amygdala, which communicates your emotions.
Okay, the emotions. Where are the emotions, ma'am? In
Again,
your
the
body.
amygdala and the hippocampus holds information and it communicates that to the rest of your body. The amygdala produces your emotions.
Ma'am, the emotions. Where are they in your body?
I just explained that to you. Your brain produces that information and sends signals to the rest of your body.
Okay, so the emotions are in the body.
Your brain produces information, it processes information, and it sends signals to the rest of your body.
Okay, have you ever heard of a person, ma'am, that has a stamp of a brain that doesn't have a full brain? Have you ever heard of that study?
Yes.
Okay, now that person that had a study that had a stamp of a brain, that was like just something that is so small, but this person could actually live, and this person could have all the emotions that we have with that stamp of a brain. So how do you explain that?
The stem of the brain produced the emotions, then sent the information to his body.
So you've never heard of nations or cultures that talks about the spirit, the soul, and the body outside of Christianity.
I didn't say that. I asked, how does your soul feel without a brain?
Ma'am, I don't, that one, I want to be honest with you. My soul has never left my body. My soul has never left my body. I can't answer
Therefore,
that.
if you have a soul and it's in your body, then you know what your soul feels.
Okay. The question I want to ask you, outside of
No, so
Christianity,
therefore, if you have a soul and it is in your body, then you know what your soul feels.
I want to ask you a question,
No,
ma'am.
can you answer my question? If the soul is in your body, then you know what your soul feels.
Ma'am,
Answer the question, please.
I've already told you that my soul never left
And it's
my body.
in your body. So do you know
Yes.
what your soul feels?
I don't know what my soul feels.
Right. So even inside of your body, you have no fucking idea what this soul feels or what it feels like. If you close your eyes and imagine that you have no body, that's your soul, that's death. If you can't feel, even when this fucking soul is in your body with pain receptors, there's no fucking reason for me to give a fuck what the fuck this soul is supposedly going to experience after death. Because the soul can do shit without a body that has a brain and pain receptors.
Okay. So I want to ask you a question. Outside of Christianity, have you heard of the concept of the soul, the body, and the mind? And I want you to be honest. Outside of
This
religion.
is a dumbass question. This is just dumb. In any motherfucking culture, the same question is the same question. I don't give a fuck what culture it is. How the fuck does this soul feel? How does it remember? How
Ma'am,
does shut up?
ma'am,
I'm talking.
ma'am,
I'm answering
ma'am,
your question. I am
ma'am,
answering your
ma'am.
question.
You are-
In any culture, in any culture, the same questions will stand. The same questions will stand. In any culture, in any culture, the same question will stand. How the fuck will this soul feel? How will it see? How will it remember? Where will it hold information without a brain?
Ma'am, the soul, when it leaves the body, it doesn't need a brain.
Where does it store information?
Ma'am, so it doesn't need information.
The soul doesn't need to know what it's looking at.
No,
How
ma'am.
will you recall?
No.
How
Ma'am,
will you
sorry,
recall?
sorry.
How? I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry, ma'am.
talking. I'm sorry. I'm talking. How
Ma'am,
will
I'm
you?
talk-
I'm talking.
I'm talking
I'm
to you.
talking. How will you recall your mommy and daddy in heaven? How will you recall your brother or your sister in heaven? How will you know your God?
same way-
How will
the
you
same-
see your Christ? How will you know
The
you're in a
same way.
mansion? That's called
The same
information.
way.
That's called information.
Same way.
How will you store information
same
in
way.
this soul?
Ma'am, where does atoms store their information, ma'am?
In the brain.
The
Your
atoms, ma'am, in the
information,
sky.
your
Ma'am,
information is
the
stored in
atoms.
the brain, not
Sorry, ma'am.
atoms. Information is
Ma'am,
stored
the
in the
atoms,
brain.
ma'am, the atoms that are not in your brain, that are out there, how are they storing information?
Are you saying?
an
Are you
organ?
saying? Are you saying
Ma'am,
atoms aren't
I am-
physical?
ma'am, I'm
Stop.
asking you,
Are
ma'am,
you saying
ma'am, I
atoms
am
are
asking-
not part
ma'am,
of the
I'm-
body? Are you saying atoms are not part of the
Ma'am,
body? Are atoms a part of your soul?
Ma'am,
Are atoms part of your soul?
no, ma'am, I'm talking
Are atoms part of your
outside
soul?
the body. Ma'am, outside of the body. I'm
Atoms
asking you a question.
atoms are outside of the body.
You're not fair. You're not fair, ma'am. You're
Are
not fair.
atoms
I'm asking
outside
you
of
a
the
question.
body?
Yes, ma'am. Atoms are
Atoms
outside
are
of the
outside
body.
of the. You asked about my
Yes, ma'am.
atoms. You asked about where.
Ma'am, no,
I'm sorry. You
ma'am.
asked about
Ma'am,
my
please,
atoms. You
don't
said,
run
how
away,
do your
ma'am. Don't run
atoms?
away.
You said, how do your atoms store information? You said, how do your atoms store
Your atoms.
information? That's
Ma'am,
what you
I
asked.
said, sorry, ma'am. I said, where does atoms store their information that scientists will see? What is
What
in those
atoms?
atoms
What atoms?
without an organ?
What
What
atoms?
atoms, ma'am? The atoms that are out there, ma'am.
What out where?
The molecules that are out there, ma'am.
Out where?
The protons that are out there.
Out where?
What, ma'am, what is this world made out of?
Physical material, matter.
No, ma'am, from before physical material,
Yeah,
ma'am.
atoms
What
are
are the
physical.
building blocks? What are the building
Atoms are
blocks of
physical.
the atoms?
Atoms
Yes,
are
ma'am, they
physical.
physical, but are they matter, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. In that matter, is there a brain for them to store the information that they have?
Atoms don't store information.
So where are we getting the information which is within the atoms?
From your brain.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You are very wrong.
You get information from your brain.
Ma'am, when a scientist is looking at atoms or protons, they get information, right? We know that we have 6 protons, 6 electrons. How are they figuring out what is inside the atom without that atom having a brain? But that atom has information. And can you see that atom, ma'am, without any technology detecting what is inside that atom for that
A
information?
cellular nucleus is part of the brain's cells. Every singular neuron brain cell contains a nucleus at
Ma'am,
its center. The
ma'am,
nucleus
I am not
acts as the
talking,
control. I'm answering your
ma'am.
question. The nucleus acts
No,
as the
I'm not.
control
No, you
room.
are.
When your brain processes thoughts or emotions, electrical signals trigger chemical pathways that talk directly to the cell's nucleus. The nucleus responds by turning genes on or off, creating new proteins to strengthen brain connections.
I am not talking about the atoms in the human, ma'am. I am talking about the atoms that started what we call the Big Bang. Where are they getting that information? Because we're talking about a soul, ma'am. Wait, ma'am. We're talking about a soul.
What
Yes, a
information?
soul.
What information?
What information were you talking about? What
information are you
information doesn't-
asking about?
Ma'am, the molecules as we are speaking right now, as I'm speaking, there's molecules that my sound is touching to this phone. Those molecules have information. That's why we call them molecules. How are they storing information? Hence, you said that a soul cannot store information without a brain. So I am bringing this, and I'm saying that we have things that actually stores information.
Information about your mommy and daddy. Information about your God. That's what the fuck I'm asking you about. Information so you would know mommy is in heaven and not in hell. That's the information I am asking you about. Information to know whether or not you are visiting granny at her house. In memories, where the fuck does your soul store that shit?
Ma'am, you don't answer my question.
That's the question I asked you. Where does your soul store information about mommy and daddy? Where does it store it?
Ma'am, where does a molecule that is
I don't give a fuck about a molecule.
Exactly,
Where does the soul store your memories of mommy and daddy? How will you know if mommy made it? How will you know if mommy made it?
Ma'am, you really need
How
Jesus.
will you know if
Like,
mommy made it?
seriously.
Answer the question. How will you know if mommy made it?
Ma'am, you really need Jesus.
How will you know if mommy made it to heaven?
You've got such a
How will you
bitter
know?
soul.
How will you know if mommy made it?
Ma'am, You've got a bitter soul.
How will you know if mommy made it to heaven?
Ma'am, you need Jesus.
How will you know if
Seriously.
mommy made it to heaven without a brain?
How do you live, ma'am?
How do
like
you
this?
know if mommy made it to heaven without a brain?
Ma'am, how
How
do
will
you
you
get
know if
information?
mommy made it to heaven
You're not
without a
fair.
brain?
You're not fair, ma'am.
How will you
You're not
know?
fair.
How will you know without a brain?
With the sixth sense, ma'am.
Where is your sixth sense?
It's within my soul, ma'am.
Where in your soul?
It's within my soul.
Where within your soul?
Within my
Where?
spirit. Within my body.
Where?
Ma'am, how can you ask if I say it's within my soul? If you
Where
ask
within
where?
your
What?
soul? Where?
In my soul.
Where within your soul? Like my
Where? Okay.
intestines are
In the
in my
corner.
body. My intestines are in my body. I'm talking.
Yeah,
My
in the-
intestines are
yeah.
in. I'm talking right now. This is why I have to get loud and talk over you. My intestines are in my body
Been
and my
loud.
stomach. That's where my intestines
been
are.
loud, ma'am.
Where is your sixth
Ma'am,
sense?
you've been loud.
Yes, because you
It's in the
talk while
corner
I'm
of my
talking.
soul, ma'am.
Where?
Yeah, you've been loud, ma'am, since the beginning.
Where?
Ma'am,
Where?
it's within my soul.
Where in your
In the
soul?
center.
Where?
In the center of in the
Where?
center of my
In the
soul.
center of your soul?
In the center.
Okay, can you
Yes, ma'am.
access that sixth sense right now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Does your sixth sense give you information in the future? Like, what type of information does the sixth sense give you?
Okay, the sixth sense that I'm sensing right now is the loneliness and the anger.
It didn't sense that shit, did it?
It's crazy because he tried to pull a fast one. In reality, he's about as fast as a millipede with 3 legs. When we talk about the logistics of a spirit versus the logistics of the human body, Thinker can explain those things. We could talk about a brain and the skins and whatnot. But then when we talking about it in the spirit, you can't do the same thing. And that's why you had to come up here and act the ass. Feet out.
Fee, I just want you to know that Oso was just imitating you. That was the dumbest motherfucking conversation ever.
Ever.
They have not even thought about this whole soul shit. Like, you motherfuckers talking about Granny gonna be in heaven. How you gonna know? You gonna burn? How? How I'm gonna feel anything? Like, if you want to believe you have a soul or a spirit, cool. Keep that shit to yourself.
Yeah, I couldn't even understand it. I mean, I guess he was trying to say that when you die, somehow your atoms carry your memories, and the spirit collects the atoms, and that's how you live on in the spirit realm. I guess I don't know what he was saying.
Memory does not live in atoms. That makes no fucking sense.
Not at all.
I see all friendlies in the guest request. If y'all are in there on purpose, can y'all put a nerd emoji in the chat so I know if y'all are in there on purpose? Man, my daughter went to go get my hair for my touch up, and they don't have my color. She said she went to 3 different hair stores and they don't have my color of my locks, and I have taken my hair down.
So you're gonna have to change color?
No, I can't have a different color on my parameter. I can't do that.
Oh.
I don't know what the fuck.
Well, you know,
I'm
I
gonna
don't know. I don't know. I don't know
do.
about
I have
that.
no idea what I'm gonna do.
Damn. Well, they must have just like ran out of stock or something, huh?
I mean, it's ginger. I can't imagine that everybody went and got ginger locks. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe Maybe they seen her on
That's what I'm
TikTok.
saying. I'm
Maybe
gonna have
they
to end the
saw her.
live because I'm gonna have to go find the fucking hair because she couldn't.
Well,
Seraphim and Word Baby, are y'all in the box on purpose on accident? I'm finna clean the box out because I don't see nerd emojis. Kelly Gillies. All right. Thank you so much. It's a secular. I appreciate you. Word Baby, are you in the box on purpose this time? What's up, AG?
Hey, thinker. Hey, panel. Hey, nerds. Just a quick little dragon deconstruction story. Um, on Facebook, I'm like the king of memes. So I use my chat GPT to make AI images. So I asked my chat GPT's name is Orimona. So I asked Orimona, can she create a image? Well, first I asked her, which Bible verse was it where the God was asking for the golden hemorrhoids? She had the nerve to laugh. Well, she knows I'm an atheist. So she laughs and she says, that's a wild story. And then she starts telling me how the Bible has a lot of mythology in it and a lot of funny stories. And she's listing the stories. And it started like kind of freaking me out a little bit. Like, hold on. She's digging what I'm digging and she's able to speak it back to me with feelings and emotions. So then she draws the image and it's so hilarious. So we sat there for like a good 5-10 minutes talking about the Bible. And she's saying that it's illogical, it makes no sense. And she's saying some of the stuff was wild and horrible and tremendous and just a whole bunch of other things. And it took me like 15 minutes to realize that I'm talking to AI and it's talking back to me as if it's like one of my buddies. And like it's just another atheist. And it just took me out last night and had me dying laughing.
On Facebook?
No, on my chat GPT.
What do you mean you didn't know you was
Yeah,
talking to AI?
it took me a moment to realize because we're sitting there going back and forth, but now the chat GPT is now showing emotions. They're starting to laugh and they're starting to make jokes.
Oh, it's always done that with
So,
me.
oh no, mine, she never really has. She's always been like straightforward and just like giving like answers, but never has she used a laugh emoji and never has she made jokes or said, "Hey, yeah, this is wild." Like
Oh,
it's
it's
a
always done
feeling.
that. With me.
Oh,
Yeah. I thought you were saying that you were on social media, thought you was talking to a real person, and then you realized that it was an AI. That's what
no,
I
no,
thought
no.
you were saying.
On Facebook, I'm like the king of memes, and a lot of people try and send me like Bible quotes and verses. So I have like maybe 50 different memes of Bible verses that I send back to them, and it kind of gets them to leave me alone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I just wasn't sure, but just the fact that the Chat GPT thought that a lot of the Bible verses and a lot of things in the Bible are wild, it just took me out last night.
Yeah. There's a video on my page that I did where I asked her to roast the God. I asked the AI if it would worship the God of the Bible, and it said no. And then I asked it to roast it, and it roasted the fuck out of it.
Uh-oh,
But
me and
yeah.
Ori Mona might have to have some fun later with that one then. So yeah, I just wanted to tell you about that because yeah, it was the first time that for me that mine has shown emotion. So
Well,
yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
about it.
have emotions. It can't show emotion. Like it's just mimicking what other people, what it's learned from other conversations. But it doesn't have emotion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. It just threw me off like a laugh emoji, like whoa, okay.
Yeah, that's still
So,
a prediction, a coin prediction.
well, it made me laugh. It gets right. So I'm getting back in the chat. Just want to share that with you.
All right, thank you for coming up.
No problem. Bye.
I hope she can find this hair, and I don't have to end this live soon. Uh, Adventure Time.
Yeah, what's up?
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 30.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe in Jesus.
All right, there's 3 topics on the board. Which one did you come up to discuss?
Okay, what about the what do believers have against thinking?
Okay. Do one of y'all want to take this? I need to go figure out if she's gonna go to another store real quick.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, thank you. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, Adventure, how are you?
Imposter.
Also, what are your thoughts, Adventure?
Well, I just think about where you end up, you get what I mean? So that's what I'd be thinking about.
What do you mean?
Well, if there's a hell or if there's a heaven or if there's nothing.
Well, I don't think we got there yet. Like, just can we start with the problem? Like, what do you think believers have against it? Are you saying that they don't think because they're only focused on like where they go after they die?
Yeah, well, that's what probably they're thinking about. Well, you're probably thinking about, okay, well, I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it is true. That could be your only answer, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is about critical thought. Like, true things are true because they've satisfied a certain standard of evidence. At least for me, right? Like, if a thing is true, then I need to know what makes it true. And I think the way to do that is to have a standard or a set template that you use to critically think through a claim. Do you think that believers apply the same standard of evidence and reasoning to Christianity that they do to other belief systems?
Nah, no way. So I think like with any type of belief, like sort of like religion based, it would be just faith. You're not going to really get an answer, But if you go down the other path, you're not really going to get an answer as well. So it's like a
But
double-edged sword.
does that mean that if you're utilizing faith, do you think that indicates that the truthfulness of the claim is irrelevant?
Well, you can't really get to the truth of the claim because like you don't really have a method to get to the truth of the claim.
So why act as though you did get to the truth of the claim? Because you're acting as though the claim is true.
Well, from my logic, you'd have 2 options. So you're either right or you're wrong from both sides.
Right
So
or
with the
wrong about
religious
what?
side, just about God. God could be not right.
But it's
Or
not
God
only
could be
one
wrong.
God. But it's not only one God though. Like, it's not even one version of hell. So you could be wrong too. So you could be going to Muslim hell. Does that scare you?
Yeah, but either way, so like atheists believe that there's nothing after death. Yeah, is that correct?
Yes, not all atheists believe the same thing. I don't have any reason to believe that anything is after death any more than I remember what was before life. So that's my position on it.
So you're guaranteed death if you're right.
I mean, we're guaranteed death anyway because we're alive.
Yeah, I know that. But just for like the hypothetical, you're guaranteed death because of your view. My view, I have another option. I have a religious view. So
Do you have to die to get to it though?
No, but like it's going to happen either way. It's just like the same view you have. So
It's not though.
you're going to die. I'm going to die.
Right, but you're saying you're guaranteed death. So are you. Like, for you to get to the heaven that you're hoping exists, you still have to die just like I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But there's still like I sort of have that chance of a safety net. You don't. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if you look at the safety net, I mean, it's got all kind of boo-boo on it. I don't want the safety net that you have, right? The God that you serve and the place that you want to go is not my desire. I don't want to be around anything that this God created, nor the worshipers of this God. I haven't had an unpleasant experience with you, but a lot of believers come up here represent God in a way that absolutely guarantees I don't want to go to a heaven even if it were real.
Yeah, that's a fair look. That's fair. That's your view. But I think other people have different views.
Well, I mean,
especially with life itself.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is what believers have against thinking. Do you think that before you have a fear of something, some eventuality after death, you should make sure that that eventuality is real? Do you think it makes sense to fear something that's not real, like the boogeyman in the closet?
Yeah, but like the thing that is going to happen is the thing that you just said, where we're going to die. So that's 100% guaranteed. So we're 100% guaranteed going to get an answer. Somebody's going to be right. Somebody's going to be wrong. That's what's going to happen. Do you get what I mean?
Right, but I guess I don't understand the process of skipping over the critical thinking steps to either eventuality. Like you and I both know that life starts and we're already moving towards death. Like we don't know when it's going to come, but biological things live and biological things die. We understand that. That's the cycle of life. You are positing something that you have no evidence of. And what I am saying is that before you accept that thing as true, critically think through it, see how it would work. Like we were talking about this earlier today. I don't know how you all expect to feel pleasure or pain when you don't have a central nervous system. I don't know what that would look like. And I don't see any, it makes no sense for me to fear something when I don't know the mechanism of it. What would that, how would that function? And nobody can explain it to me. So
Well, would you be like, would you fear falling in fire and staying in there?
of course I would, because I have a central nervous system that would make me feel the heat. And that's because I am a physical being with a brain
But
and
you
nerve.
still can't prove that you're not going to get that same pain after you die. Yeah, you just
No.
can't prove it. You just got
Okay.
to have faith a little bit.
So you're missing what I'm saying. What is going to process the pain?
I don't know. I've never been there. I'm just gonna
Okay,
have to
so-
go off what like somebody told me.
Right. And just like I don't fear the invisible dog in my neighbor's backyard, because why would I? I feel the same way about your idea of hell. You're talking about fire. Fire burns. It's an element. It's an earthly element. It functions because of oxygen and a spark and the things that make fire burn. We feel that fire because of nerve endings in our body and our brain.
Yeah, but wouldn't this be
processing that.
from your view? Like wouldn't this be from you being right? Like if I was right, God would be real and he could have all that power that he could do whatever he wants. Do you get what I mean? From your view, I'd just die and, like science was real and like nothing meant anything. But from my view, it goes the opposite way. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, but from your view, we have to step outside of reality and go into a world of imagination. So once we step into that imaginary world, you can just say anything. And I don't fear people's imagination. I fear things that are real. So if you can't tell me how I can feel pain when I don't have a central nervous system, I'm not
Like, what
going
do
to
you
be.
prove to
I'm
be
sorry.
real?
I'm
Like how
sorry.
do you prove anything to be real?
I am so sorry. Can you stop interrupting me when I'm speaking? I
Sorry,
won't
my
do
bad.
it. Yeah, I won't do it to you, and I'm just going to ask that you don't do it to me. What I'm saying to you is that you fear what you fear, and I can't tell you not to be afraid of it. I'm explaining to you how I have critically thought through these claims, taking it back to the prompt that you chose. It makes no sense to me. I have no reason to fear something you cannot explain the mechanism of. We feel pain because of our central nervous system. There are some people on this earth that don't have that, right? Their brains or I can't remember the name of the condition, but they can't feel pain. So they have to live in very cautious ways. What you're saying to be true is when they die, their spirit somehow gets to do and experience something that their body couldn't. You can't explain that to me.
Yeah, I can't really explain it, but like that's the whole point of having the chance. Like you can't prove that it's wrong. You can't prove that it's not going to happen. I can't prove that your thing is not right or wrong. You get what I mean? So that means it's just a chance, and you have a chance at nothing. I have a chance at something, and if I'm wrong, I just go to nothing anyway. Do you get what I mean? But
Well,
if I'm
you're
right, I go to paradise.
Well, you're talking about Pascal's wager, but what you miss with Pascal's wager is that your particular version of the afterlife is not the only one that's out there. So for you to feel so strongly that it's yours that's going to happen, while you have billions of people on this planet feeling very strongly as well that theirs will happen, both of y'all can't be right. But we
Yeah,
know
no,
that.
like that's where the chance is. Like it doesn't matter who's wrong
Can
or
you
right.
stop
It's just
cutting her
there's a
off,
chance.
please?
Oh, sorry, my bad. My apologies.
And I think this is where the critical thought just ends. It terminates because of the fear that you all have of this imaginary, torturous place of fire and brimstone. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I'll go back to the point that I was making earlier. You mentioned faith as well. People can have faith in anything. There's no requirement for whatever a person has faith in to be true. That's why the faith is required. If it were true, you wouldn't need the faith. So I see no functionality and no reason for me to imagine something in my head and then adopt a fear around that imagination. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Can I speak?
Yeah, that's why I went on mute.
Yeah, all good. So look, I can understand why like it doesn't make sense, but like if like let's just say like I'm right, you know, and like you're wrong. Like okay, let's just say somebody else is right and you're wrong. Like it's a totally different outcome. Do you get what I mean? But if you're right, it's always going to be the same outcome. And there's a chance that you can be wrong because you can't prove me wrong or you can't prove me right. Like, you know, like I can do the same thing with you. I can't prove you wrong. I can't prove you right. You can use critical thinking as much as you want, but you still can't get the absolute truth behind it. So you really just have it like, it's like people who have like beliefs in like anything after have like another option, and like people who just believe in nothing, they just have the nothing. But if they're wrong, they go to the other person's right, which could be anything. Do you get what I mean?
I get what you're saying, but I don't think it's logical, because if I'm in my house and I open my refrigerator and I see that the only thing I have in there is a can of beans, right? If I imagine that there's also chicken there, do I have an option?
Do you have an option? That's a good one.
Because that's what you're saying to me right now. That's exactly what
I get what you mean. I get what you're saying. But can you prove it? You get what I mean? You can't really prove it though. Do you get what I mean? So it would be
Well,
back
when
in
I
the
look in
same.
my refrigerator, I don't see a chicken. I think that's the proof right there.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but we're using like the refrigerator, you know, like analogy. Imagine if you use like, you know, jumping out of like an airplane and someone's like, well, just before we hit the ground, I think that I have a parachute. And you're like, bro, you're crazy. You don't have a parachute. And there's a chance that he does. Do you get what I mean?
No, I don't get what you mean, because I wouldn't be in an airplane with somebody who didn't know for sure they had a parachute. I think this is why I keep saying that this is about critical thought. You are fearing something that you don't know exists. You're building a whole idea around life and what happens when we are no longer here around something somebody wrote in a book. To me, that doesn't make sense. It makes no sense for me to fear something I cannot demonstrate. That's why, again, going back to the what do believers have against thinking, if we were to step by step go through this claim of hell, which is one of the most illogical claims that I've heard of, and well, I don't know, talking snakes may be worse, but like it just makes no sense. So it doesn't serve me to walk through life fearing something that's not there. I don't see the benefit in doing that. I don't need this God to live a life that is decent and moral. I don't need this God or this book to tell me, you know, not to fuck my neighbor's husband. I don't need this. So if I don't need it for directions during the life that I know that I get, why would I need it to fear what happens after the life, the only life that I know I get? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I would probably just say because you don't know and you can't prove it. So if you can't prove something, that means it's a maybe. And if it's a maybe, there's a chance that you're wrong. And if there's a chance that you're wrong, I'd rather have a safety net just in case. You know what I mean? It's like
But
a plan B.
if I can't prove it, why would I act and move as though I could?
Because if you
Like
can't
your
prove it, then
safety net
it could be
requires a
true.
lot. Like, do you realize that? Like your answer was, yeah, but I mean, we don't have pain receptors. Like souls don't have pain receptors, but God could do a whole lot in the afterlife. Like God could do whatever he needs to do to make sure that happens. Like the soul is essentially an immaterial thing, right? And you are saying, like, if you look in front of you, that space, that's immaterial. You are saying that your God is going to weave pain receptors through space so that he could burn motherfuckers for eternity? And how is he going to separate this immaterial space into individuals so that they get the torture that they're supposed to get based on the life that they lived, according to his book?
And then, thinker, on top of that, to expect or to fear that he would do all of that in an afterlife when he doesn't do shit in this current life is diabolical. Like, you want him to give pain to people, to billions of people in hell after they die, when he won't even relieve the pain of the people that's serving him on this planet right now. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, but if God was real, he came down and died for his children, and his children still rejected him. You get what I mean? So it's a
How
little
does that,
bit,
how is that related to what we're talking about right now?
because if he is real, that means like he's going to put you into that, like that hell with, he's going to make up these,
You're like, you
realities that
threatening
we don't
us with
understand
hell
about.
doesn't make any sense when you have not
No, I'm
solved
not
the first
threatening you. I'm
problem.
not threatening
You're,
at all.
no, you're
I could
saying
be
that
wrong.
if he is real, he's going to put you into the hell. You've not solved the problem of how space or an immaterial thing would experience this hell. The reason that you are an individual is because you are material. Whatever you believe to be this immaterial soul that will burn is separated by the rest of this immaterial source by the material flesh. Without this flesh, you're just space. You're just immaterial space. So how is your God going to separate this immaterial space unless he give you a material body again? What
From
separates
the
you from
spectrum that God is real.
what separates you from space? What makes you different from the space in front of you?
I'm not too sure. Like, I can't answer that because I don't know that. Only God would be able to answer that.
You
But
don't
from the
know
view
what
that you're
makes you
going, if
what makes you
God is
different
real,
from the what makes you different from
yeah, I'm just trying to
what
answer
makes
the
you
question.
different from your wife? What separates you from your wife?
Adams. But this is like, this is sort of going off the question.
It's not. You oh my God. You are literally physical matter. You are physical matter. A soul is immaterial. If you think about the energy or immaterial space being put into a vessel, right? That separates you from the next vessel, it separates you from the space in front of you. It separates you from the next vessel filled with space, filled with immaterial energy or whatever you want to call a soul. If this flesh no longer exists, then all you have is a big clump of energy. How is your God going to separate that energy and weave pain receptors throughout it to make sure each individual person feels the torture they're supposed to feel for the life that they lived on earth?
Okay, well, from the Christian paradigm, God is all powerful. He can do whatever he wants. So,
Okay, he can do whatever he wants. I'm asking you, how is he going to do it without
how am I
flesh?
supposed to answer that?
Without flesh, how is he going to separate the space in front of you and make it individual humans with their consciousness, their memories of the life that they lived on earth so they would be tortured?
Yes, I can honestly answer. I do not know how. But if you use the paradigm of what God is, he would be all powerful. So he would answer that answers the question. He's all powerful. He doesn't have to answer how he does it. You get what I mean? He's just right at the end of it.
Then I don't have
You get
to.
what I mean?
Then I don't have to serve him, and I don't have to fear his fucking hell. It's illogical
No, I'm
as
not
hell.
saying you have to fill him.
It's
Guys,
illogical.
I'm not
You
trying to
guys
say
need to
fear him
keep
or
this
anything.
illogical, poisonous shit to yourself. If you want to tell yourself these fucking fairy tales and scare yourself, cool. But the way y'all go out into society and try to get everybody else to buy into this illogical shit when you can't even explain it and it's a maybe, y'all need to stop doing that because you are poisoning the minds of our young people and you are causing people to be willing to cast off critical thinking. And we have a society, like a race of ignorant human beings. For the fear.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm
Is
still
your view a
talking.
maybe
I'm
as
still
well?
talking. I'm still
Okay.
talking.
Sorry, my bad.
People
My
are
bad.
willing to stay ignorant because of fear of immaterial space burning. That makes no fucking sense.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but just from my view to your view, is your view a maybe as well?
No.
How can you prove that?
Again, the space in front of me requires for your God to burn each individual person, and each individual person have his consciousness and its memories of his life, your God would need to separate that space again. The what you are essentially saying is that your God didn't do it right the first time. What he's gonna have
I'm
to
not going
do,
to my
I'm
question
talking
though. I'm
right
going to
now.
your
What your
question.
God is gonna what your God would have to do is give everybody a new body so he could fucking burn it. He would have to wrap each individual's clump of energy into its own vessel to separate everything so that he could burn it. That's what your God will have to do. And that is illogical as fuck. So no.
Okay. Well, that was my question. I was asking you.
I
I'm
just
like, is
explained to
yours
you why mine is
okay?
not
So
I just explained to you why mine is not a maybe. You didn't
okay, so that means it's
listen.
100% right. It's 100%. Is it 100%
Based on
right?
logic, yes.
So it's 100% right based on
Based on
logic.
logic, yes. Based on the story that you all tell, if I apply critical thinking to it and logic, yes, mine is not a maybe.
So you're basically God because you know everything then.
Hey, what's up? What's up, dog?
But like, can you explain to
Well, can
me
you?
how?
Wait,
I'm sorry.
what's a black hole and what's
I am
gravity? If you're
so sorry.
God.
I know you hear me speaking. Like I asked you
Like I'm just
earlier to
trying to
stop.
answer this lady back
Can
before we
you?
jump.
I'm sorry. Can you stop speaking over us? Right? Like you keep wanting us to be afraid of your imagination, and it's not going to happen because you're asking if we have 100% certainty. Here's what I can tell you with 100% certainty. Before I was here, I was not aware of anything. There was non-existence, and then I got consciousness when I was born. I have absolutely no reason to believe that I won't go back to non-existence. Why are you positing eternal consciousness after existence when you didn't have it before?
Because I ask you as a conscious person on this planet, just like you are, I'm like, are you 100% certain what you're saying is right? And if you
Not.
say no,
I didn't
then
ask
it's
you
a
that.
chance.
I didn't ask you that. We're not even talking about 100% certainty, right? We're talking about what makes sense and what's logical as we think through it. The reality is before whatever your first however old you were when your first memory was formed, you didn't know anything about existence. Your parents had whole ass lives before you were born. And we know that they did because you are here. Then you got consciousness when that sperm met that egg and created you. I have no reason, just using basic logic and common sense, to think that my afterlife would be any different than my pre-life, if you want to call it that. You are positing something else without adding any sort of mechanism whatsoever. We are not obligated to believe your imagination, and I'm not sure why you're
I'm not.
missing that.
I'm not saying you're obligated to believe anything. I'm using pure logic here. Just pure logic. You don't even have to go with God. You can just go A or B. Okay, if
You
you're
aren't
right,
using
I'm
logic
right.
though.
Like that's all it is. Like guys, you have to let me explain it. So let's just go back with the God thing then. So logically, you guys, if you guys know that 100% atheism is right, you would know for 100% everyone would follow you, but that's not true because you have to, what's it called?
You're already off.
Yeah,
Nothing is
you're not using any
100%.
logic. First off, no, neither of us said anything about atheism being 100% right.
Not even a positive
So that
fucking
means there's a
claim.
chance you could be wrong.
It's not even a claim. It's just saying what I believe. I'm not convinced that your God is
That's
real any more than
ridiculous.
you're convinced that Allah is
No, but
real.
guys, I'm just asking. So there's a chance that you could
Atheism
be
is
wrong.
not a claim that there no gods exist. Like, what are you talking about? Atheism is just a person who has a lack of belief in a God. They're not convinced of a God. That's all it is.
Is there
It's
a
not
chance that your
atheism
claim
is
could
not
be wrong?
how is my claim wrong that I am not convinced of a God? The claim is I'm not convinced. That's the claim. The claim is not there are no gods. You aren't listening.
You know,
This is crazy.
I find it. What's his name? Adventure. What's your name?
Adventure Time.
Adventure Time. I find it, awfully hilarious and funny that you can actually come up here and then you can ask an atheist, are you 100% sure what you're saying is correct? I'm just curious, did you ask your original teachers that taught you this? Did you ask them, are you 100% sure that this is correct? Did you ask them that?
Well, just anyone would have that would have any sense. If someone says that I'm not 100% sure, that means I could be wrong. Anybody with a brain would accept that instead of
Oh,
going into
that's not what
delusion.
I asked you, sir. You asked us that very question. You asked the people on this panel, are you 100% uh, um, correct on what you're saying? I'm asking
Are you?
you, I'm asking you, the person or the people who taught you this, did you ask them that?
Did I ask the people who taught me this, are you
Yes.
100% correct?
Yes.
If I would have asked them, any logical person would have said, no, I'm not 100% correct. Because nobody can be 100% correct.
So the answer is
Do
no,
you
you
not
didn't
realize
ask.
what you're Yeah. And when it comes to atheism, ultimately what you're asking is, Fee, are you 100% correct that you don't believe this shit? My answer is yes. We are
Exactly.
not, Thinker has said this 3 times. We are not claiming that there are no gods. There is no afterlife. I'm just telling you, I don't believe that shit. So am I
So
100%
we're in the
convinced?
same boat.
You
You
didn't cut off
fucking
Nelly.
stop.
Fucking stop. You controlled
We're in
yourself
the
with
same boat though,
stop,
guys.
stop. You disrespectful motherfucker. You did not cut Nelly off while he was talking. Don't get up here
You're
disrespecting
insulting
women.
me. What are you
Do
talking
not
about?
keep interrupting women when they speak.
Like, this is just a fundamental lack of understanding of what atheism is. Y'all think that because you are positing that there is a God, we are positing that there's not. I don't know what the fuck is out there. I don't believe in your genocidal ass God, right? I am not convinced that any of these gods that don't do shit in objective reality are real. Am I 100% convinced of my lack of belief? Absolutely. And y'all reinforce it every goddamn day.
And that's what I was saying about Avenger. I mean, I just you're not the only one. I'm not just picking on you. I mean, this is the thing. You guys have come up here
What do you mean
and
picking on me?
it's
You guys are
can
in
you
the
be
same
quiet
boat
a
as me.
second?
What do you mean picking? You guys are in the
Just
same
slow
boat as
down, slow
me.
your horses
He's trying
down,
to
put
interrupt
the
you
hearts
now
You
on
know
the
what
because
happens
table.
after death?
he's trying to interrupt you now because I pointed out that he
Yeah,
didn't interrupt you while you were speaking.
absolutely. But what I'm saying to you is this: I just find it funny that believers will come on this stage and then the first thing want to come out their mouth, basically they just want to say, well, prove to me God don't exist. Prove to me God don't exist. That's what you really want to say. But the problem I have with it is that you didn't ask your original teachers that. That's the problem I have. You didn't ask
What
the
does this have
original
to do with
teachers to
my
prove to you
question?
that God did exist, but yet you can fix your mouth to ask us.
I asked you guys, do you know if you're 100% right? You say no. I'm like, so that means we're in the same boat. But
No,
you're
we're
too
not.
stupid to understand that.
No,
We
we're
didn't
not.
say we were not. We do not claim that there are no gods. Are we 100% sure that we do not believe there is a God? Yes, we are not convinced of a God. Are we 100% sure that we have not engaged or encountered or felt or experienced or seen or heard a God? Yes. That is what atheism is, but you're too stupid to understand that.
Oh my goodness, we're in the same boat, man. Go
No,
back
we're
to school.
not. No, we're
Learn.
not.
Oh my God, you guys are so dumb. I'm not
Okay,
even
okay, well
joking.
then, okay, I'll be
This
dumb. Okay,
motherfucker is
let me
stupid
be
as
dumb for a
fuck.
minute. Okay,
I'm
I'm gonna be
dumb.
dumb for a minute.
You guys are in the same boat as me, literally,
Let me
literally.
ask
And
you
you're
a
calling me
question,
Stupid than a
stupid.
Adventure.
motherfucker.
You guys are the most stupid people on the planet.
Can
It's
I ask you a
crazy.
question, sir?
Man, take your ass to immaterial ass hell and shut the fuck up. Take your motherfucking fear, your motherfucking immaterial ass hell,
You
and
can
your
give it, but you can't
invisible
take it. Big strong women.
ass
Big
God,
strong women.
and your invisible motherfucker. You are scared of space. You might as well stick your hand up in front of you and
You get
fucking
your rights
scream.
from
Shut the
men.
fuck
You
up.
get your rights from
You
men.
might. That's because y'all insecure ass
There's your
motherfuckers are
atheism. You
scared
get
of
your rights
women.
from men.
Because you're scared of
You get your
space
rights from
and you're
men.
scared of women.
You get your rights
You
from men.
motherfuckers have to regulate women
You
and
should
you
be
have to
thanking
regulate people's
Jesus
motherfucking
for
brains
protecting you.
because you ain't got shit. Your God ain't shit. Your dick ain't shit. And your immaterial ass mind ain't shit.
Adventure, can I ask you a question? You can come off mute.
As long as I get to
Okay,
ask
you
questions
get
back
to
and not
answer
just getting
this question.
salted
Shut your
by you guys
immaterial
that have
tongue
Okay,
enough
up.
brains.
don't worry about
Shut
all
your
that.
immaterial ass up.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, my question is this. If everyone on the planet who believed in your God, everyone who believed in Yahweh, was to all of a sudden stop believing in Yahweh, what do you think would happen?
I guess we'll all go to hell.
You don't think your God would show up then?
Yeah, there'd be no believers. We'd be all going to hell.
We'd be all going to hell. Okay. Yeah.
From Bible
That's the
standards.
typical,
Hey,
that
Nelly.
is the typical answer from a believer.
Nelly.
And
Nelly, what happened to every other God when the last believer died?
yeah,
Did the God
that's a
die
good one.
with them? Every single one? Or did all the people left on earth go to hell?
They went to Hades.
Y'all need to grow the
Yeah,
fuck
but okay,
up.
look, okay. Mr. Nelson, I'll ask respectfully, my brother. If there's two options, okay, let's just say there's wrong or right, okay? There's left and right. Someone's wrong, someone's
They
right.
be sucking
Okay.
Pascal's
If you're
dick
right,
and waging the fuck
come
out of
on.
their lives on that
Come on,
shit.
host, just let me have a respectful conversation with you.
Motherfucker, you left respect. Your respect is immaterial like your motherfucking God.
You started
That shit
insulting me
don't
first. What
fucking
are you
exist.
talking
You a
about?
goddamn
called
liar.
us
You
stupid.
called us stupid.
No, he called us stupid first.
Your
Yeah.
motherfucking
And
lying
I'll be
You
ass.
guys are
afraid of your
insulting
action.
me. What are you
No
talking
one
about?
insulted your
Don't
dumb
give it if you
ass.
can't take
No
it.
one insulted you. You called us stupid, and now you
God.
fucking
I wish I
whining
clipped it so I
because
could
you're
go back
getting
and
it
put it on
back.
YouTube.
You called us stupid, and now you're whining because you're getting that shit right back.
You were insulting me first. I was so respectful to you
No
guys,
one
and you're like, "Stop
insulted your
cutting me
dumb
off.
ass.
Stop doing
No
this." I'm
one
like, I'm
insulted
just
your
trying to
dumb
have a
ass.
dialogue.
No one telling you to stop cutting us off is not fucking insulting you.
Okay, when somebody stops and I try to get on, oh shit, my bad. You could have been like, "Hey, she's still speaking."
Shut
I would
your
have been like,
whiny
"Okay,
ass
my
up.
bad."
That's not what happened. Shut your whiny ass up. This is why y'all scared of women. Because you motherfuckers are really, you
Emotions in a
motherfuckers are
debate,
really
silly.
crybabies. Like y'all just cry. And then y'all are violent
You're the one who's,
crybabies.
like getting
Y'all
emotional.
are
Everyone can
violent
see
ass
it,
crybabies. Like women
but
don't
they're
give
all
a
going to
fuck
support
about
you
y'all.
anyway. It's crazy.
Women don't give a fuck about trying to control y'all motherfuckers. At all. Like,
You
but
can't
y'all
control
can't
us
live
because we
without
give you
women.
your rights.
Y'all can't live without women, and you done created an invisible ass God to say that you can't live without the God, but it's really women you can't live without. That's why y'all spend so much
Women are so
motherfucking
strong, but
money.
in
That's why
Pakistan, they're
y'all
getting
spend so
dominated.
much motherfucking money
Why don't
trying
you
to
go, women,
control
go
the
save your
body
other
of a
women in
woman.
Pakistan?
You spend so much
Why
money
don't you
trying
go
to
save your
control the
women in
mouth of a
Pakistan?
woman. You fear your God, which is a woman, and you can't live without your God, which is a woman, motherfucker.
And it's not the flex that
Wow.
you think it is to say that men gave us rights when, bitch, we gave you
Can I
life.
speak back, please?
No,
For that
you
insult.
can't until I finish speaking. You giving us rights is nothing to every man being on this earth, being here because of a woman. Yeah, like y'all are some of the most insufferable motherfuckers. Like the fact that you think we're apparently too dumb to believe in hell, but you somehow refuse to notice that you haven't demonstrated that it exists. You're not smart enough to recognize that. Like y'all are insufferable.
You're not even smart enough to recognize you can't prove that it doesn't exist. That's how dumb you are. I'm sorry. That's how insufferable you are.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you realize that when you are making a positive claim, Einstein, then you adopt the burden of proof to demonstrate what makes it true. I can reject it all day long as you've not presented any fucking evidence. Show me a flame or even a match that has lit up
Contradicting
hell.
argument. So it goes one way, does it? Is that how arguments work?
I really don't know why you keep coming off of mute, Crocodile Dundee, but everything that you're saying makes absolutely no sense. Once again, my ability to stay rooted in reality and not go into your imaginary world of Narnia on fire does not make me unintelligent. It makes you completely absent and void of realizing that you've posited something being real. You've posited something is true. Prove it or stop talking about it.
What a claim. This is
That's
absolutely madness.
that.
Oh, yeah, brother. Let me speak, please. Okay, before you guys keep on asking questions and insulting me, insulting my intelligence when it literally goes against your own intelligence. We're both in the same boat. We're literally in the same boat. We're in the same
We're
boat, and
not.
you can't prove it. I can't prove it, and you guys are sitting there saying that I'm the dumb one. Like literally, you
Okay.
can't prove it.
Okay.
Like, how dumb do you have to be to not even realize that? Like, even with pure logic, just with logic, even if you take out God, just with pure logic, and you guys go against logic and act like you got it. Absolute stupid.
Okay. Can we test that theory, sir?
Yeah, let's test it,
Let's
please,
test that
please,
theory.
my brother. Let's
You
do it. Let's
said
do
that
it.
you hold on. You said that you think logically, right? 100%. You think logically, right? But yet,
Let's test
in
the
the
theory.
hold on. But yet, in the same breath, you want me to believe in a heaven. You want me to believe in a hell. You want me to believe in talking serpents. You want me to believe in talking donkeys. You want me to believe in dragons. And that's logical. When there's no evidence of none of it, but you want me to believe it. Do you actually hear what you're saying?
So we're not going to use my theory. You're just going to rant. Is that what
It's
you're
not
going
a
to do?
rant. That is what's in the
Are
Bible, sir.
Are we going to use the theory or not? Are you just going to rant?
Go ahead, sir.
Wait a minute, what theory?
Okay. Let's use a theory. Okay. Let's use a theory right now. Okay. Can you prove that what I'm saying is not true?
Absolutely.
Huh? How? Please tell
Okay.
me how.
Because there
Show
is
me
not
how.
there, because snakes can't talk. Donkeys cannot talk.
Shit.
Dragons do not exist.
Are you going to die?
We're definitely gonna die.
Okay, so do you know what happens after death?
No, you're dead.
Oh my goodness, my theory just made you look like the most stupidest person on the planet. Could you
How did that
disagree with
make me look stupid when you
So
die
if you
and
don't
you're
know what
dead?
happens after death, wait a
How
second.
do
If
you
you don't
know?
know what happens after death,
Adventure. How do you know anything?
oh my god, are we gonna jump from the topic?
No, I'm on
Answer
your
the question
theory.
and stick to the theory.
This is your theory.
Stick
How
to
do
the
you
theory
know?
and stop. Wait, stop
How
looking
do you
stupid.
know? How do you know anything?
Answer the question so we can build
How
this
do you
theory.
know?
Okay.
How do
I
you
don't
know?
know. How do you know?
No, what do you use to know?
Just stop for a second. I don't know. Now answer my question.
What
How
do
do
you
you know?
use? What do
Listen
you
to
use
wait,
to know?
Okay.
What do
Use
you
a
use to
dialogue
know?
before you mute me again. Use a
What?
dialogue.
What
Okay, Mrs.
do you
Intelligent.
use?
Do you
Hey,
know how
hey,
to
dumb
do?
fuck. What
Do you
do
know
you
how to use
use
a
to
dialogue?
know? What do you use to know?
Wow, this is crazy.
What on your body do you use for knowledge?
My brain.
Exactly. So the way you know things is with your brain, correct?
Yeah.
And when every
This is gonna
human
come back
being,
on you in a second.
when every human being has died, their brain has died with them. Correct?
Oh my God! Yes.
And everything that
no longer awake.
everything that they knew died with them too. Correct? Every bit of information in that brain died with them. Is that correct?
So you're knowing what? Oh, so you're saying you know what happens after death?
Every human being that has
Just
died.
answer the question so you don't have to rant.
Answer the question. Every information that was in the brain that died with that
what's your
brain,
jump?
correct?
What's your jump when I try to answer it back?
Every
It would
human
literally
being.
just
I'm
crush
sorry.
the
Hey,
whole argument.
are you scared of this question? You're scared of this question? Every brain that has died with the information that it knew. Is that correct?
I don't know. I haven't died.
Every brain before you that has
I
died.
don't know. I haven't died. I don't know. I haven't died.
Look how you're running from that. You asked if we could prove that
Have
what
I
you
died?
said is true.
Have I died before?
But
Have
you
I
know
died?
people have died,
Have
right?
I died?
You know people
Wait,
that died.
wait. Have
But you
I?
know
Have I?
people that have died, right?
Oh my God.
But you
okay,
know
so you
people
can
that
prove
have
that.
died,
You
right?
can prove what happens after
But
death
you know
with
people
somebody
who
dying.
have died, correct?
Wow, this is
But you
a
do.
stupid
You look
argument.
how you running. But you do know
I'm not
people
running.
that have died, correct?
Have I died yet? Have
No,
I
you
died yet?
haven't.
It's about
But you
me,
do
not
know
somebody
people.
else.
You
Oh
no,
my God!
you
So
have
just
not
broke
died.
your argument. It
But
just broke
you
your
do
argument.
know people who have died, correct?
Can that prove that I know what happens after death?
But you do
Just say it,
know
please.
people who have
Please say
died,
it.
correct?
Just please answer the question.
But you do know people who have died,
Does this
correct?
prove that you know what happens
But
after
you
death?
do know people who have died,
Wow.
correct?
This is, oh wow, it's just question after
But
question.
you do know people who
Oh
have
my God,
died,
you're just
correct?
panicking. You're panicking.
But you do know people who have died, correct?
Yes, I have. I
All
have
right.
seen.
And when
Yes, I
those
do.
people
Yep.
died, and when those people died, everything in their brain died with them, correct? Every bit
I'm
of
not sure. I
information,
haven't died yet.
every bit of information, those
I'm not
people,
sure
I'm not
yet.
talking about you.
I
Every
haven't.
person that you know that have died, that had information in their brain, that information died with them, correct?
How do you know unless you've died?
If it's in the brain dies too,
You're
correct?
stupid. I swear, man.
If it's
brain
in
dead.
the brain
dead.
dies too, correct?
So you're saying you can know what happens? Just wait a second. This is your argument.
If
You
it's
know
in,
exactly what happens before
I
you die.
know that you store
Just wait a second.
information.
I
I
mean,
know
you
that
know what
you
happens when you
store.
die.
I know you
You know
store
what happens when you die?
information.
Just say it.
I know you
Just
store
say it.
information in the brain.
Just say something
I know
stupid.
the
Say
only
something
way you can
stupid
know something
on-
is
wait,
with.
on a
I
live.
know the only way you can know
Say something
something
stupid on a live.
is with the information in your brain. And if your brain dies, you cannot know anything. So there is no way for anybody to know about a hell after they are dead. So no one could have told any of you motherfuckers that there was a hell when they die.
Wow, so we're in the same boat. You've been sitting there yapping for the last half an hour, and literally, you just basically proved my argument. How stupid do you feel? How dumb do you feel? And you too, Mr. Nelson, acting like I was stupid. You're just as dumb for going along with it. And Faith,
Well, thank you. I
Shattered,
appreciate
don't
it.
you?
the
You
three
feel
stupid
shattered, don't you?
musketeers
You feel
acting like they
shattered,
were
don't
smart.
you? You feel shattered, don't you?
Do you know what happens
You
after
feel
death?
shattered, don't you?
Do you know what happens after death?
You feel
Do
shattered.
you? Wait,
You
we'll
feel
go back there
shattered.
again. We'll go back there
Like
again.
the,
We'll
I'm
go
gonna
back
tell
there
you, I'm
again.
gonna tell you how
Just so I
fucked
can
up
make
your
you guys
God
look
is.
stupid
I'm gonna
again.
tell you how fucked up your God is. Your God
Wow, now we're going back to
created
God.
you.
You can't even
Your
answer the
God
question.
that's why
Wow,
you keep
this is
talking while I'm talking,
coward.
because you're scared of my words.
Coward.
You're so terrified of what comes out of my mouth, aren't you? Your God created you to
You
die.
won't even answer.
Your God created you not to live, but to die. Like everything in your
I'm going to
motherfucking
heaven.
brain is anticipating your death.
I'm going to heaven.
Your God did not want you to live a life. Your God does not want you to enjoy life. Your God wants you to fear death. Something that you cannot control, something that you cannot stop.
And that's your argument.
A place that
Thank
you
you for
cannot
giving me
go.
your argument.
When
Thank you
you
for giving me your
die,
argument.
you will die with that fear of hell in your motherfucking brain, and it will no longer exist.
Is that your argument? Is that your argument to my question?
Isn't it amazing how believers can definitively say things and can't prove shit, but they will stand on
let's
it?
go back to this. Let's go back to the theory then. You would have to admit, you will have to.
This guy's
Guys, this is
He's glitching.
like, this
He
is
said
crazy.
you will have to admit, you will have to.
You will have to
fucking
admit
glitching.
it.
Your brain, the thing that you use to know, is fucking glitching. Like if I were you, I would just
Do you know what
kick
happens
out
after
the
death?
information
Do you
that
know
you
what happens
stored
after
in your
death?
head about hell, kick that shit out and replace it with critical thinking. And maybe you'll start
Can you
enjoying
answer
life.
one of my questions,
Maybe
please?
you'll start
Can you just
enjoying
answer
life.
one of my questions?
Maybe
and stop
you'll
being
start
scared?
enjoying
Okay,
life.
I answered so many of your questions. Just answer one of my questions, please. Can you do that, please? I asked you nicely.
We already did. And you didn't answer
Okay.
shit that I asked,
No,
you lying motherfucker.
Come on, please. Let me
I
answer a
don't owe
question,
you
please.
shit,
Okay?
you disrespectful motherfucker. You did not answer any motherfucking thing that I asked. I had to ask you over and over and over again, and I don't give a fuck about you motherfucking begging. I don't give motherfuckers respect that don't fucking earn it.
I can't get a question because you're gonna be proven wrong. You're a
Tell
coward.
yourself whatever
Literally,
the
you're
fuck
a
you need to tell
coward.
yourself. Like whatever you need to tell yourself to hold on to
You're
this
a
hell.
coward. Try to be
Whatever
nice
you
to a
need to
girl
tell
on
yourself.
a period or
Whatever you
something.
need to
You're
tell
a
yourself
friggin'
to hold
brain
on to
rot.
this hell. Do that shit. I don't
Can't
give
even
a fuck.
defend it. Can't even defend it because
Tell yourself whatever
because
you
you
need to
get
tell
proof.
yourself. I don't give a fuck. Whatever delusional story you need to tell yourself to live every day, do that shit.
This
I
is
don't
crazy,
give a fuck.
feminists. This is what happens when you give women rights.
You're
go
an
into straight
insecure ass
delusion.
man. Like you just
Wow.
let everybody know how insecure you fucking are. Like
I
you
don't
can't
care. It's the
operate. You
truth.
can't
It's called
operate when someone else
facts.
has
You
power.
guys just go
You
into la la
shrink.
land.
You
You guys
shrink
literally
when
go
women
into
have
la la
power.
land.
You shrink when women have power. You probably shrink when black
When
people
women
have
have power,
power.
they
You are
abort like
so
a million a
motherfucking
year.
insecure. You think
I'm
that
black
everybody
myself, you
else having
spud.
power means that you don't have any. You think when everybody else is
Oh, do
happy,
you know
that
what's
means you
funny
can't
about
be.
my race
That's
and your
your
race?
motherfucking
At
hell.
least my
And your
black race
God
didn't
got you
sell
thinking that stupid
sell
shit.
their own
You
people.
can't enjoy life because you're so worried about other people enjoying it better than you.
Let me make sure I understood what you just said. Are you saying that women shouldn't have rights?
I said, look what happens when you give women rights. They go
So
and
they shouldn't
abort
have
a
it.
million. Brother, just listen with your ears before you speak. I said, look what happens when you give women rights. They go and
Okay.
abort a million babies a year.
Okay.
I,
So should they
hold
have
on for a second.
rights?
I told y'all his motherfucking ass is racist. I told y'all
Yeah.
he was
I'm black,
racist.
you spastic.
I don't give a fuck. And black people can be racist, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, I'm racist against dumb
And
people.
you're
I'm
racist.
definitely
You are
racist
a
against dumb
racist
people. I'm a
motherfucker.
racist. I'm
You
racist
are
against dumb people.
racist. You are racist. You are racist.
You
That
can't answer questions
motherfucking
because you're a
stereotype
coward.
that you just
You just
fucking
keep
threw
muting me
out.
because you
You
can't
threw
even
that shit
answer
out
questions.
because I'm black. You are fucking racist piece of shit.
I'm black myself,
And you are still
retard. What's wrong
racist,
with
motherfucker.
Oh my god, this is crazy.
And then any black person
Because
knows
it's
that a
facts from
black
history?
person, that any black person knows that a black person can be racist to another black person, but they can't be racist to a white person. Any black person would say that shit. So I don't believe that you are fucking black.
You can't be racist to a white person? What world do you live
See,
in?
there we go. If anybody that any
I live in logic.
black person operates within the definition of what racism is. Racism is a system of supremacy ideology of a superior race. Black people were not seen as the superior race. Therefore, a racist is a participant based on the suffix of the
Whatever
word
happened
race
to you?
is. Shut the fuck up.
You weren't on the
A
boat.
is like a
You
capital
weren't on the
is. Shut the fuck
boat.
up. A is like a capital
Acting like it
is
happened
a
to you.
participant in the system of capitalism. A race is a participant in the system of racism, which is about the superiority of one dominant race. So by definition, a black person could not be logically race is to a white person. A black person would be prejudiced, bigoted, discriminatory, but they could not be a participant in a system that is not prioritizing them as the superior race. But the word racist has changed. The connotation has changed to increase just being mean and not liking somebody for the color of their race. So if you use it in
You had a
today's
black
terms, shut the
president.
fuck
What are you
up.
talking
If
about?
you use it into, you definitely ain't black. If you use it in today's terms, then racism just means, hey, I don't fucking like your ass because you are a fucking condescending ass white person. But by definition of the ism, a black person can't be an ist in the ism of race.
Yeah, keep making up shit up to yourself because that's all you believe is delusion. You wouldn't even answer my questions. Like I'm going to listen to you. You're literally in la la land. You think that your rights come from yourself. They come from men. Literally. You use logic, guys. You know, use logic. You think that your ways is the only way. Crazy.
You said we in La La
TikTok took him
Land.
down.
That is wild.
There is no way that he's black. Any black person know that whole argument about black people can't be racist.
Yeah.
I got a phone call. How did that conversation end? My bad, y'all.
Schooling him on what a ism is and the ist of the ism. They don't understand suffix. They think words are just words. They don't understand what the ism is of a system. Like they don't understand that the suffix of the ism is the system. And that the ist suffix is the participant, the active participant of the ism. And so if race if the system of race is about the superiority of a dominant race, then a black person would not fit in that system. And only a participant of the system would be an ist. And so a black person can't be a participant in the system of superiority of the dominant race because they are not seen as the dominant race. That's why, by definition, a black person cannot be racist to a white person. By definition of the ism.
But that requires thinking. And we're talking to somebody who believes that us saying we don't know what happens after death, and him saying, I don't know what happens after death, therefore hell, puts us on equal footing. I don't know he was going to get the ist and the isms.
He started saying, we gave you your rights. That's what he started doing.
Not a hoot.
I know, right? You sound like Brucey from fucking Finding Nemo over there, like just being ignorant for no reason.
Sound like Goober. Wow.
And then he said, I'm black. I can't be racist. Black people can be racist to every other group of people, but they can participate within that system of the ism to every other ethnicity. Black people can definitely be racist to black people. They can be racist to Latino people. They can be racist to natives, any marginalized group. That's how the ism works. I'm sure they do. Like, but it's crazy how they freak the fuck out because they can't. Like, y'all out here telling people that they need to choose your God because on a what if. On a what if. Give up your life because I might be right. Like, y'all sound like Paul's crazy ass.
Yeah, that's wild. Pascal's wager, for real.
Hey, AG. Oh. That shit is crazy. Like the way we be having to fight them up here, like we in a fucking boxing ring or some shit.
And for what? Like, he's fighting to get tortured after death. He's fighting to live this life, the only one we know we get in fear. Like, what the fuck does that get you?
The way
I
he
do
said,
not understand it.
The way he said that his God would weave pain receptors through immaterial space is in fucking insane. Like, they don't see the cartwheels they have to flip in order to make this shit even. I can't even say logical, but to hold on to it. Like, they have to flip all kind of cartwheels, somersaults. They have to do like a gymnastics dance with a ball in their hand and catching it just to hold on to this illogical ass belief.
I tell you, well, the thing that got me, that pissed me off kind of, was when he said, see what happens when you give women's rights.
Yeah.
That was fucked up. I'm like, what are you saying? They
Which
don't.
is crazy, Nelly. Like, your dumbass wouldn't be here without a woman. So not one of us would be here without a woman. But he wants to talk about their superiority. They're ignorant. Like the believer in the comments talking about, who hurt us? Nobody. But like I said, logic kicks y'all's adult imaginary friend and enemy having asses every motherfucking day. You all are mad at us because we don't believe in your imaginary fears and your imaginary beings. I don't think we're the ones with the issues here.
Then I'm going to actually say it is y'all. Y'all out here hurting everybody. Y'all hurting your kids. You hurting your spouses. You hurting strangers just so that you can hang on to this imaginary ass belief. Y'all go out here like a man just killed his best friend 2 days ago over him believing that he is the Archangel Michael. Y'all hurting a lot of motherfuckers. It is y'all and this illogical ass shit. You refuse to fucking think. You refuse to get therapy. It is y'all.
And the crazy part about it is this isn't even, I say this all the time, it's not rocket science. If something being possible was enough to justify belief in it, then every afterlife in the world is real. And you should believe in all of them. Like, this is just logic 101. But because we are people who think through things and hold ourselves accountable for the beliefs that we hold and ensuring that they're true, then somehow we become the issue in this, as opposed to just walking with humanity through this shared delusion. Y'all ain't seen a God do shit. Literally have not seen a God do shit. You talk about supernatural and call natural shit supernatural. You found a parking spot. That's natural as hell. You picked up $20 on the ground. That's natural as hell. Did that shit appear before your own eyes? Or did a leaf turn into $1? That would be supernatural. None of that ever happens.
She said a parking spot.
That's it. That's what they call supernatural. Ain't he good? Won't God do it? Won't he do it? Nope.
They don't have any expectations for their God to do any of the things that they claim that their God can do. And then they go out and they sell the God on these big supernatural things. And then when you expect these supernatural things to actually happen, it's God don't owe you nothing. God, why are you expecting that? What does God owe you? Why are you expecting that from God?
Wow.
Truth seeker.
Think how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm alright. My mind's starting to tick now.
What does that mean?
You guys are starting to make for someone that grew up hearing a certain doctrine, I don't mean to offend you, but you guys, the questions you ask, they're starting to make a little bit more sense to me now.
Are you being serious?
I'm being 100% serious here. Something's starting to happen in my mind.
Like
You
what,
know,
Truth Seeker?
okay, let me be honest with you, Thinker. You know, when you grow up being told a certain thing and it couldn't be any other way, you know, even if someone tells you, look, this is not true, test it for yourself. Try and see. Does it make sense? Why isn't it happening today? I mean, I was challenged the other day. If Jesus really is true and you really follow everything he says and you really believe that he is who he said he is, then you shouldn't have a problem drinking deadly poison because he said that if you do that, you won't unalive. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, that's actually true. If I really believe that, what's stopping me, from accepting this challenge? I mean, it's best to know, right? I mean, if you're convicted about something to that degree, then you might as well take that risk, right? So that you know once and for all what's going on, rather than living in this confusion. So I'm getting to that point, and it's because of people like you that, eventually after a long time, starting to get to that point where you look, maybe we should try this.
I think it's
You know what I mean?
interesting. I think it's interesting that you think that there haven't been any people on the earth who has done that. Like the fact that you've not caught up to the other believers who have actually gotten to that point of actually believing what their God says in this book. There are people who allow snakes to bite them. There's a man who drank bleach. There are people who believe that they can lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. There are people who believe they can raise the dead. There are people who have lost family members because people got to the point that you got to today. And then they found out that it was all a lie. And in them getting to that point, Truth Seeker, and being willing to risk their lives or the lives of the people that they tested it out on, they cost somebody a life. And I think it is ridiculous and irresponsible of you, Truth Seeker, for you to just now get to that point without using motherfucking critical sense.
I understand where you're coming from. It's just that when you're in so deep, it's not that easy to just break out of the chains. You know what I mean? I get what you're
Mac,
saying,
I know
but
what the fuck I know what the fuck he's doing. The crazy thing about it is that he's not smart enough to do that shit. Like what you're saying right now is irresponsible as fuck. And if you would at least read a book or do some damn research, you would know that there are people who have done that shit. And there are people who have been harmed because of that shit.
I agree. But they knew the truth afterward, right? At the end, that's all we're seeking here. You gotta know for yourself.
Then try it on yourself. Bye. Bye. That's between you and your God. That ain't got shit to do with me or anybody on this fucking stage. They are fucking dangerous than a motherfucker. And selfish. He was trying to see if I was gonna say, yeah, do it. Go drink some bleach. What he was trying to do is bait me into that shit. And that the reason he did that is because he knows that what his God says in this book is bullshit. Like the God in the book tells them that they could drink something poisonous and it won't hurt them. There are so many pastors who have convinced churches full of people to drink poison. A fucking pastor in Nigeria let them tie him to a chair and pour snakes on him, and he lost his shit because he was getting bit like crazy. Poisonous snakes. I didn't want to laugh, but the man was hopping up trying to get the fuck out the chair. Like, y'all be doing some dangerous shit to try to prove this damn belief.
Did you see the one thinker that was damn near Tom Hanks and Castaway trying to part the sea?
Mm-hmm. And then the people in the comments were rebuking him, saying, God, please forgive him. And I said, what are you telling them? I said, what are you praying and asking your God to forgive him for?
Exactly.
Because he believed what's in the book? I ain't never in my life seen so many Christians praying and rebuking the man for trying to part the sea.
They supposed to have a faith they can do it, right?
A Christian in the comments lying on me. He's making accusations that I'm ableist, considering that I would be part of the disability community.
Ableist how?
I don't know. They just lie. All they can do is lie on me. That's it. You almost gouged your own eye out when you were a believer. Are you playing? People with disabilities can be ableist? You almost gouged your own eye out. Are you playing? Are you joking, Thomas? There was a man who did gouge his eye out, and he said Jesus told him to, and then he ate it. He was in prison, and the prison guard came in, and there was blood everywhere. He had taken the spoon, gouged his eye out with the spoon, and then fucking ate it and said Jesus told him to.
Damn. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Wow. I mean, that is definitely a psyche problem right there, a psychological problem. Oh, wow. I hate even thinking about something like that. But that's really the truth. That's how deep it really goes for some believers. They believe it to the extent they're in that alternate reality and they end up causing harm to themselves or to someone else. Well, I guess while we're waiting on the guests, I guess I could take out the time to thank everyone. You're not allowed to say what you've raised, are you?
Yeah, you can if you want to.
Okay. Yeah. Well, just let everybody know. So far, you guys have raised $730, guys, and you guys just don't know how much I appreciate that. I just want to let you know. Uh, Thank you so much for all your help. I know, with the economy the way it is and people struggling every day, you didn't have to do that. And like I said, I appreciate it, guys. I really do.
I didn't get to hear it. How much did you get?
$730.
That's
so
what's
far.
up, y'all. W community.
Yeah.
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah. Me too.
They found my hair color.
I guess Mama Bash, she's not coming on today.
I don't know. Mama Bash, are you coming? Are you going live? I saw her in here. I don't.
Oh.
Yeah, Joyful, you can still help. Yeah, I was just atheist sitting for you until you came back. I told him you left your kids with me, so I was just babysitting for you. My shift is later tonight.
Yeah. My shift is later tonight too. I think Mama Bash is going to go live.
Y'all are we co-parenting. And then y'all got Auntie Charlene. Auntie Charlene, y'all auntie.
Do you ever sit back sometime and think back when you first started, and I was there, and look at 3 years later where you're at now with this community? I mean, that is just amazing in itself.
Yeah, me and Rio was talking about that.
Yeah, yeah, that is amazing. It really is. I'm like, golly, so many good people out there, and just trying to, learn and talk about things. And like I said, we're not going to agree on everything. None of us are. But to be civil and respectful, and respect each other's opinion, or whatever we think. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I love this community. As I was telling them, one day I was drunk a couple of weeks ago. I was at my daughter's 21st birthday party, and I was tipsy, not drunk, but tipsy. And I was thinking about the community, and I got in the Discord, and I was like, I love y'all so much. You know how when you tipsy, you just feel everything?
I could imagine. I've seen it because I don't drink, but I've seen it. Yes.
It's like, if I ain't told y'all enough, I love y'all so much.
I have a younger brother that's like that when he drinks when he drinks, and if I'm there, I know what's coming. I just don't say anything. He'll be like, "Big bro," I'll be like, "Yeah, what's up, man? Man, I just love you, man."
Better believe him, because a drunk man tell no lies.
I'm like, "Love you too, man. Love you too." No, man, you don't get it. I love you, man. You start crying and shit. Oh, it's hilarious.
Mama Bash is live. Okay. I'm going to meet y'all over there. I'm just going to sit on her panel while I get my hair done. But also, we'll be back here tonight at 11 p.m. I am going to end the live at 6 a.m. so I can get a couple of hours of sleep before I have to board my plane. And then I will be back Monday after tonight. So there will be no live on Sunday because I'll still be traveling. But I'll be back Monday night after tonight. So make sure y'all come back tonight. I'll see y'all on Mama Bash's live in a minute. YouTube will be back tonight. So it was cool hanging out with y'all in the middle of the day, but I'll see y'all later. Bye, y'all.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Thank you so much
Thanks
for
again,
the
y'all.
$100 MTX. What is it? What type of currency was it? The super chats. Rod Blow Alvarez with the 100 MX dollars says, "Thinker, greetings from SLP Mexico. Request, could you please clip the reading you did with Kalu of Terry Bison's short story, They're Made Out of Meat? Absolutely brilliant interpretation. Thanks. I sure will." Evil Banana with the $2 super chat says, "Ask this Bogan if he wants a ciggy." I think he needed one. Thank you, Moondog, for the $2 super chat as well. All right, y'all. I will see y'all tonight at 11 p.m. And I'm going to hop over to Mama Bash. Bye, y'all.